Like many other subjects which are under more or less constant analysis, there are numerous misunderstandings. European alchemy is not of great antiquity, and the rumors about its roots in the mysterious past are highly symbolized. Actually, we have almost nothing on the subject of alchemy in European literature prior to the beginning of the 15th century, A.D. And nearly all of the so-called earlier works are backdated. That is, they were prepared and printed after the year 1500, but with fictitious dates of an earlier period added to them. There is very little of alchemy in the incunabula printing of the first 50 years of printing, between 1445 and 1500. And we have very little evidence that the alchemical writings attributed to ancient authors are genuine. For example, there are books, presumably, alchemical writings of Aristotle, which are certainly comparatively modern fabrications. Also, a number of fictitious characters were invented during the 16th and 17th centuries as having lived at a much earlier date, but these inventions or unreal persons have no historical foundation. Actually, we find the phenomenon of the rise of alchemical symbolism and thought almost paralleling the rise of European astrological speculation and the rising of secret societies and of Rosicrucianism in Europe. Now, alchemy is not limited to European countries, that we know. Remnants of it and references to it are to be found in the writings of many ancient Asiatic peoples. But the rise of alchemy in China, like that in Europe, is comparatively late when compared to the fabulous and legendary accounts thereof. So we must recognize we're in the presence of a rather mysterious situation, namely that a art or cult arose in Europe which was given an antiquity by means of a certain exaggeration on the part of those working with it. And actually, alchemy, as we are going to consider it, developed within the period between about the year 1500 and the year 1700. During these 2 centuries, this symbolism developed and elaborated itself almost beyond human imagination. Most of the symbols employed by the alchemists were derived from earlier sources, but there was also a wonderful mixture of creative ingenuity evident in the designs and figures. Some are obviously derived from mythology, some from natural history, as it was understood or misunderstood by the writers of that period. Certain parts of it belong to the symbolisms of ancient religious cults. A part was taken from the older symbolism of astrology. Still other elements are almost unique to alchemy and do not occur elsewhere. Thus, historically speaking, we are dealing with a body of lore that rose to prominence, flourished for 2 centuries, and then gradually declined with the rise of chemistry as we know it today. I think we should bear in mind that there was an alchemy in antiquity, very roughly and inadequately drawn, but that actually, while we say that alchemy is the mother of chemistry, we might be wiser to realize that there was also a chemistry prior to alchemy, and that alchemy did not simply give rise to chemistry. Chemistry on an earlier date gave rise to alchemy, and this in turn declined again, and chemistry once more emerged as the principal carrier of tradition in this field of learning. Now, in consideration of these elements and factors, we are not in the presence merely of a great traditional account handed down for thousands of years, but of a cleverly devised program, integrated and perfected within a comparatively short period of time. This integration has a definite bearing upon the perpetuation of certain schools of philosophy and mysticism that originated in antiquity and also passed through various vicissitudes in the rise of European culture. Let us try to draw a picture of Europe at the time of the emergence of alchemy. Europe itself was coming out of the Dark Ages. It had just passed through the Renaissance and the Reformation. The human mind was beginning to break the tremendous bonds that bound medieval man to a reactionary traditionalism. The human mind was also rebelling against the dogmatic theology which dominated this entire period of European history. For several hundred years, men had been unable to use their minds. In the first place, there was no way of training minds. There were no schools. There were no universities. There was practically no opportunity for the average citizen to become educated. The second problem was that Europe was devastated by natural and man-made catastrophes. The bubonic plague swept Europe, and during the course of about 300 years, its periodic ravages totaled somewhere in the neighborhood of some 50 to 100 million human beings died of this plague. During this same period also, the rise of the Inquisition is to be noted, and the tremendous attack upon heresy, upon liberalism and free thinking of all kinds. Even such schools and universities as did come into existence under the great cloister school system of Charlemagne were limited by a most reactionary and patristic philosophy. Even the physician did not dare to perform autopsy, did not dare to dissect the human body. He was bound completely to the writings of Galen and Avicenna, authorities, traditional authorities, whose writings covered the field from the minor ailments of the human body to the probable causes of volcanic eruptions. These traditional textbooks did not give any opportunity or any individualism to the mind of the person. It was simply schooled according to tradition, schooled within a very narrow boundary of acceptances and rejections. Within the church itself, a number of systems of philosophy had arisen, particularly the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas. This man had a magnificent mind, but bound as he was, again, by the limitations of his church and his time, he was unable to break through into the free atmosphere of liberal thinking. Rebels of that period, like Bruno, Savonarola, and even Paracelsus, paid with their lives, or with their worldly goods and honors, for their efforts to break through this traditional path. In this same period, demonism and demonology and necromancy flourished. The mysterious magic attributed to King Solomon was restored. The grimoires came into existence, and men went out to crossroads at night to invoke spirits. It was a time of rather dismal intellectual benignity. Yet this oppression forced upon man was not exactly in order with his growth and evolution. A more ancient man had achieved much more. The Greco-Roman civilization had given to the world a magnificent life. The philosophical attainments of Egypt and the Near East were spectacular. And these achievements and accomplishments did not simply die. They could not. The human being will not stop thinking and cannot stop thinking because someone tells him he must. Thus, there was beneath the surface of European thought and European life a tremendous surge of intellectualism, a surge which could not break through, but which did begin to emerge as soon as the Protestant Reformation began to lift the boundaries on human thinking. So against this pressure from within the individual himself, the pressure of his own inadequacy, there was the force of a limiting condition of environment. Internal pressure, plus this tremendous adamant boundary fixed upon his thinking and living, resulted in an explosion, resulted in a definite breaking through from the internal psychic life of the human being. Now, we cannot say, I don't agree with some psychologists who affirm that alchemy simply emerged from the individual, that it did remotely and originally do so, and that its forms undoubtedly were influenced by the pressures of the human psyche. We do not deny it. But I cannot accept that it was merely a spontaneous outburst. It was too well organized, too well developed, too carefully thought through. It is far more reasonable and likely that it represented a new appearance of a tradition struggling to restore its own place as a leader in the intellectual life of the human being. Now we know, as I have told you in other lectures, that after the Crusades, the returning Crusaders and the Templars and many other groups brought back to Europe a great deal of wisdom from the Near East. Also, the rise of Moorish culture in Spain resulted in a liberation of the human mind and a return of lines and departments of knowledge hitherto long removed from European civilization and culture. We know that all through this transition period, secret societies, originating in antiquity and perpetuated quietly but strenuously by certain individuals, did move beneath the surface of European life and politics. These societies, striving for survival and also for their major purpose, which was the liberation of the human mind, continued to operate quietly but effectively, as we know from the stories of the troubadours, the guilds, and many other groups. Now, as far as it is possible to determine, alchemy was devised as a means of perpetuating a secret kind of knowledge under the symbolism of chemistry. Now, why was chemistry chosen? Let us reply by asking another question. Why did the Dionysians and later Masonic organizations use architecture for exactly the same purpose? In other words, we know that the Dionysians believed that the building of a temple was the symbolization of the building of society and of the human soul. But at a time when it seemed advisable to move in secrecy, the active properties of the esoteric law were concealed under appropriate figures and devices. And just as the building of Solomon's temple came to mean the building of human society, so the transmutation of metals came to mean the transmutation of the personal and collective life of humanity. The symbolism was adroit because the alchemist had hit upon a basic truth, namely that all departments of nature can be brought under one general pattern, and any science thoroughly understood is a key to nearly all other forms of learning. Thus, in alchemy, the entire weight of an important philosophical system was trusted to chemistry and chemical symbolism. We may say that this was suitable and proper for the reason that against this symbolism there was no well-integrated body of opposition. Had these philosophers revealed themselves as philosophers, they would have been persecuted. Had they advanced their ideas on a religious level, they would have been executed. Had they attempted to develop psychological training, they would probably have fallen victim to the Inquisition. But as chemists, they had several appeals. First of all, medicine and the chemical sciences were accepted by theology. They were accepted as necessary, and the church had no direct opposition to the advancement of medical science. It did not encourage it particularly, but it accepted it. The second thing is that this symbolism strangely intrigued the covetousness of the human mind. During the rise of alchemical symbolism, many princes, powerful leaders of both church and state, hired and maintained alchemists and carried elaborate research programs because alchemy promised to transmute base metal into gold and to discover the universal medicine of the elixir of life. And there wasn't a rogue in Europe who didn't want to live longer. And there wasn't a king in Europe who did not want additional funds in the treasury. So the appeal to the cupidity and the selfishness of mankind helped to protect the alchemist from persecution. He had hit upon a wonderful formula. And even though he did suffer to some degree from the greed of princes, still for the most part he was catered to and pampered. And we remember the Street of the Gold Makers in Prague, in Czechoslovakia, where a whole colony of these alchemists worked together for a number of years under the princes of Bohemia and other royal patrons. Now, it must have been rather interesting to realize that these alchemists were supported, maintained, and nursed along by the very tyrants who alchemy expected to eliminate. But it was only timely to carry the step as we must by degrees. Now we have many hints, for example, that alchemy was a well-integrated kind of chemical guild, just as the tailors and the shoemakers and the various guilds were a closely integrated body with their obligations, with their trade union patterns. So the chemists formed a guild, and the great guild of the chemists gradually turned into the guild of alchemy. Now let us take another parallel to this, because I think it is helpful to us, and we want penetration as well as coverage. I have made considerable research on the activity of architectural guilds in Europe during the period of the great cathedral builders, and we've come across a number of very interesting facts. When a great community or a powerful prelate of the church was resolved to build a cathedral, it was a great undertaking in those days. And if you visit the marvelous cathedrals at Chartres or Notre Dame, or one of the wonderful churches in Florence, in Verona, you will realize how great an undertaking these cathedrals really were. The local villages, of course, could do very little, because at that time the village around the cathedral was just a little mass of huts, practically, around this magnificent building. Even today, the cathedral towns of Europe can be seen for miles, but only the cathedral, standing what appears to be alone, but actually surrounded by the low buildings of the citizens. When the time came to build a cathedral, the designer, the architect, or the sponsor, let it be known to the wandering journeyman. Perhaps in towns at that time there was a carpenter, or one or two stonemasons, who passed through on their apprenticeship. These were told, and in 3 months all Europe knew. These wandering journeymen, traveling from place to place, told everyone along the way. They in turn told everyone else that they met, and so on. And so in 3 or 4 months, the whole of Europe knew that this great building was contemplated. As a result of that, qualified workmen in all of the lines naturally involved in such a project began to congregate. Now, today, we would say they would come and probably come up with their trailers or something of that nature and build a little community or something of that nature, or move into hotels and boarding houses. Such things didn't exist at that time. When these builders came, they brought their families with them, they drove their cattle, they brought all their worldly goods, because they never expected to leave that community alive. In those days, to build a cathedral was a matter of 200 or 300 years. These men and their sons and their sons' sons would work on that building. It would continue until it was finished. Under such conditions, these builders, some coming from countries that did not even speak the language of the land in which they were to work, did not mingle with the citizens, did not move into the community or the town. They built their own city, a comparatively permanent one. And in one of the cathedrals in which I made some research, we learned that a town composed of nearly 15,000 human beings was built in a few weeks on the site of the work. This town simply came into existence. And it was all made up of workmen, craftsmen, who recognized each other by certain secret signs, who had their master's marks, and who were known to be qualified for various work. There were apprentices, and there were craftsmen, and there were masters of the work. As soon as this community came into existence, it built homes for those who were to work there. In the midst of this great community, they built their community houses. And they then sent to the nearby town where the work was to be done and communicated with the architects and the financing committee and demanded their proper share, or their proper token. For it was up to the community where they worked to supply each one of these men with a pair of gloves, a white lambskin apron, and a certain amount of raw hides and skins to cover the roof of his communion house. As soon as this had been properly taken care of, this community created by these workmen held a session, elected its own officers, created its own mayor, or in this case, master of the work, his assistants, to prepare the work of the day and to lay out the program for all of the other workmen. These men and their community lived completely apart from the rest of the country in which they lived. And as the records of the time shows, they did not even follow in the religion of the community. These people had their own religion, and several early fathers, writing of these communities of builders, shook their heads sadly over their quills and said that we think that some of them were not as good Orthodox Christians as they should have been. It's quite possible, because from the Near East came men who worked in silk and fabrics, came cutters of stones and gems. From North Africa came men skilled in design and artistry. From Bulgaria, Romania, from the great Slavic states, from all parts of Europe they came, Christian, Muslim, Jew, everything you can think of, but all bound together by the great guilds into which they had been initiated. These guilds created their own world. They created their own cooperatives. They had their own ways of taking care of the widows and the fatherless. They took care of their own sick. They brought their own physicians. They did everything, and they created a form of government which we call today democracy. And that democracy began within the structure of the guilds. Now, if you attended a great meeting of the guild masters, you would attend something that was very interesting. You would find these men gathered in the communion house or in the community center. And here, on certain intervals, prescribed by their laws and their traditions, they broke bread together. And because not one of these was greater than another, they were seated around a circular table. And in the midst of the table was the gill cup. And this gill cup had on the lip, all around the edge of the cup, little hooks. And on each of these hooks was the crest and shield of a guild master. This cup was filled with wine, and each of the masters drank from the cup, performing a ritualistic Eucharist and rededicating their lives to the great service of the architect of the universe. They were worshipping through building. Their laws were their own. Their secrets were inviolate. Their mysteries were perpetuated. And the power of these men can well be imagined when we realize, for example, that a few days after he placed his famous bull on the church door, Martin Luther, who was by instance a guildsman, because he belonged to the guild of the watchmakers. Soon after he had made his public statement against the sale of papal indulgences, Luther was called before his guild. And here in solemn assembly, he was placed under the protection of the guilds and given a medal, which must always wear, and which he should show in time of emergency. And from that time on, although Luther had a hard time, he was under the protection of this body, and was one of the few of the great reformers of the period who survived. The guilds were very powerful. Now here is a guild which we know definitely was dedicated to building buildings, but we also know from the inscriptions which they placed upon the stones, from the mysterious carvings they hid far in recondite places in the masonry, from their wonderful use of emblems and figures, that they were more than just guildsmen. They were the perpetuation of the secret schools of architecture known as the Dionysian artificers in Greece, the Vitruvian Collegia in Rome, and the famous architects called the Comacene builders, who had their refuge in Lake Como. These were all initiate schools from antiquity, concealing the secrets of human regeneration under the story of architecture. Now here's one group of guilds. Now let us pass for a moment to another group. And this is the group of the chemists. The doctors, the chemists, and those who had to do with research in metals, metallurgy, and things of that nature. All who touched fire as a means of working the elements of their craft were bound together. And this mysterious body of chemists, although it did not build cities at the foot of cathedrals and do things of that nature, was an integrated body. And it was also in close relation to the crafts of the builders. After a great deal of research, I was finally able to recover ancient drawings of the original doors of the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. The reason this was important was that the original doors, which were removed at the time of the French Revolution, that these doors, which were cast in bronze, and I suppose to have been the work of the devil, all such interesting things were at that time. On these doors was the complete formula of alchemical transmutation. The doors were a mass of hermetic symbols. Now these doors could not have been placed there by the chemists, unless these chemists had also been in very intimate association with the cathedral builders. It was part of the same type of guild. Another guild that is of very great interest to us is the bookmakers' guild, the printers. And if you study the coffins and trade emblems and symbols of the great presses like Gutenberg and Fuss and Caxton, you will find that each one of these presses had its master's mark, and that these book builders and makers were also bound together in a fraternity, which is the reason why it was possible through the medieval and early modern period for ciphers and secret devices of all kinds to be introduced into books. This could not have taken place had it not been for the guilds, this tremendous body of men who were bound together by a common purpose. And that common purpose was the restoration of the golden age in the world. And when we go directly and strictly into the alchemical symbolism, we come upon a number of intimations. And in order to trace these intimations, we have to go step by step to an inconceivable labyrinth of clues and hints and implications. We know, for example, that the term adept, as we know it in the West, is first applied to the alchemical masters. As the various building crafts elected a grand master, the alchemists elected or appointed or accepted into their bodies certain masters of their arts, whom they called adepts. In alchemy, this term has a very special and definite meaning. It should not be confused with the Eastern or Oriental concept of adept, or even the Rosicrucian or mystical concept. The adept was the master alchemist, or one fully possessed of the mysteries of the art. Now, in the builder's craft, you have the masters, the fellow craft, and the apprentices. In the alchemical guild, you have the adept, the illuminate, and the initiate. Those were the 3 degrees. And these represented those who had attained to 1 or 2 or even the 3rd step of knowledge concerning the mysteries of chemistry. The adepts gathering together in the performance of their equivalent to the master builder's Eucharist, gathering around the great guild cup, which in this case was the wonderful alembic of alchemy. Also appointed their ruler, who was called the Adept King. And there's one of the very rare tracts, which is almost unobtainable, states that in alchemy there was the King Emperor, the supreme ruler of the entire school, scattered throughout the world. That under him were the princes of the blood, the highest adept masters. Below them were the dukes, the earls, the barons, the knights, and the squires of this hierarchy. And therefore it was customary to refer to a certain alchemist as a duke or as an earl, depending upon his place in this great, mysterious empire, which existed in a strange dimension, extending through all other empires, and binding them together by a strange level of traditions. Now, material relating to this, as I have said, is exceedingly hard to find. We find a few references to it in Kunrat, a very early alchemical master. And we also find references to it in a work called The Adepts in Alchemy, a very interesting and early work. But in wandering through one of the old libraries of Europe, I was able to find this manuscript. which perhaps comes a little nearer to some of this problem than we will find most anywhere else. And as far as I'm able to find out, this is the only copy of it that exists. And this is called The True Adepts, Illuminates, and Initiates of the Hermetic Arts. This is in the form of a kind of biographical glossary. It is almost in the form of a certain biographical who's who in alchemy. And from the first page of this, we learn the definitions as they were used within the body of the alchemical school. The term adept is properly applied to one who has learned the great work and who has performed it. That is the proper term for an adept. The term illuminate or illuminist is properly related to one who has experienced the mystery of the work, but does not know how it is performed. This is a rather curious differentiation. The term initiate is one who has achieved to the knowledge of the method, but has not performed the work. Now this is the way in which the guild of the chemists was divided. Following this is a list, prefaced by the fact that it must always and ever be remembered that there are false adepts, false illuminates, and false initiates, but that the genuine ones can be determined only by those who have the knowledge to investigate the secret marks and symbols. Then we have here a list of the adepts of the school, both imaginary and historical, and also the degrees of their development within the school. We learn from this book, for instance, that according to the alchemical tradition, Moses was an adept. We learn that Solomon was an adept. And this brings us very close to the fact that Solomon was also supposed to have been a great architect and a master of those mysteries. Then we learn also, as we go on through these lists, some of the other names involved in this. The Apostle John, a sublime illuminate. Hermes, an adept. Orpheus, an adept. Apollonius of Rhodes, an initiate. Homer, an initiate. Ptolemy, an illuminate. Virgil, an initiate. You could go right down through this book, and you will find all of the principal names and their ranks in the school. We also learn that Avicenna was an initiate. Albert the Great, Albertus Magnus, was an adept. St. Thomas Aquinas was an initiate. Roger Bacon was an initiate. Raymond Looney was an adept. I won't try to read them all because many of the names are not particularly important to us now. But this work carries on through all of the different steps of alchemy, pointing out that these different teachers, masters of the schools, were actually bound together in a pattern. Now when we take an alchemical tradition and we come to the discovery that it includes Orpheus and Homer, we know that we're not dealing with chemistry, because these men were not chemists. We were dealing with an esoteric system of which the alchemical schools in Europe were comparatively recent development. Verdi, an illuminate. Michael Meyer, an initiate. One of the interesting things we find as we go along through here is that a number of names that are a little better known to us are also to be found as we go near the end of the list. We know, for instance, that this list, strangely enough, ends with a comparatively familiar name, and that is Baron Emanuel Swedenborg, an Illuminate. Now, when we study Swedenborg and his association with Saint Germain and Cagliostro, we have reasons to believe that the book is probably correct. But this is, as far as I know, the only who's who of the Hermetic adepts of the religion. The principle behind it is that the entire work was an integration, was a definite system devised for a purpose. And that purpose was concealed under a series of alchemical or magical symbols and devices, the meanings of which we will try to explain at least in part as this series progresses. Now, the next thing that I want to bring up in connection with the alchemical tradition is to try to orient what, basically, alchemy stood for. Generally and broadly, we know what it meant. We know that by transmutation was implied regeneration. We also know that the symbolism of alchemy was exact. Why? Because it was based upon an exact science, chemistry. We also realize that as we go into it, that perhaps the nearest parallel that we can find to it in our common experience in the modern world is yoga. In other words, alchemy was an esoteric discipline. It was a discipline based upon an exact science of human regeneration. Now, just as in almost all of the exact sciences of antiquity, it is assumed that the keys were lost, and that therefore the mystery of the coat or sect is no longer to be found. This I question very greatly. The second point that I think we should try to realize and understand is that the alchemists were not only interested in the regeneration of man, but in the restoration of the philosophic empire as established in the concept of Plato. This restoration of the philosophic empire was to be undertaken by a broad political program. So alchemy penetrated and permeated practically every political and social state of the world, extending as far as China, throughout India, throughout the Near East, and even extending into the Central and South American areas of the Western Hemisphere, where chemistry had reached a fairly high degree of proficiency. Around the alchemical speculation, as it is, we have developed a great number of overtones. And these overtones can best be understood by reference perhaps to some of the alchemists themselves. Following this list, and only using approved members of the Mecca group, the aristocrats of the order, we find, for example, that certain alchemists are more reliable, more careful, and obviously more informed than others. Among the best and greatest informed of these adept alchemists was Raymond Lully. Another one highly proficient in skill was Bacillus Valentinus, both of St. Benedict. A third very highly efficient one was George Ripley, the English chemist. And then fourth, equally at least recognized and remembered for his important contributions to the subject, was Michael Sendivogius. These were among the great names in alchemy. Therefore, when we read them, taking a work such as the Triumphant Chariot of Antimonium by Basil Valentine, we come always upon lines like this: Woe, woe, woe unto the gold makers. And another line in Ripley which says that whoever believes that the transmutation of physical metals is the end of alchemy is a fool. All these things are tossed in. Very little is made up, because at that time it was advisable to unveil the secrets too completely. But the alchemists themselves have left in their published and outer writings irrefutable proof that they were not to be considered merely as chemists, that they were to be considered as the instruments of a secret purpose and art, and that this art they had inherited or brought down from a remote antiquity. The alchemical symbolism itself was very recent, but the method or mystery behind it was very old. The second and another important point is that the alchemical tradition moving into Europe Christianized itself intensely. But this Christianization was no part of its original symbolism. Gradually, therefore, we find the introduction of Christian figures and symbols into the alchemic arts. But wherever they are used in a purely alchemical sense, not in the sense of theology. Just as the mystical symbols of astrology and magic used by Bede were not to be used in the magical and astrological sense, but in a purely mystical sense, a matter which has been of considerable concern to students of the subject. One of the names associated with early alchemy was Paracelsus von Hohenheim. This great Swiss physician tells us that he was initiated into the mysteries of the spiritual art of chemistry by masters of this art in Constantinople, and that it was among the Muslims that he gained his first great knowledge of the secrets of transcendent chemistry. In all probability, he studied with the dervishes and other Eastern groups who had under another symbolism, the symbolism in some cases of music or song or poetry, had come to the same as did the famous troubadours and the Pliard of Ronsard in France. All of these groups were bound together. Dante's Inferno was not intended to be a literal description of the netherworld. Milton's Paradise Lost was not intended merely to be a story based upon a great religious fantasy. These things were tied together. They were part of a pattern. And if you had the key, you could unlock the pattern. If you did not have the key, it remained hopelessly a mystery to you. But to possess the key was to have a knowledge of the transcendental arts and all that they imply in the system of alchemical speculation. Two names I'd like to mention specially connected with the problem of alchemy this evening. One is the French alchemist Nicolas Flamel. The story of Flamel is almost unbelievable. He was a poor man who made his living by writing documents and acting as a notary. In one of his experiences wandering around, he found a mysterious book, which was called the Book of Abraham the Jew. This book was written upon tablets of some mysterious fiber-like substance, and it contained only a certain number of leaves, and on these leaves were the entire formulas of the transmutations of metals. Flamel studied these leaves very carefully for a number of years, and finally hit upon the formula. And as a result of having found the formula, he built a number of institutions for the poor, orphanages and churches and chapels in France, and finally caused the entire formula to be carved in beautiful designs upon the arches of the Church of the Innocents in Paris. When I was in Paris just before the war, I went in search of the Church of the Innocents. Unfortunately, it has departed from us. And where it once stood is now a small and almost deserted park. I happened to be able to get hold of the gardener, or caretaker, who watched this park, and he told me that every so often that when they were planting and weeding and making the little flower beds to look as best as they could, they would dig up bones from the old cemetery of the Church of the Innocents. And then a number of stones and a number of inscribed sections from the church had been taken into the courtyard of the Cluny Museum in Paris, where they stood around in various places. I went over there and looked them over. Some of them still showed sections of the alchemical designs of Nicolas Flamel. This mysterious man was persecuted terrifically. They gave the secret from him, but never divulged it. And is said finally to have gone to Asia. where he lived for a great length of time in company with dervishes and other mystics. He was quite a remarkable person, and a wonderful story about him could easily be written. Another interesting personality in the tradition of alchemy is the mysterious character Elias Adepta, the king of the adepts. He shows up once in a while, but has the same elusiveness as the mysterious character of the wandering Jew. The adept king is described in some detail in one or two alchemical works. He is said to have lived forever, to have spoken every language in the world. And it was his peculiar habit to wander about Europe in disguise, always appearing in the costume of the country which he visited, always appearing to conform with its laws and customs, appearing at will and disappearing at will. And the story of Elias Adepta is one of the most fantastic in the entire circle of metaphysical literature. Typical example of the story of Elias Adepta will be found in the writings of men like Sandologius, an alchemist working in his laboratory, struggling desperately, very devout, very sincere, very noble man. He finally came to the point where he could no longer find any further clues to the mysterious search which he was advancing. He came to the point where there were no longer any answers. He did not know what to do next. He had done everything that he could think of and conceive of, and had studied and worked and labored and prayed and meditated and gone as far as he could. In this emergency, it was not uncommon for a knock to be heard on the front door of his house. A mysterious man would come in. And he would go to the laboratory of the chemist and sit down and talk to him for a few moments, and then tell him what to do. And then, when asked who he was, he would probably smile and say, "Oh, just a wandering chemist who kind of had an idea to give a little advice at this time," and would walk out the door and never be seen or heard of again. Gradually, the records of this mysterious wanderer gained proportion. And for over 200 years, the story of Elias Adepta, wandering about Europe, is to be found in choice archives in this field of research. In a few cases, he told his name. He was Elias the Adept. He was the mysterious adept king who was to come and to rule over the world. Then he would vanish again, like the mysterious bodhisattvas of Shambhala, not to be seen or heard of anymore. As these stories build and as the legends accumulate, the parallels between this concept and that of the Oriental mysteries become very obvious. And we know that we were dealing in Europe with an advanced system of speculation and art and science, which normally would not have existed and could not have existed, and which had to conceal itself for its own protection. Out of the alchemical furor of the 15th and 16th century came the Rosicrucian furor of the early 17th century. And let us remember definitely that all opinion and prejudice to the contrary, that there was no evidence of the existence of Rosicrucianism in Europe prior to the year 1610. That the story like that of alchemy has a much older origin, but that this origin is fantasy, is legend, lore, symbolism, all that we will accept. But actually, this society, which combined certain hermetic and alchemical factors with those of other sciences of the time, such as Kabbalism, magic, actually came into existence about 1610. Nearly all of the alchemists then flourishing in Europe became immediately involved in this new heresy, the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. It also was strangely short-lived and elusive. There are a number of accounts of Rosicrucian adepts, including one who whistled rats out of houses, but we won't take him too seriously. In the first 10 years of Rosicrucian excitement, after the publication of the Fama and Confessio Praetoritatis, about 900 books were written dealing with the subject by persons who knew nothing about it whatsoever. Many of these books were in the form of open letters, published at the expense of the author, in stating his own qualifications and asking a brother of the society to contact him in some way. because he had no way of contacting the society itself. Naturally, most of these letters and open epistles were ignored. No one has ever been able to find out who the dominant persons were behind this movement, any more than that of the original alchemy. But that they all sprang from a common root, that they all had certain works in common, we cannot doubt. That they fulfilled a very useful function in the unfoldment of the European mind is also quite definite and evident. Now, from this general survey, which is naturally exceedingly brief and which only touches a few of the interesting phases of it, I want to try to start a series of rather brief definitions of some of the elements of alchemy as we have to contact them and work with them in the future. First of all, alchemy, as we say, has three steps or degrees of adepts. One being the adept himself, one the illuminate, and one the initiate. It likewise had three great works or achievements with which it was concerned primarily under the title or general collective term, the magnum opus, or the great work. The first and supreme work of the alchemist was the formation or the production by art and genius of the philosopher's stone, the lapis philosophorum. Now, the creation of the philosopher's stone was associated identically with the adept himself. The adept, or the master of the school, and the philosopher's stone parallel. In other words, the adept and the stone had something in common, almost something in identity. The second work of the great school of alchemy was the transmutation of base metals. This, the formation of physical chemistry for the production of synthetic minerals and metals, was associated with the third step in the cycle, namely the initiate. In other words, the initiate was the transmuter of metals. The illuminist, who was between these two, was identified with the search for the universal medicine. So we have the three steps in relationship to the three grades. The creation of the stone being the work of the adept, the discovery of the universal medicine being the work of the illuminate, and the transmutation of base metals being the work of the initiate. These three men represented the keys to the works of the grades, or differentiated the labors of the three classes or orders of alchemists. The transmutation of base metals into gold was the work of science. The creation of the universal medicine was the work of philosophy. The casting of the lapis philosophorum, or the great stone, was the work of religion. Thus, religion, philosophy, and science were the three grades, as in almost all of the great mystical things, schools and systems. The first grade was, of course, the grade of the spirit, the second, the grade of the soul, and the third, the grade of the body. Thus, the body was the transmuter of minerals, the soul, the discoverer of the medicine, and the spirit, the precipitator of the stone. Von Welling, the great German adept, gives us a very definite series of definitions, indicating that these accomplishments conceal the rituals, rites, and secret ceremonies of the grades, and that therefore, under the heading, for instance, of the transmutation of metals, we have an interesting symbolism. The alchemist represented metals under usually 7 symbols. These 7 symbols being identical with the planetary symbols of astrology. Thus, for instance, lead with Saturn, iron with Mars, and so on. These were the base metals, and they were formed together in the form of a 6-pointed star composed of 2 interlaced triangles, and in the center a 7th point, so that the 6 points on the points of the stars and the 7th in the center constituted the 7 metals. Now, the alchemists also drew this, as described in the Septium Deum, in the form of 7 of these 6-pointed star patterns arranged in a circle like a wreath. In each one, a different symbol of a different metal was in the center, and the other 6 surrounded it on the points of the stars. Each one, therefore, told us the simple point that the alchemist himself made out, namely that each one of the metals contains all of the others. Now, if we take the points of the metals and we change these into the 7 liberal arts and sciences, we shall then have a key to the great social reform of the transmutational level of alchemy. In other words, your 7 metals are the 7 departments of human society. They are the 7 arts and sciences. They represent the 7 races, the 7 continents, all of the great systems of septiums by which the world's life and progress are measured. Each of these contains within itself the seeds of all others. And the alchemist says that the seed of universality is within every particular of nature. Every atom contains all the rest. Every center contains an infinite circumference locked within its own essential nature. Also, the alchemist pointed out that every base metal contained within itself pure gold. Now, the amount of pure gold contained within any atom or any minute particle of matter might be so slight as to be practically beyond discovery. But alchemy said, you do not create gold, you make it grow. The seed of the divine metal is within all base metals. And that the transmutation of a base substance is not actually a change into something that does not previously exist, but the release of that which is forever present in all compounds and in all elements. So that alchemy is the nourishing and the feeding of the seed of gold in everything. The outer forms of these arts and sciences to remain unregenerated. Thus, in the field of learning, alchemy is the regeneration of arts and sciences, not by reforming them, essentially, but by releasing through them the seed of truth which is locked in each one of them, to make the seed grow, to accomplish the mysterious multiplication from the mango seed, like the fabled legend of Indian magic, was the problem of alchemy. Now, in the transmutation of metals, another important point was brought out, and that is that the outer bodies of the metals are irreconcilable. Therefore, that you cannot force iron and lead together and cause them to accomplish an alchemical mystery. You can fuse them to produce an alloy of some kind, but you cannot force them together to release their own spiritual power. Therefore, before metals or elements can be given a new birth in the spirit, they must die. And the death of elements, the destruction of minerals, the complete elimination of the formal nature of the forms of things is part of the alchemical procedure. Therefore, alchemy was a death and a resurrection, and comes very, very close to philosophical symbolism as we come to this level. All of the outer bodies and structures of metals must die before the spirits of these metals can unite to form the mysterious transmuting agent which is called the red lion. This again has very great significance, and the alchemist finds comfort in the words of the Scripture, but unless a man be born again, he shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. For every one of the forms of nature must die before the life within that form can be liberated or released. Therefore, alchemy then approaches the problem of human intelligence, and it says that before the individual can become wise, he must destroy the false mind, which presumes to possess knowledge. He must destroy opinions before facts can come. He must tear down old walls before he can build a new house. And in the doctrines of the alchemical mysteries, it was first necessary to destroy the personality or the individuality of metals before they could be brought together to form the transmuting agent. Now, in the transmuting agent itself, called the red lion, or the powder of projection, which was one of the great symbols of alchemy, the master was sent to carry, particularly Elias Adepta, who was Elias the artist, that the master carried with him a little box which contained the powder of projection, and that one grain of this powder would transmute into pure gold 100,000 times its own weight in base metals. Here we are obviously in the presence of an advanced type of symbolism, because obviously the powder of projection represents consciousness itself, all on the level of knowledge, truth, which transforms ignorance, and consciousness itself, which can transform body up to 100,000 times its own weight. Therefore, the powder of projection is consciousness itself, by means of which all base substances can be transformed or changed. The red lion is the symbol in alchemy of illumination, the mysterious enlightenment from within, which is the rebirth of the soul of the metals. This illumination, according to alchemy, was achieved through the blending of 7 arts and sciences, which were the 7 sacred arts and sciences of the ancients. Thus we proceed in symbolism a little way. We don't want to go too far now because we have to examine these things in greater detail. So we then consider the creation of the universal medicine, which was the work of the Illuminists. Now, how is this universal medicine to be found? The basis of this medicine goes back into a very ancient symbolism, and that is the production of the spirits of metals and the spirit of gold, which can be captured in wine. Theophrastus Paracelsus explained that in certain parts of Switzerland, where there was gold in the soil, grapevines, sending their tendrils and roots into the earth, gathered up this gold. And of all forms of vegetation, the grape is the one which has the greatest affinity to gold. And that is in areas where gold is in the soil. The dead vines of grapes are burned, and the ashes of these, from this burning, are washed. Gold will be found in them. Now, if you study this symbolism a little further, you will begin to recognize the peculiar use of the grape, of the wine, of the Eucharist, and of the mysterious symbols of the early Christian church. The gold, which is gathered for the grape, is the symbol of mystical ecstasy, or the mystical experience in man. For this experience gathers the available consciousness. And you remember that the Christos, or the symbol of the illuminator and the initiator, refers to himself by saying, I am the vine. This mysterious vine of life, the grape, the symbol of the Dionysian Eucharist, and later brought into the church, is therefore closely associated, as with the grail, with illumination. The universal medicine is the mystical experience arising within the individual. It is the basis of the healing of himself and of all nations, and the bringing about of the power of the healing of all sickness. For sickness is healed by the mystery of grace. And in alchemy, the grape and the grace are identical in meaning. So we have here a heavy mystical overtone, overshadowing the physical or alchemical symbolism as we generally accept it. We'll find work on this on this subject and the development of it in the work by General Ethan Allen Hitchcock, American Civil War general, in his Mysteries of Alchemy. Now, the lapis philosophorum, or the diamond stone, the diamond soul, also is reminiscent of many religious systems. In Tibetan Buddhism, the diamond soul appears as one of the most important symbols of the world deity. In alchemy, the ruby diamond is the most important of all the symbols. It is a synthetic stone so made that it has a drop of blood in the center. I have seen in Europe 2 or 3 ruby diamonds made by art and nature, by alchemical transmutation. We recently have read in the paper that at last a completely synthetic diamond, absolutely perfect, has been discovered. And this undoubtedly is the same basic principle as the idea of alchemy. For this reason, alchemy says very simply, that which occurs psychologically within man will also occur physically in chemistry. In other words, alchemy does not deny that base metals can be transmuted. But it says that the laws used in this are the same laws as those used in the transmutation of man himself. Therefore, as the individual gains the secret art for the transmutation of his own nature, he can also transmute physical substances. Because one set of laws is involved. If, however, he attempts to transmute base metals without having the secret of the transmutation within his own consciousness, he will not only fail to transmute his consciousness, but will be unable to transmute the metals. Many alchemists began their work as experimental chemists. And this brings us another important key to the ring. These experimental chemists began by a sincere and inevitable conviction that they could transmute base metals physically. So they took the writings of the alchemists with their strange descriptions of mysterious monsters, of agents, of black birds, of double-headed phoenixes, of kings and queens, of the celestial hermaphrodite, of the crystal homunculus, and all these other emblems of alchemy. And they began to ponder them, trying to find out how to make an honest diamond. That's how they started out. They pawned their family goods. They went out and bought all kinds of equipment, and alembics and retorts, test tubes and furnaces, and with bellows and artistry they blew and they puffed. Like Titus de Mirandola, who spent many years working on this subject, but did not arrive, or Eugenius Philippes, who finally was killed by an experiment in his own laboratory. But these artists, struggling to understand the symbols, fighting day by day with the processes in their retorts, gathering their dew of the plates of glass on the various figurations of the constellations, seeking for the gold-bearing grapevine, working with the formulas, studying the designs and symbols. These very physical chemists, as Michael Sendevogius tells us, who was one of them, started with this simple intent to transmute base metals and become rich. But they hadn't gone very far when something began to happen to them. They began to find within themselves a realization that they were too limited in their own perspective. As they went along in their researches, they found they depended upon faculties keener than those of mere reading. One of the simplest things they had to face was the problem of trying to find out what the author had concealed behind these strange devices. These devices became meditation wheels. They became like Buddhist mandalas. They began to challenge the individual who studied them. And as months went on and years went on, and this individual went further and further into the arts, he began to sense within himself other dimensions that he had not previously considered. And after he had been working more than 10 years in his laboratory, Sendevogius suddenly came to the realization that alchemy was not a physical science, but a spiritual one. He discovered himself. It grew on him, so to say. He learned step by step through the unfoldment of his own faculties. He found then that this mysterious twisting road that led through the symbols with a constant coaxing of something out of himself. He finally grew to be so intuitive that he could read between the lines. And as he began to read between the lines, he began to see the larger dimensions of the art. Until at last, he cried out in dismay and distress to think that he had wasted so much time on the outer shadow of something that was so much more important than he had originally believed. Gradually, he found that the study of these symbols released something out of his own nature. And he began to sense the real mysteries of alchemy. So we have another definition that has to sink in somewhere along the line, and might as well slip it in right now. Namely, that the initiate is the intellect, that the illuminate is the intuition, and that the adeptus is the consciousness, and that they're all inside of himself and always were. That the alchemical adept is the mysterious power of consciousness operating through will and yoga, and that every human being is his own adept, and that Elias Artista, the master of the adept, who appears and disappears without leaving trace, coming when he is most needed, disappearing no one knows where, represents these flashes of consciousness by which the individual suddenly and briefly senses his own internal. But there is something within himself that does not respond to his demands, but somehow responds to his needs. Elias the artist is his own consciousness. The great fire of alchemy is his own will, by means of which these mysteries are wrought. The illuminant is his own psychic nature, particularly his intuitional and inspirational part. And the initiate is his mind, which can always know the secret but can never experience it. So the adept himself, in all his parts, is the alchemist, growing step by step through the experiences of his own art. As we recognize these principles gradually coming more and more clearly to us, we also can go on further. In the alchemical transmutation, we have a bottle. It's a very interesting bottle. It's a kind of a bulgy bottle with a long, sometimes a rather long neck. And within this bottle are a number of strange devices, one of the more common and frequent of which is a peacock with an extended tail in many iridescent colors. And the initiate seeking the stone is told to watch for the appearance of the peacock's tail in the bottle. In the emblems of Solomon Trismosan, called the Splendor Solis, we have a good many examples of this wonderful adventure taking place in a glass bottle. This was called the hermetic womb in the rites and in the ancient mysteries. And this undoubtedly has one very simple meaning. This glass bottle is the human soul. And it is within this soul that the mystery of the seven transmutations takes place. Now, you remember in the last series when we were talking about yoga, I pointed out the importance of recognizing that the human soul corresponds with the orbits of the seven planets, and that the soul of man represents this field of the seven cardinal virtues, the seven deadly sins, which reflect downward into the physical phenomena of the seven liberal arts and sciences. Therefore, the second part of the work of the illuminant, takes place within the soul. And the bottle, it must contain the universal medicine. Now, this universal medicine is achieved through the mystery of the seven parts of the human soul, a doctrine which originated probably in Egypt, where there is specific reference to the seven souls of man and how they in turn influence the destiny of his life. Now, when we get up into the higher level of the adeptus, we also begin to see this cut diamond with its various facets and symbols. And the further we go into that diamond and the study of it, the closer we get to the great geometric solids of Plato and Pythagoras. The diamond is a symbol of a symmetrical geometric sign, the sign of the perfect form in nature. The diamond soul is itself, of course, a symbol of the universe. It is a symbol of consciousness. It is a symbol of spirit. It is a symbol of the perfect power which is released or made possible or available to man through regeneration. Now, all these different elements become more than mere hints. We must accept them as hints. We must work with them as best we can until we gain more and more knowledge of them. Now, also in alchemy, you have another mysterious symbolism, which is called the ladder of the sages, or Homer's golden chain, which binds the ship of life to the pinnacle of Olympus. Homer's golden chain is a sequence of 7 interlocking elemental symbols, by means of which spirit and body are united. The soul is therefore the symbol of union, and there comes out of this another great and important emblem, and that is the rise of the term Hermetic. Hermetic is associated with the later Egyptian divinity Hermes, who belongs to the period of the Gnostic revivals in North Africa, is a very mysterious being, around whom the great vision of the Pyramandries of Hermes has been compiled. So we use the word hermetic today to symbolize something that is sealed so that air cannot get in, as hermetically sealed jars or bottles. This is again a reference to alchemy. Hermes was the patron of alchemy, which was also referred to as the hermetic art. Now Hermes carries always the caduceus, or the winged staff. He's represented with wings on his heels and wings on his hat, and usually dressed somewhat in the garb of a Roman soldier. He's a kind of an effective-looking little fellow in his own way, but very few students have really given him a great deal of thought. Now Mercury, in the old astrological symbolism, has to do with the intellect, and to a certain degree it still has that relation in alchemy, because mind unites spirit and body. Mind is the link between man as an internal and man as an external being. So the mind, man expresses into himself from environment, and through the mind, man expresses the inner nature of his own consciousness. Thus mind is a common ground within himself. But the alchemists use mind much more in the sense that we use the psyche of the soul. For to them it included both male and female attributes, and represented a psychic field or pattern. And Mercury was therefore the common solvent, or quicksilver, by which all metals could be united or brought into synthesis. Mercury was the absorbing power, so that actually, according to their doctrine, the philosopher's stone was composed of the union of salt, mercury, and sulfur. Sulfur representing consciousness or spirit, salt representing earth or body, and mercury representing mind or the solvent. In this symbolism, using the Hermetic analogy, we come upon a number of very interesting and important parallels or emblems, each of which we will gradually develop along with other symbolism. Mercury now emerges as something that unites or forms a common ground, absorbing into itself things otherwise irreconcilable. Let us try to understand that in terms of human experience, in something that is familiar to us. What is there about us as beings, or what faculty or power do we possess by which we can reconcile opposites, by which we can bind together through experience things held differently or regarded as irreconcilable in nature or quality? What is this most mysterious and absorbing agent? The Greeks and later the Hermetists and the alchemists declared that the psychic field of man was capable of accepting from above spiritual powers and reducing them to the level of mind and emotion, and that this also, the soul, was able to cause bodily elements and external phenomena to ascend into this middle zone and be absorbed into soul quality, so that the soul was the common denominator, the link, the common field into which
both spirit and matter passed, and in which they seem to die, to be reborn again as one body or being. So we can say that in the Hermetic allegory, consciousness, which is the spiritual power, descending into the field of Mercury or into the soul, manifests itself as intellect and intuition, whereas bodily elements or energies ascending into the soul also took on an attribute or aspect of intellect and intuition, so that they took on an overtone and were reconciled in this field, and that therefore man, through a kind of experience within himself, achieved an alchemy in which he transmuted the opposites of his own nature and caused them to become one being within the sphere of soul power. So we have the formula very simple. We have the king and queen, which are spirit and body, or God and nature, producing the homunculus, or the crystal creature, which is man. Man, therefore, is Hermes. Man is the unifier. Man is the personification of the principle of the Hermetic medicine. In man, heaven and earth are mingled. In man, the divine and the human are brought together in one structure. In man, all opposites of nature meet. And in man, in his own nature and in his own existence, in his own attitude, the creation of the diamond soul is made possible. Thus Hermes, or Mercury, is man. Man composed of certain powers and faculties, particularly the 7 powers of the soul. These 7 powers of the soul being the basis of the harmony, or synthesis, by which the divine and the human, or the divine and the mortal, are brought together. Thus man becomes the potential alchemist. So we have in the old symbolism, heaven, earth, and the alchemist. Now we find many such symbols. Heaven represented as a divine being. Earth represented as a wonderful fecundity of life. The king and queen again. Holding between them man, who is the potential adept, who is the potential redeemer of all things and the transmuter of the universe in which he is placed. Now this heaven earth man being begins to bring another point into consideration which we have in alchemy. So we have a trinity of terms which are to be found in certain of the old alchemical ABC books, as they are called, the ABCdarian writings of early alchemy. And here we have God, nature, and art. Now alchemy was called art. And it was called art in a definition which says, an art perfects nature. Alchemy says there are no miracles to be performed by art. Art merely anticipates nature and achieves its greatest work by becoming a handmaid of nature. Bacon, the English philosopher, refers to art as the power to perfect nature through intelligent cooperation. So art becomes the symbol of alchemy. In nature, all things are growing. All things are unfolding their life. And all things are moving inevitably and victoriously towards perfection, or toward the state of pure and complete being. But the path is slow, the means are continuous, and the achievements are imperceptible at any given time. Now, in a field of man's researches, such as horticulture, for example, comes along a person like Mr. Burbank, or a man like Dr. Carver. He begins to fulfill the alchemical adage that art perfects nature. Burbank became a great student of plant life, and he finally learned how to use the laws governing plant life to hasten the growth of plants. He didn't break any laws. He didn't perform any miracles. He simply used knowledge and helped the plant to help itself. This is art, which is man's voluntary cooperation with the plan of life. The plan will be perfected without man, but it will take millions of years. Man will perfect himself over a great period of experience by trial and error. Man will go on suffering, dying, until he learns how to live. This is the long road. He will continue to make mistakes, will learn ultimately the laws governing his own conduct, and in the fullness of time will learn to keep those laws. But man may also do many things. He may learn how to work with laws. He may learn that through his own voluntary cooperation, he can make things grow more rapidly. Through will, wisdom, and discipline, he can make himself grow more rapidly. Not by performing a miracle, but by cooperating with nature. So we find alchemy defined as the servant of nature. Not a magician waving a wand, but a gardener working with a spade in the garden. And in the opening sections of Michael Myers, one of his books, we have alchemy as the gardener, working with a spade, very carefully cultivating around the rose bush. There's no description given, but there's none necessary. This is art the gardener, making possible the more immediate and perfect growth of the flower. The rose, of course, is always eros, love, and our process for the human soul. So soul gardening is an art. And the alchemist is the gardener in this great and mysterious garden of the metals. So we find around the gardener growing on various trees symbols of all the metals. He is a gardener working in the field of the metals. He is making them to grow. The artist also is the gardener working in the garden of his own soul, making it to grow, releasing the 7 powers and faculties which are exoterically represented by the 7 senses of man, unfolding all the potentials there, keeping faith with the law, making the law to reveal itself through working with it, through following its own rules and causing the law to fulfill itself more immediately through obedience. Another symbolism appropriate to the idea is the gardener weeding his garden. He has valuable plants there which he wishes to protect. Therefore, he takes away the weeds. He fertilizes the ground. He cultivates it and makes it possible for his precious plants to grow better. Now, also, we find the garden sometimes symbolized as a little fenced-in enclosure, in which, as like as not, you will find 2 animals, a lion and a unicorn. Now, we will all remember the good old earthly ride, the lion and the unicorn fighting for the crown. You'll find that the lion and the unicorn, for instance, are the supporters of the crest of Great Britain, the British Empire. The unicorn is a very wonderful creature, with 1 horn in its forehead, made like a horse. But the unicorn is a very, very sensitive and delicate animal, and always likes to be around kindly people. The unicorn will very patiently and lovingly follow the mysterious virgin of the world, Sophia, who is the only one that can put a bridle on it. This is a very interesting bit of symbolism also, because what is 1 horn but 1 pointed? And what is 1 pointed except will or consciousness itself? Therefore, the unicorn represents the power of will, the conscious will of the individual. The lion, of course, the red lion, we know to be the symbol of the mystery or of the great powder of transmutation or perfection. We know that the lion in this case represents wisdom. So will and wisdom captured in a garden can accomplish great and wonderful things. Because the struggle of will and wisdom, seeking for the crown, of course the crown is Keter, the symbol in the Hebrew Kabbalah of the supreme power, of the supreme reality of all things. The crown of power and rulership. There are many uses of alchemical symbolism in other departments of living. We also find, for example, in the alchemical doctrine, constant references to various symbols used in the Bible. We find, for instance, that the complete transmutation and the production of the mysterious universal medicine is believed to be contained within the Canticles of Solomon. In other words, the song which is Solomon's contains the complete formula for the production of universal medicine. And the alchemist can break it down and show you word for word, line for line, how that follows through the various researches and various cycles of transmutation. Another very important alchemical formula is said to be concealed in the Lord's Prayer. Now, the alchemists who recognize that that is true were telling two stories at one time. They were telling that they had found that the Lord's Prayer was an exact example of psychic chemistry. But they were also telling you that the end of psychic chemistry was the achievement of the spiritual state represented in the Lord's Prayer. It worked both ways. And that also that the state of holiness or piety, or the state of prayerful contemplation of reality, was the alchemical transmutation. That the transmutation of fear into faith, for example, was the overcoming of the black symbol of vitriol. All these things worked out on moral and ethical levels. The only difference between them and our general concept of knowledge lies in the exactitude of the symbol. For example, the alchemist says the sun in the air, in the sky, that is represented in the earth by gold. Therefore, that the gold and the sun are the same thing exactly in vibratory principle. And that the gold in the earth and the sun in the sky are polarized to the pulse point in the human heart. And therefore, that the human heart, the sun and gold, are all in sympathetic ratio to each other. And that they are of an identical and proper nature, and that they have certain powers in common. Dr. Rudolf Steiner, in his researches in Switzerland in connection with the use of the talismanic metals of the ancients in healing disease, discovered what we have also learned later by other means, namely that potable gold, or what we might term biological gold, is a heart remedy. And that a syllable gold goes directly into the walls of the heart. Thus, the sympathy that was represented in alchemy was recognized as an existing fact in nature. And that these different principles all work together. Now, the same thing was true with other parts of the universe. Everything that was morally true was scientifically true. If it is true, for example, that wisdom is better than ignorance, that can be proved on terms of chemistry. It can be proved in terms of music, in color, in tone, in sound, in everything. That all values that exist ethically also exist scientifically. And that the polarities of all the elements are to be found in the moral and spiritual life of the individual. And that which constitutes a good life also constitutes an exact working formula for a chemical compound. That just as surely as man is able to integrate certain patterns in his own living, the laws governing these patterns are exactly the same as those used in architecture. And a happy, harmonious, well-integrated home can be mathematically diagrammed, and the diagram will be the perfect structure for a building. This is what Leonardo meant by certain of his canons. In other words, there is a dynamic which extends from one level of life to another. Pythagoras knew that if you played a certain chord of music, that this chord, in its mathematical vibration, could be and was equivalent to the basic key to the structure of a building, the basic key to a chemical compound, a basic formula in law, everything. All these things work together constantly. Therefore, if you have a perfect method of purifying a metal, you have the perfect method of purifying a government, a perfect method of purifying the human body and the human soul and the human mind. If you can make certain elements work together, you can make certain philosophies work together, certain sciences meet, certain races mingle. All these things are ruled by the same law. There is one master pattern, which is the great archetype. And all arts and sciences unfold this archetype. And whatever is true of the individual is true of the collective. Whatever the law is working in nature, it must work in man. And just as surely as certain energies in space unite to produce worlds, so certain energies in man must meet and mingle to produce the development and unfoldment of his body and his functions. There is only one set of laws. And these laws become the keys to the Hermetic art. For the Hermetic art is nothing but the reduction of good intentions to a science. These arts tell you that if you have 7 powers of metals in nature, you have 7 organs in the body, you have 7 glandular structures of importance within the body, you have 7 principal orifices in the body, you have 7 principal centers in the brain. All of these are tied together by a sympathy. And as you have certain planets in the sky, so you have certain planets in the soul. And as these planets, by their forms, release certain psychic energies and intensities through man, these 7 energies have in their turn created the arts and sciences, which are nothing but rationalizations by man along the lines of his own energy. Man is able to build a house and to master architecture because he has a principle of architecture in his own soul. That principle of architecture within his own soul is represented by one of the 7 metals. If, therefore, he lacked a certain element within his constitution, he would lack a dimension of consciousness. If gold was removed from his body, he would not only die, but assuming that he did not die, a proportion or dimension of consciousness would depart from him. Every one of these things is tied together, forming one tremendous, all-inclusive pattern. And the pattern itself was described in the Hermetic arts as the tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz. For in this tomb was all of the symbolism of a miniature universe. And in the ceiling of it burned the ever-burning lamp, which was the symbol of consciousness. As therefore the consciousness in nature produces the world, so the consciousness in man sets up septenaries within himself. These septenaries are all on sympathy with each other, exactly like tuning forks, which at the same pitch will react to the sound one of the other. The same way diseases represent certain perversities in vibratory rates. These diseases can be reached by sounding their keynotes. They can be neutralized by other rates of vibration, representing their antitheses. This was the basis of the sympathetic medicine of Paracelsus. We treated the ailments of Mars with the power of Venus and the ailments of Saturn with the power of Jupiter. But when you say Saturn and Jupiter as planets, you're also referring to elements, to minerals, to medications, to degrees of consciousness, to sense perceptions, to soul perceptions, to intuitional faculties, and to the whole gamut. Because all of these things move on the same vibration patterns. Thus we have in alchemy this concept of one universe, in which a series of formulas exist. Now the alchemist took the universal formula, or space, which is the largest, and he reduced it to a formula that he could follow in his laboratory, and we can follow a little bit from Von Welling, in order that we may understand the symbolism a little better. In his great work on salt, sulfur, and mercury, Von Welling says that he took a tiny grain of the universal medicine and placed it on the surface of water in a small retort, which he diametrically sealed. He then placed this retort on a sand furnace. And a sand furnace is one in which the temperature is maintained at about of the human body, which is very important. It never got too warm. The heat was applied only through sand. There was a thick layer of sand between the heat and the retort resting in the sand. And Von Welling says that after a certain time, when the heat within the bottle reached that temperature of incubation, or the temperature, as he says, that is achieved by the hen sitting on an egg, when that peculiar natural heat level was reached, this grain of the elixir, or the mysterious powder, began to move. And he said as he watched it, it began to spin. And as it spun, it threw parts of itself off. And these parts that flew off began to move around it. And in a half an hour, he saw unfold within the retort a complete solar system. Why? Because every unit must follow the law of the entire. Now, if he had used a different level of analogy, he could have taken that same grain, placed it within another type of bottle, with another group of elements to work with, and under the same heat and the length of time, this grain of the eternal elixir would have begun to move in a different direction, would gradually have taken the whirling proportions of the human embryo and would have ultimately developed into a human body called the homunculus. He would have done exactly the same thing. And he would have had the tiny human being in the body. Now we also have, in the Paracelsian theory, the possibility of reviving all kinds of forms from their own ashes. This we have under various symbolisms. A plant burned to ashes within a sealed bottle, and then under a certain type of pressure and under a certain use of alchemical formulas, heated to a certain degree. A plant or a shadow of it will grow again in the bottle in ashes. Years ago, I had an interesting experience with which we will try to explain this. A man came to me who had spent many years up in the northern part of Canada along the Klondike. He was an old gold miner. And he said, there's something that I've never been able to understand, namely that gold grows. He said, we could work out a vein, leave it for 10 years, and come back to it, and there was more gold there. He said, we were convinced that this gold accumulated in some way, drawn by whatever amount of gold was still left in the vein, the little part that we didn't get. The seeds were still there, and this gold grew. And he said, as a proof of that, he said, I took a piece of ore with a small amount of gold still in it, and I placed that gold in an hermetically sealed jar, small jar. It was just a little bottle about this size, about 2 inches in diameter. He said, I have now unsealed this, and I want to show it to you. He said, when I placed it in there, many years ago, there was just a grain of gold in it. But now, many years later, that little grain of gold has become a perfect little tree. It has grown from its own seed, the growth of metals. And he said, I'll tell you something else. He showed it to me. And it was undoubtedly exactly as he had described, and I'm inclined to believe him because we have the same record exactly from the Swiss gold miners of the 16th and 17th centuries who said that they had actually made gold grow. But another interesting thing this old miner told me was, he said, it didn't grow nearly as rapidly until I happened to discover something. Namely, that it grew more if I kept it on me. And therefore, for many months, I've carried it inside my clothing, this little bottle. Because whenever it was close to me, it grew. And of course, the answer was body heat. As long as it was close to his body, it grew. And reports of these experiments have been carried on for hundreds of years. And the concept of gold growing in the rocks, gold growing in the human body growing. All of these things tie up with the alchemical tradition, which is that all things grow. And that as the metals grow under certain conditions, so man grows. And what is the gentle heat which matures the metals? And the Buddhist might answer, the fire of aspiration by which all things grow. But there is a certain mood or spirit within man, a warmth of man's own soul that makes him grow. And in the presence of this warmth within himself, and this warmth is the warmth of the mother hen sitting on the egg, which even in itself is a rather interesting thing. because it is the warmth of love. It is the warmth of service, of protection. All these things work together. And in alchemy, the universe is one mass of these interrelated laws. Laws which can be diagrammed on one level, played on a musical instrument on another, and on a third level, if applied inwardly, transform the sinner into the saint. They are living laws, living patterns, living archetypes, forever reproducing themselves on all levels. The alchemist says if you can discover these on one level, you can then apply this key to all other levels, and have them, indeed, the key to the mystery of the universe. So this is a little something of the background. And from that, we must go on with the psychology of this, or the science of it, and I'll try to show you as we go along the symbols, the artistry, the books, the manuscripts by which this symbolism, this concept is unfolded. And it is the great hermetic allegory, or the great law of analogy. As above, so below. As with the lesser, so with the greater. All things differing in multitude and magnitude, but all identical in the great pattern of vital principles that sustain them. To know these principles, then, is to be the magician, to be the master of all things by knowing the laws and obeying the laws. An art is man's learning to obey, his constructive and wonderful ability to take these principles and amplify them so that they work more rapidly and perfect themselves more perfectly. Man working with law, therefore, is the master alchemist. And if he works with the law works for him, and he sees things grow and multiply in days, months, or years, which might otherwise require ages, unless they receive the cultivation of the hermetic gardener. This is the concept on which we must later build the more detailed account of the alchemical procedures. Now our time is up for tonight, and I'd like to make one.
Well, this evening we're going to have a little adventure in symbolism. In an effort to try to clarify a point that many books could be written about. I intimated in the first of this series of discussions that alchemy was, at least to a degree, a breaking forth of the spirit of mysticism which had been locked in the hearts and minds of pre-Renaissance men. The breakdown of the tremendous domination of the aristocracy and the clergy resulted in the beginning of a motion towards intellectual liberty. And in the transition period, we had about 2 centuries in which mystical movements developed and expanded in an astonishing manner. We know that these movements came directly from a movement within man himself. And in this we come to a very important and interesting problem. How does the human being think? Does he think in words, in pictures, or in pure ideas? I think we learn from the study of persons changing languages that a great many human beings think in words. And we know, for example, that in the study of language, you must labor along a difficult and unfamiliar path until you begin to think in the language which you are studying. And then suddenly the words become meaningful and available. I know persons who have lived in this country for many years and speak the English language well, but in a hurry they will count in their native language. Therefore, there is a certain association between thought and words. It is probable that the intellectualist thinks in the terms of words, because he uses them constantly. They are the familiar instrument of self-expression for him. It is also quite possible that the artist, the purely aesthetic individual, may think in form, or in color, or even in tone, as in the case of the musician. Thus, the origin of thought patterns may differ with different persons. And the basic chemistry of thought patterns probably differs also in the male and female. Thus, we are confronted with an intricate issue of the basic form of ideas within ourselves. Studies in anthropology and ethnology lead us to the recognition of the universality of certain essential emblems and figures. I had a letter yesterday which, strange enough to report, I answered today. That's not very often happens. Relating to a tomb recently discovered at Palenque in Mexico, in Chiapas. Palenque is one of the oldest centers of the Maya culture. In this tomb was the physical remains, mostly dust, of some ancient dignitary of the empire. And in the disintegrating and ruinous state of the mortal remains of this person, it was noted that in one hand of the deceased had been placed a small sphere of jadeite, and in the other hand a small cube of jadeite. There were also many other ornaments of precious and semi-precious materials. The letter asks why those two jadeite ornaments should have been associated with the dead. Well, there are several possibilities. The cube of the sphere was early associated with architecture, and similar remains were found within certain of the pyramids in Egypt. They were used for the simple process of leveling a foundation. When the builder was not sure whether his levels were clear and right, he would stand a cube on a flat place on his wall, place the sphere on top of it. If it rolled off, then he had not a level foundation. Now, this peculiar relationship caused these little instruments to be associated with the craft of building. We have a remnants of them today in the Masonic compass square. The compass makes a circle, and the square measures a cube. So we're back again to the concept of the sphere and the cube. One representing the sphere, life, spirit, consciousness. The cube, matter, body, earth. But that these should be placed in the hands of this deceased aristocrat of the old Maya Empire may have been one of several things. Perhaps he was a priestly architect, buried with the insignia of his profession, because architecture was an important craft in art among these people. Perhaps he was a priest-philosopher architect, one who had received the proper recognition as a master builder of men, or a custodian of truths. Perhaps it was an ancient symbol that the body returns to the earth from which it came, the cube, and the spirit returns to God who gave it, the sphere. Certainly, however, these symbols were there. They are in China. They are in India. They are in Egypt. They are in Greece. They are among our own American Indians. Why these symbols? We have two reasonable possibilities in explanation. One, the migration of the symbol itself. Namely, that at some remote period, certain basic cultures that have now perished were much more broadly disseminated around the earth than we realize. And as we follow certain migrations, such as the bow and arrow migration, or the swastika migration, we find these symbols traveling with the motions of people through the primitive world, passing from one culture group to another. The second possible explanation lies in the internal development of man himself, by which, consciously or unconsciously, He creates symbols which have an essential identity, which have an essential consistency. And when he thinks about certain things, he always thinks of the same symbols, regardless of where he is or to what culture he may belong. Therefore, symbolism may rise with the unfolding human culture. And the symbols, the same or essentially similar, may appear at many different places because unfolding human beings reach certain cultural levels. And when they reach these levels, they instinctively release these symbols through themselves. Now, this has an interesting meaning for us because in our present consideration, alchemy, we find the greatest conglomeration of symbols that were ever probably brought together in the service of a single idea of doctrine, science, or art. Yet these symbols are not essentially original with alchemy. There is perhaps not a single symbol in alchemy that can be traced directly to the period in which it began to flourish in that usage. These symbolisms are derived from practically every previous culture that man developed. From Egypt, from Greece, Rome, India, China, all of these ancient systems use the same symbol. It makes very little difference whether it is the dragon of alchemy, or the dragon of St. George of Cappadocia, or the dragon of China. These dragons are all the same. The same may be said of the unicorn, or of many other similar devices, the double-headed eagle, for example, which occurs in so many, many places. The symbolism of fire and of water, of earth, and of the elements does not belong to alchemy, but alchemy made use of it. So we are in a more or less peculiar situation. We are trying to explain why certain symbols became associated with a cult or a sect of persons engaged in a particular art or science. Certainly there is nothing in the subject of chemistry itself which suggests such a phantasmagoria of devices. And modern chemistry, with great efficiency, depends almost entirely upon comparatively elementary mathematical symbols. Yet in this day it was different. In the 16th and 17th centuries, we have some of the most magnificent manuscripts ever illuminated by the human hand. Not of the quality of the great works of art which preceded them, but of a fantastic imagery which gives them a dynamic significance and importance, causes them to be one of the most valuable and prized group of manuscript materials. Why? Let us assume for a moment what we must assume at this time, that alchemy was, as its name implies, a divine kind of chemistry. Man had hit upon a truth which he had long held with veneration, but had never explored. And that truth was that each art and science is dependent upon a great pattern of universal laws for its validity. These laws are infinitely repetitive in nature. Da Vinci in his aesthetic canon shows how the body is composed of an infinite repetition of certain basic forms. Knowledge is composed of an infinite repetition of basic patterns on various levels. Alchemy devised the belief, or developed the belief, that the laws governing chemistry were identical with the laws governing every other phenomena in nature. That to understand chemistry to its very source was to understand creation. That creation and chemistry were intimately related. That man is a chemical formula and an alchemical mystery. That the human body is not only composed of chemical elements, but contains within itself a being composed of alchemical elements. What is true of the body on one level is true of the soul on another. And the entire economy of human life is a tremendous formula. A formula that may be traced under certain conditions. A science or an art is itself a kind of catalyzing agent. We know that Baron Emanuel Swedenborg was led to his own inner mystical and spiritistic experiences through the study of mathematics. Mathematics opened in him something. And to another group, chemistry opened something. Through concentration upon the rules and principles of chemistry, the chemist gradually became internally apperceptive of something beyond the subject under consideration. He released something through himself. And that which he released came to his objective consciousness in the form of symbols, as is still the case so frequently in the releases of various subjective pressures in dreams. As Jung has pointed out, nearly all alchemical symbols are found in dream symbolism also. And they are found in the dreams of persons who haven't the slightest concept of what alchemy is, and perhaps had never in their lives seen an alchemical symbol. Yet of themselves, their dreams took these very same forms. And we are led, therefore, to the implication that certain forms are archetypal, that they rest in the collective unconscious of our race, that they are part of something, as we may say, that is larger than we are. And we find these symbols occurring in three ways. We find them coming through in dreams. We find them coming through in esoteric arts and sciences, which include humanism. And we find them coming through in folklore, tradition, and legend. Always the same symbols. Legendary is a kind of symbolism, emerging from man himself, who traces his own origin beyond the objective into a subjective. And in this tracing, goes back into a layer of symbolism within his own nature. Now we have in the Arabian Nights Entertainment a kind of romantic picture story which could well look like a leaf from an alchemical manuscript. We have in the legends of the age of chivalry, of the Greeks, of the Egyptians, of the Hindus, the Chinese, the appearance of mysterious, fantastic creatures and beings. We also immediately fall upon one of the most common of all these symbols, and that is the hero. The mysterious being possessed of supernatural power, but not a god. Where would folklore be without the hero? Where would the story of the Aladdin's lamp be without Aladdin and the lamp? Where would the wanderings of Sinbad the sailor lead to without their mysterious complications? Or Homer's story of the wanderings of Odysseus? Always these hero legends involve transcendental powers, demons, saints, gods, godlings, and a hero with magic instruments, a shield of strength, a sword that sings, a thorn helm of invisibility. All these things are part of fairy story, legendary, and lore. They are all diffused and diversified throughout the entire structure of human society. Now we may say, why did the alchemist hit upon this peculiar fantasy of symbolism? There is no doubt that the answer lies in the nature of his own mind and the times in which he lived. Quite removed, for instance, from the immediate speculations of alchemy, was that very studious, very dour old gentleman, Father Athanasius Kirchhoff of the Society of Jesus. He was a typical example of a 17th century scholar. He was within the body of the church, but he was wedded first to knowledge. This strange scholar was one of those who recognized or felt what it meant to break through the strange pattern which was broken by the Renaissance and the Reformation. Kirchhoff immediately searched in every department and every bracket of culture for knowledge. The Museum of Kirchhoff in Rome was for centuries a place where you could see everything from Egyptian gods to stuffed crocodiles. All knowledge was his province, a tremendous hunger. A hunger that reached out to try to find meaning in everything. At the time that alchemy arose, this hunger was strong in European thinking. Noble princes had their cabinets, as they called them. They had choice little museums in which they had gathered the antiquities and relics of ages. Men prized everything that was new or different, or which had previously been inaccessible to them. They speculated on Egyptian glyphs. They tried to restore the medical system of Hippocrates. They collected and assembled Gnostic gems. They had many Indian, Chinese, Japanese idols, not as objects of worship, but as mysteries and curiosities. This opening of the door sent man's mind scurrying in every direction in search of knowledge. And he was overwhelmed by the tremendous inflow of tradition that poured in upon him the moment he was able to receive it. As soon as he could read and write, a vast pageantry of ideas moved in upon him. And alchemical symbolism leveled off almost completely as being based upon the tradition available to 17th century man if he possessed the faculties and means of attaining it. Scholarship became a fetish. Learning became something that even the most superficial dilettante devoted his life to. There was a tremendous upsurge in the desire to know. And what was available to the man who sought? The ruin of the past. Broken monuments, this desecrated altars, broken images, strange figures, part human, part animal, found in the ruins of Egypt. Many incredible devices, the real meanings of which he did not know. He could not read the glyphs of Egypt. The Rosetta Stone had not been discovered. But the less he knew about these things, the more tremendous their influence was, because he then bestowed meaning upon them. And in bestowing this meaning, he was constantly drawing it out of himself. Each of these unknown objects of his contemplation called upon him, demanded something from him, and also gradually revived tradition, myth, and legend in him. So here was a tremendous amount of raw material available to create thinking patterns in human minds. Now, another angle we shouldn't overlook is the relationship between internal patterns and external stimuli. Relations which we may term associational. We have today in psychology association word tests. A word is spoken, and the person taking the test is supposed to instantly reply with the word that first comes to his mind. Association. Now let us assume for a moment that the human being, moving from within himself, is impelled by the pressure of ideas. Now, an idea is a pretty difficult thing to get a good look at. It doesn't have many boundaries. It doesn't have much of a shape. It is more elusive than an amoeba when it comes to trying to find a definition for it. It's a sort of a mysterious, shapeless something that has existence without appreciable or measurable boundaries. There would be nothing less useful to man than a free idea in space. He wouldn't know what to do with it. He wouldn't know if he had it. He wouldn't know if he lost it. Because all that is there is something that is alive and yet has no body. And because it has no body, intellectual, emotional, or physical, it is utterly intangible, and yet it exists. Now, man will never permit an idea to remain in that state. It is instinctively impossible for him to do so. Somewhere in the process of the emergence of thought impulse from within his own nature, he meets the outcoming or outpouring thought with a series of vessels suitable to contain it in some way. He must invest it with body. He must give this idea a form so that he can get hold of it. Perhaps he gives it a word form. Perhaps he doesn't. Much of this symbolism could be almost immediately cleared up if we saw a man struggling from the hieroglyphic to the hieratic period in writing. Man could draw pictures of things, but he could not draw pictures of ideas. He could draw a beautiful picture of a house, but how was he going to draw a picture of love? He hadn't hit upon that happy thought of a heart with an arrow. How was he going to draw a picture of veneration? Well, the only thing he could think of was to make a figure in a position of veneration. If he wanted to show imagination, he had to use something that was suggestive, an image, or a mirror, or some device appropriate. And yet even that, in that case, he wasn't sure how he was going to carry on the transmission of this idea. The Mayas, for example, that we just mentioned, had quite a problem with verbs. And verbs are always difficult in a hieroglyphical language because they represent action. And pictures do not move. Pictures do not possess action. It must be intimated in some way, a little series of footprints going along, to try to show that a man is taking a walk. The Mayas hit upon the simple device of taking a noun, or a glyph representing an object, and transforming it into a bird by adding a wing. They put a wing, like the wing of a bird, on the side of it, to indicate action, to indicate life. But it was no longer an object, but a process, or a condition in action, which they sought to represent. So the development of languages shows us how these things happen. But how rapidly they happen in the development of an idea within man. The idea itself is presented to him as well as to others. In its pure form, it is a ray of energy. He must clothe it. Now, he cannot clothe it with something that he knows nothing of. To clothe an idea in an unknown form is inconceivable, because man cannot conceive of an unknown form. Any form that he can conceive of must exist. Furthermore, he is confronted with another immediate problem. Forms are of two kinds. Forms suitable for the expression of facts on a level of existence as we know it, houses and trees and dogs and cats. These do not offer any great amount of problem. But man frequently wishes to represent in his idea something essentially transcendent, something which is not of this world worldly. He has to break the familiar pattern in order to present an unfamiliar idea. How does he do it? He takes familiar things and puts them into an unfamiliar arrangement. It's the only method that he has. He recognizes not only that in so doing, he saves his idea from being misinterpreted, and also he creates an impact by it, which is missing in familiar things. Therefore, we can say that an eagle he can use. An eagle can represent a number of things. But everyone who sees it says this is an eagle, and he means a real eagle. So what does the man do with an idea? He makes a two-headed eagle. In so doing, he has immediately broken away from reality. Your impressionistic artist is trying to do it constantly. The man who sees the two-headed eagle immediately says to himself, there is no such a bird. Therefore, this does not mean the bird. It means something else. It has to. So we break through realities of a literal nature and escape into the imagery of ideas. Now, every one of us growing up is in contact with the world around us. We are also under the pressure of the world within us. When we begin to think of good as small children, we can't think of good just as something good. Good has no meaning. Good has to be immediately associated with the act of goodness, or some person or thing which we can use to appreciate goodness. So perhaps the small child in a strong and happy family environment experiences good under the symbol of parent. Parent's good to him, takes care of him, protects him. That's good. Another man may interpret good under the form of a fine, well-balanced dinner. That's good. Good, however, always has to come to us under symbolism, because it's an abstraction. The Good Samaritan is the good deed. Now, a good deed without some symbolism by which you see what a good deed is meaningless. Yet instinctively, the moment we have the term good deed come into our mind, the abstraction takes the form of some good deed that we have known, experienced, or heard about. We immediately clothe this thing ourselves in a familiar term, in a familiar word picture, or a familiar form picture. We use distortion exactly as Michelangelo used distortion to create a dynamic. If Michelangelo's figure of Moses stood up, we would see that it was a totally disproportionate figure. Yet because of his arrangement of mass, it gives us a tremendous dynamic, which is the thing that he is trying to do, was trying to do. So by distortion, we dramatize. We escape from literality, from smallness, from ordinariness, and transcend into something else. The Greek and Egyptian priests put a mask over his face. The moment he did so, he was no longer a person, he was a god. And he not only caused others to think so, but he thought so. Because of the ritual of the mask and his own belief that this sacred symbol transformed him. So the action of the departure from the real, from the literal, by the use of fantasy, has been primitive in mankind and has been there since the beginning of time. So in our alchemical symbolism, we find a group of emblems advanced, arising out of certain great archetypal patterns experienced by the human being. And he, in his own effort to experience things superior to material facts, began to clothe instincts, impulses, ideas, inspirations from within himself in certain forms. If he had clothed them in ordinary forms, they would have appeared ordinary. But he did not want them to appear ordinary, because these stories he was telling were not ordinary. And had he placed them in mathematical ciphers, which he well knew, he would then have been on the level of chemistry itself, which is not what he wanted to do. He wanted to tell you of chemistry as an experience of consciousness, and not as a series of scientific formulas. He was working for a consciousness dimension. Just as Michelangelo wished to convey the terrific impact of the great Mosaic lawgiver in his Moses. He wasn't trying to be a master of anatomy, although he had to be a master of anatomy to do what he did. He wanted to create something that was unworldly. And and had a dynamic strength beyond that of man. Therefore, he fashioned it in a way that instinctively related into the experience of the person seeing it this unreality, that is, the lack or absence of complete physical integration, something beyond physical things. So in his day, he did not have a great deal to work with. The alchemists, like Michelangelo, had the human body. Like certain of the great religious mystics, he had the scriptures. He used them. Like certain great artists, he had the entire art pageantry of a dozen nations. He made use of all of these things. But primarily, his purpose was to tell us from the beginning that he was transforming formulas into living patterns, clothing them in symbolism which broke reality, broke objective reality in the sense of the everyday, the mediocre, the commonplace, the familiar. Familiar symbols for familiar ideas. But for an idea that cannot become familiar, which is strange to us, an unfamiliar symbol, or one that breaks the common patterns of things. The Egyptians were masters of it, and a large part of alchemical symbolism is based upon the hieroglyphics of Apollos Delos, one of the last of the old Egyptian hieroglyphic compilers, records of these old glyphs and symbols. Your emblem writers of the Middle Ages, your emblemists, did the same thing. Your emblemists took morality and changed it into symbols, just as your alchemists took science and did it. So the psychology of this thing is this release of the unfamiliar, which must clothe itself in a form which breaks conservative, recognized patterns, because these patterns would drown the idea. And from this reason, they call upon the great magical symbolism of antiquity, which in itself gave a tremendous sense of unreality. The Minotaur of Crete, the human being with the head of a bull. There is an impact there. We know it cannot mean a physical, factual thing. It breaks the familiar. So does the dragon of Andromeda. It breaks the pattern. We are away from worldliness. We are in a different kind of universe, a universe of fantasy, a universe of fairy tale and folklore, an inner universe, a universe of subjective things, where the consciousness forms and fashions ideas. In the same way, we release them through dreams. Those dreams must not be factual completely. They must have an element of fantasy, because they represent internals rather than externals, and we can only symbolize them through them. Alchemy, then, is trying to tell us of the experience of chemistry, of what chemistry means to an individual who receives a total impression of it as an experience of consciousness. He experiences it as a dynamic, not as merely a science or an art. He experiences it as a transformation or a transmutation of his own existence. Here is your mystical dimension coming in, which is probably the most important dimension in the alchemical symbolism. Now, this is a sort of an elaborate preamble, but it is more or less necessary to set our pattern. Now, let's see what some of these symbols were. Some are familiar, some unfamiliar. But even the familiar ones mingle into an unfamiliar pattern. And unfamiliar ones become so well known to us that they seem like old friends before we get through. This symbolism derives itself from a basic authority. The authority of instinct, the authority of childhood, the authority of the primitive and direct impulses of man's own patterning procedure. So we might not be surprised to find in alchemy two symbols almost immediately appearing. One is the king and the other the queen. Now the king, of course, is an experience that every human being has had. The king is the boss on any level, in any way you want to look at it. The king is leadership, rulership. The king is law. The king is order. The king is power. And there isn't the most mild and apparently unambitious member of the proletariat who does not secretly in himself know that he is the king. Every man is a little king. He's modest about it sometimes, by choice, more often by necessity, but he's still the king is also, of course, God. Because God represents the supreme ruler. We'll never forget that little book of Clarence Day, God and Father. Much in common. But the king is also, in a mysterious way, our instinctive recognition of a power that reposes within the universe, within ourselves. The king is life. Rules everything. The king is power, life, truth, life. The king is the universe in which we live, and we are his subjects. The king is spirit, the master of the great court of the universe. The king is nearly always beyond and above and superior. The king is heaven in China. Therefore, the king represents a great positive polarity. The king is not only something we fear, something we must obey whether we will or not. It is something, furthermore, that secretly we admire. When we are happy, we wish the king would leave us alone, but when we get in trouble, we rush to him for help. We do not like to have him boss us, but we are constantly hoping he will save us. The king is will, the sovereignty of an active agent in the universe. Now, the opposite polarity to this is the queen. And the queen has always been associated with the broad concept of creation itself. Father God and Mother Nature. The queen represents, to a very large measure, the entire environmental life of the individual. The king is self. The queen is everything else. The queen is the universe which man, self, desires to possess. Therefore, every move we make reminds us of Goethe's immortal lines, "The eternal feminine lures us on." The eternal feminine is the unknown. And to conquer and capture and to possess the unknown is the great ambition of man. And science fiction, as we have it today, with all kinds of fantastic stories about other dimensions and rays and energies and weird creatures from other worlds, they're all the story of the king searching for the queen, seeking to possess the unknown. Most peoples have referred to their own lands, their continents, their homes, as their mother. The Mother Earth, Mother India, Mother China, the motherland. Occasionally, some nations refer to it as the fatherland. And here again, we come into some intricate symbolism. And most countries that have a fatherland have a psychology that is quite different from those that have a motherland. You mustn't forget that these things work together in a very important symbolism. So in the great alchemical empire, we have the king and queen ruling over the entire picture. Now the king comes back to us again from one of the most mysterious and enigmatical pursuits of mankind, and that is the game of chess. Because in the game of chess, we are not only playing the game of war, but we are playing the game of life. Now, in the game of life, the queen can be taken, but not the king. In other words, the king is never captured in a game of chess. He is placed in a condition or a position in which he cannot move without jeopardy, and that constitutes checkmate and is the end of the game. But you can't take him. You destroy him by preventing him from moving. You cannot take him away. Now, as you think a little bit, you begin to see how that plays into another idea. Very intriguing. You cannot capture spirit, but you destroy its power when you prevent its motion. You cannot destroy truth, but you prevent its power when you no longer permit it to have circulation, or to be disseminated, or to be spread or interpreted. You destroy things by destroying their action, but you cannot destroy the reality of anything. This is always the case. So we have, as in China, Father Heaven and Mother Earth. And you have man created between these by the action one upon the other, forming the great Chinese triad, Heaven, Earth, and Man. Now, what is man? In the alchemical tradition, man is Mercury. Now, you may not all recognize yourself as this delightful little character with wings on his heels and on his head. But, and carrying, of course, the celebrated caduceus, usually dressed in the garb of a Roman soldier. Very important part of symbolism. But Mercury is the beloved son of the king and queen. Now, when you make the king and queen in alchemical symbolism, you have several ways of doing it. One way is to show the king as a human body with a crown, but instead of the face of the sun. And the queen, a woman with a royal crown, but instead of her face, the face of the moon. So that the king and queen become the sun and moon. And the sun and moon in alchemy are gold and silver. But not the gold and silver that we see, says Thomas Valentine in Alchemy, but an invisible gold and silver. The two precious rulers of the metals, the king and queen of the world of the metals. Therefore, we have another mysterious point, namely that Mercury is the son of gold and silver. He is the child, not only as the deity, but as the element. Now, what is Mercury? Mercury is quicksilver, and was so called. Mercury is Hermes, from the root of Herm, fire. Mercury is the most volatile and the most catalytic of the elements in the alchemical symbolism. Mercury is the only element that can accept into itself all elements and reconcile them. So man becomes the power, the only element or the only metal which can bring about within himself the fusing of the metals, or to act as the common denominator of metals. And yet it is not Mercury as we see it, but a volatile spirit of Mercury that must be used in this mystery. So we have a mysterious combination of king, queen, and sun. That is, as ordered, composed of sun, S-U-N, moon, and Mercury. Now, another way of calling the sun, moon, and Mercury is to say sulfur, salt, and quicksilver. And these are formula. For all of the great achievements, the great stone of the wise is composed of salt, sulfur, and mercury, also the universal medicine. Now we have learned that the king is something that can never be taken.
The king is the absolute ruler. But things can happen to him. He can appear to die. He can be destroyed or attacked by his own son, but he cannot actually be killed. We'll find out a little more about what can happen to him in the alchemical game of chess a little later. At this moment, we also have another symbol that presents itself to us, and that is what is called the Hermetic Androgyne. This is the royal figure of the king and queen as one person with two faces, one male and one female, and a single crown over the double head. Here we have heaven and earth as one. When so represented, the symbol of Mercury is usually in the middle of the body of this combined androgenic creature. So we now have gold and silver undivided. We have God and nature undivided. We have the sun and moon united in the hermetic marriage of the planets. We now have the God Ishvara concept of India, the Father-Mother God, undivided. This actually represents the supreme representation of the king and queen, inasmuch as it represents the mystery of the great energy itself upon which all alchemical mutation depends. This mystery is called Azoth. And Azoth is the tremendous power residing in metals by which the transmutation can take place, or by which they can be changed, or by which their lives may be augmented. Seeing the king and queen now, then, as one being, heaven and earth, representing this as the solitary and inevitable unity of God itself. We have almost a symbol of the tetractys, or the basic triad of life: the king, the queen, and the child. The 47th proposition of Euclid, with a slightly different presentation. The next thing we have to realize is that the king, by what we know, represents spirit, and the queen represents matter, and Mercury represents soul. Spirit, body, soul. When spirit, body, and soul are brought together into a compound, that compound is called form. Matter is essentially shapeless. Spirit is essentially but when Mercury imposes the archetype upon them, they become a form. Therefore, Mercury was called Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice greatest, the master of the three. And this mysterious power of Hermes is man. Man is Manus. Manus is mind. Mind is more, however, than the intellect that we know it, as we know it. So we will take a picture from one of the alchemical writings, and we will see Mercury carrying in one hand the sun, and in the other hand the moon. He is the juggler of the sun and moon, and it is so represented on a deck of tarot cards. He is the juggler. And Mercury, in this position, bears upon him, or associated with him, the 5 symbols of the planets, with himself in the middle. That is, the 5 planets other than the sun and moon known to the ancients. Sometimes Mercury is represented seated in a cave with 6 other figures around him, with planets symbols for heads. Mercury, as we go further into the symbolism, obviously represents one thing in man, and that is what we call the soul. The soul, which is the juggler of the sun and moon, and which is the ground of reconciliation between spirit and matter, which is the power to arbitrate the conflict of consciousness and form or body. Consciousness in body would die. Body in consciousness could not exist. But soul is the bridge. Soul is the mortar or the catalyst, the agent which is the moderator between extremes. All conscious energy moving into form moves through soul and is transformed. All bodily energy moving inward toward consciousness passes through soul and is again transformed. Soul is the modifier, the agent, by which all things are adapted to either their internal or external objectives. So we come again on a psychological level to the problem of the introvert and the extrovert. The extrovert represents consciousness moving through soul into body and into its manifestation outwardly. The introvert is energy moving inward from the objective parts of the consciousness through the soul to the subjective parts. But the soul has to occupy the middle distance because it represents the interpreter of all things. It represents the power which transforms all energies into useful, understandable, or acceptable forms. Therefore, the soul becomes a magician and carries a wand, the wand that is sometimes twisted with the serpent, the symbol of the Magus. The soul is therefore also the messenger of the gods, the Greek concept of Hermes, or the Roman Mercury. The messenger is the one who carries the will of the gods to the world. And therefore, in the alchemical symbolism, it was useful, necessary, or proper to represent him by the caduceus, which represented the cerebrospinal and autonomic nervous systems, which are the carriers or messengers of nerve energy. So consciousness controlling its body has Mercury, its sun, to represent it. The body, man's outer life, learning, studying, gaining wisdom and knowledge, seeking to enrich internals, must send this externally accumulated material into consciousness through the messenger, Mercury. And the messenger in this case is identical with the little squirrel that used to fly up and down or run up and down the Yggdrasil tree in the Odinic mysteries, carrying the scandals of men to the gods and the scandals of the gods to men. It is the messenger power, the communicator. Now, why is it that the alchemist felt that this Mercury was able to accept and interpret all metals, or must devour or eat up metals, before it was possible to release the soul of the metal? The answer to the situation was very definite. The alchemist insisted that the metals, which represent on one level of thinking phenomena, or the forms of things as they appear to be, base metals, unpurified, can never be accepted into consciousness. They can never be used to build consciousness. Because before any of these objective things can be useful or necessary and vital to an internal subjective, they must be transformed. The base forms of these metals must die by being absorbed into Mercury. And after they have been absorbed and have been reduced to a completely impersonal state, only then does the soul use them to augment its own power. So in one alchemical symbolism, we find Hermes, or Mercury, devouring the metals, eating them, just as John in Revelation ate the little book of knowledge. So the soul, devouring the metals experience, transforms them into soul power. And the soul power is, of course, the regenerated, reborn metals. Thus we can say what happens to us in life, what we call experience, is not important.
It is our acceptance and understanding of that experience that is important. And so that experience passes through a transformation within our own soul life. It contributes nothing to our improvement. There are people that have things happen to them every day and never learn anything. See, this is what happens. It's the power of the soul to transform all external things that makes possible the adaptation of knowledge through internal enlightenment. Through the redemption of the metals, through the regeneration of the metals. Now, the soul principle, as represented by Mercury, is not only the individual soul, but the world soul. So if we wish to take the old Trinitarian concept, the sun is God, salt is the Holy Ghost, and Mercury is the Christ power, the universal soul. And Mercury, as Christ, the catalyst, says, none go unto the Father save by me. In other words, everything that ascends from a material to a spiritual state must pass through soul culture or soul power. And it is in this soul power, which is represented by one of the alchemical retorts, that by the heat of purification, the base elements are withdrawn or caused to pass off or are incinerated, leaving only the spiritual agent or essence. Man, therefore, does not grow by what happens to him, but by what he does about what happens to him. And this calls upon the power of his own consciousness. You could see easily how what we call realization corresponds with Mercury. Because in realization, the individual is capable of accepting everything into the experience of consciousness and transforming it into truth. Realization is the discovery of the universal in everything, and that is in itself a complete act of catalyzing. So the soul of man, consisting of two parts, the rational part and the instinctual part, is Mercury. And in this mercurial agent, the great wonders of alchemy are performed. And in the symbol of Mercury, you have the cross, the circle, and the crescent, brought together in the planetary symbol and in the chemical symbol of Mercury. John Dee, the great English mystic and statesman, wrote a complete book called The Hieroglyphical Monad, which is devoted entirely to the study of the symbol of Mercury. Because Mercury and its alchemical meaning practically is the key to the entire story of modern psychology. Now we have, therefore, spirit, will, the great power of the king. We have the infinite unknown, the tremendous negative power of the queen. Because without the queen, this power never releases itself, never manifests itself. And we have equilibrium established between these two, which is Mercury. Therefore, Mercury becomes equilibrium, balance. In the alchemical symbols, we frequently find Mercury holding a pair of scales. It is the equilibrium of forces. For by bringing spirit and matter into equilibrium, the positive accomplishment of the soul is assured. Now, in this same symbolism, therefore, Mercury becomes the first and greatest of the adepts, because Mercury is Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great Hermes, the symbol of the absolute embodiment of all wisdom, in whose name the Hermetic arts were brought into existence. Hermes, as the
thaumaturgic addict is consequently the appropriate and proper symbol of the adept soul in man. Now, the adept soul is the soul which is born again of the union of the king and queen. But this union of the king and queen is by art or nature, and not by the primary generation. For when the adept has accomplished the hermetic marriage, or the reunion of the king and queen within himself, through the instrumentality of Hermes, he is then the adept king. Now, this is as much as saying that he has restored the Holy Empire. He has restored, as a philosopher king in Greece, the balance and equilibrium of his own existence. He is able, therefore, to bind or to hold or to unite within his own nature, in a condition of suspension, the two great opposites of existence, spirit and matter. Now, in doing these very interesting things, the adept symbol itself appears. Now, the adept is usually represented also as two-headed, often by the two-headed eagle, which is his proper emblem. The two-headed eagle, in this case, being, of course, a gradual derivation from the original Egyptian phoenix, which was the true eagle. The adept, as the two-headed eagle, has therefore the same symbolism as the androgyne king and queen, the Ishvara, the male-female principle in suspension, the two-headed king-queen, representing the divine power of the Atman itself, is reflected into the adept, who has accomplished the same equilibrium again by will and yoga, or by effort within his own nature. Now, the adept in the Hermetic symbols, of course, is the hero self, to whom all the adventures occur, and whose labor it is forever and eternally to restore the mystery. Thus, we have your alchemical symbolism reaching out into practically every different group of fables that we know. St. George and the dragon. St. George is the adept. The dragon that he is overcoming is the dragon of chaos, the dragon of disorientation, disorganization, confusion, ignorance. And your adept king, of course, is Sindbad the Sailor, performing his 12 mysterious voyages into the unknown and having great and wonderful adventures. The adept king is Hercules, performing the 12 labors. Samson, carrying away the gates of Gaza. The adept king is also Melchizedek, the Prince of Salem. Wherever the great and wonderful wise one appears as the man symbol, he is the adept king. The adept king is always the glorified Hermes. He rules with the scepter of the king and queen of the sun and moon. He is the third of the great lights, for the sun and moon and man are the great lights of the mysteries. Now, in this basic symbolism, we can see how the alchemist could proceed with certain mystical speculation. What other symbols immediately present themselves to our attention? We have to have the symbol of chaos. We have to have the symbol of the thing that must be overcome. And therefore, we extend our thinking on the subject of base metals, which represent to a degree the chaos. Therefore, it is not impossible for us to recognize the meaning of seeing a great stormy sea, in the midst of which is an ark, like the Ark of Noah, and on the deck of the ark, an alchemical bottle. In other words, the alchemy floating on the sea of chaos. The Ark of Noah, which contains within itself all the germs of life for the replenishment of the earth, is an alchemical symbol, if you want to see it that way. Then we have also, in another case, the bottle in the ark, with a dove flying out of it, carrying a little bit of green in its beak. The dove is an alchemical symbol in this case. We have accepted it as a symbol of promise, as a symbol of the restoration of faith and of peace and of the return of life to the world. But the dove is an alchemical emblem. Wherever it appears, it is a soul symbol. Now, in another kind of alchemy, we can have monsters, griffins of all kinds. But your base substance, your purity, your corrupt material from which all of these things are derived, must always represent crude matter, or its equivalent, crude, undeveloped consciousness within a living thing, this consciousness existing in a state of total ignorance. Now, if you will go back to the legends of the Trojan War, you will find the references to the ancient city of Ilium, which comes from the word elos, meaning slime or mud, from which all things are supposed to have come forth in the beginning of life. Even science is inclined to take a little of that attitude in the generation of living things. But they came out of primordial ooze, mud, or the slime of a prehistoric world. Therefore, in alchemy, we have a monster, a strange lizard-like thing, not the salamander of fire, but a strange creature that lives in ooze and mud and corruption. A kind of a behemoth, a leviathan, that must be attacked by Murdoch and slain with the sword of light and will. Here we have also Fafnir in the Nordic mythology, sleeping and guarding the cave of the Nibelungen treasure. And his only remark is, "Let me sleep." The dragon of chaos. Then, as you watch this dragon of chaos, you see Mercury, or Merodach, or Tammuz, or whichever one of the deities you wish to think, Adonis, all of them, coming down with the sword, armed with light, bearing the shield of power, and slaying the dragon of chaos. Now, let's think just for a moment now of what this might possibly mean. Probably most of us have never taken a very careful examination of our own psychological interiors. We do not realize that in the majority of instances, each one of us has within us a substratum of negative psychic material, which is this elos, or slime. This slime, or corruption within our own psychic life, which is forever breeding and sustaining and nourishing this dark monster, this monster of negation, which is the root of the negative impulses of all man's psychic activity. And so the individual, bringing the sword of light and striking into the dark mystery of his own subjective, to slay the negative monster that lurks there, is Mercury performing one of his great alchemical labors, of which there are many. So if the elos, or the slime, the corruption of things, is represented in this way, there is another very interesting symbolism that has to come into this particular purpose. And that is the symbol of death. In alchemy, the symbol of death is found in the bottles. We see the metals calcinated. We see things which, unless they die, cannot be born again. So that as the seed cannot live unless first it dies, so in alchemy, all liberation is death. And everything is released by death. The alchemical formula on this is rather important, so we'll pause for a moment to try to estimate it a little bit. All things in a living state are locked. The consciousness within a form is locked by that form completely. It can never break through that form without first reducing the form. Alchemy does not assume that it is possible for a structure containing a compound of ignorance and wisdom, that is, pure and base metal, can be taken at any particular point and immediately advanced to a superior state. Everything that seeks to grow by alchemy must first die. Because while it is in a state of generation, its parts are inseparable and cannot be divided. During life, consciousness and body cannot be divided. By death only are they divided. So alchemy says that only by the phenomenon of death can the metals be divided from their base and their subtle parts. Now this doesn't mean, the alchemist certainly did not mean, that an individual who wished to separate his baser and better parts must go out and shoot himself. They did not mean that in any sense whatsoever. What they meant was that all growth comes from the dying of something. Or you can have a new idea and only one has to die. You cannot accept an idea if you are satisfied with the one you have. If you want to grow, you've got to give up something. If you want to proceed, the past must die. If you want to be more than you are, something that is less must perish along the way. You cannot start upon this great search bound and locked within the structure of your own opinion. Your opinions have to die before there's any room in you for truth. Everything has to be reduced to its essentials. And the essential of everything is seed and ashes. Seed and ashes, says the alchemist. The seed that cannot die, which is the king, and the ashes which must die. So everything must be reduced by putrefaction, by the disintegration of its parts to essential material. For, says the alchemist, all of the metals in their essential nature will combine to form the stone or the medicine. But once the metals have bodies, they can never combine. So material gold, material silver, and material copper will never combine. The only way you can combine them is through the agent of mercury, which destroys their bodies and releases their principles. Or, as the alchemist would like to put it more correctly, if you take these spirits out of bodies, the spirits will unite, but the bodies cannot. So the same of man. The essential life principles of all creatures are compatible, but their personalities and their vehicles of manifestation are not compatible. Thus, all things in their purity can be united, and all things in their impurity cannot be united. As the alchemist also says, at the beginning of things, all was one. At the end of things, all will be one. In the middle distance between beginning and end, there will be many. And while the state of many exists, this manyness can never be brought together. The only way in which many can become one again is to have the vehicles or bodies destroyed. The principles have always been one. But as long as these principles are locked within symbolic forms, these forms will never unite. They may come near together, but they can never perform the alchemy of fusing or becoming identical, or to lose themselves in a new substance. And here is again one of the great secrets of alchemy. The seven metals, or the seven substances, representing the testimonies of the seven senses and the seven powers of the soul, when they unite in the stone, they produce something entirely separate and different from themselves. And H2O does not represent H2 or O separately, but produces a new thing, differing in appearance and essential nature from its own parts. So in alchemy, when the seven metals are brought together, they do not produce a lump of seven metals. They produce a new being, completely different. And when the compound is correctly measured and estimated, the result is an entirely new being, separate and distinct which there is no longer any trace of the parts which made it. If you bring the material substances together by artificial means and form a statue with them, you can always divide them again, under heat or under something, under some means. In fact, mercury will usually divide them again. But in alchemy, when the seven essences have been brought together, there is an entirely new existence created. And that new existence is different from anything that preceded it. And this thing that is created by the alchemy of the union of metals is actually the human soul. And the human soul was called the homunculus, or the crystal child, that is born out of the alchemical retort, the great glass womb of chemistry. For it is the purpose of alchemy to create a living thing. This living thing, or the homunculus, is a generation of art and nature. And the alchemist who performs this mystery plays God, for he creates. Now, he will tell you himself that alchemy is nothing more nor less than man's keen observation of natural progress. The man watching, as Paracelsus watched, the miners at work in the mines of the Fugas, watching the processes, studying the way in which coal and diamonds come into existence. Or in China, the mystery of amber, locking within itself the tiny insect from a prehistoric world. Man studying nature discovers the mystery of soul. Now, in this mystery, which is called in alchemy the homunculus, we have the same mystery that is called in Chinese metaphysics the transcendent being. And the homunculus is the new creature that is formed out of the seven souls or seven natures of man. Just as surely as he generates his kind by male and female, by the union of the king and queen, as a psychic and spiritual power within his own nature, so he generates himself, or generates a being out of himself, which is called the homunculus, and has its parallel in the story of Melchizedek, who was his own father and his own mother, if you remember, the Prince of Peace. Now, this being that is its own father and its own mother is adequately and properly represented in alchemy by one of the supreme symbols of the achievement, and that is the phoenix. Because the phoenix is the bird which gives birth to itself out of itself. When the phoenix, which lives for 500 years, according to the Egyptian legend, came to the time when it must die, it retired to an altar of flame in one of the temples, and there, in a nest of fire, its body broke open, and the new phoenix issued from it. And there was never but one phoenix alive at a time. Now, this is alchemical symbolism with a vengeance. And it tells us a great deal, because this phoenix allegory returns to us again in China. The phoenix, of course, is the self-generated being, in which the seven powers of the metals, having been united by a process of generation, create within themselves an immortal being. So in the story of mankind, you know the gods and you know mortals. So you know the gods live forever and mortals have their sorrows for a day. There's a story in India about some people who live in the Nilgiri Hills, who belong to a community or a nation or a race in which nobody is ever born. Now, that's a kind of a curious thought, because this little community is composed of persons born everywhere who go there for certain reasons. Therefore, no one's born there theoretically. It is a race that is composed of persons who have certain peculiarities or distinctions about themselves, coming from anywhere, because they are light in this mysterious manner, go there. Now this legend and certain of the factors involved in it is again, very much the story. You know the hero is a very, very interesting being. You know, in the legends and the myths about these beings, we have something that is very strange to us. Something that is born and never dies. Now, that breaks most of the rules of common sense and is well known to the old days of theological doubts and misgivings as the famous Methodist one-ended stick. You hear talk about that wherever theological controversies get warm. Someone is born as a beginning, and then goes on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Whether here, in heaven, or below. Something that has a beginning in time has no end in eternity. It becomes a sort of a one-ended stick, which is quite a controversial issue. Well, actually, there is a one-ended stick. And that one-ended stick is the homunculus, the soul power, the soul being. Because the soul is something that has a beginning, but no end. And Bailey was one of the first to recognize this interesting and remarkable phenomenon. Your soul, as the adept king, is generated within man by the mingling and chemistry of intuition and reason, of wisdom and love, and of the polarities of the soul power in their form of the king and queen. The soul, therefore, has its own world, ruled over by the king who is wisdom and the queen who is love. And wisdom, the king, is the master of the show, and he is always seeking the unknown, love, which is the queen, and without which he cannot fulfill himself. So here again, you can take love away from him, you can capture the queen on the chessboard, but again you cannot capture the king. All these symbols refer back again. But in the soul, wisdom and love unite to produce a being. And this being has a beginning but no end. And this being is the source of immortality, because the king and the queen, spirit and matter, are not bound together by an eternal union. They must always be the result of a compound. And as Lord Bacon asked to have inscribed upon his tomb, let all compounds be dissolved. Life and matter are polarities of each other, and their relations to each other are eternally impermanent. Therefore, spirit and matter meet and separate. And that which is purely of its own nature returns to itself. And that which is of an opposing nature returns to its own source. The thing that binds them is virtue, the homunculus, or the hermetic adept. And it is the adept then, or the adept self, the transcendent being of China, that creates its own immortality by binding its own seven souls together into one immortal being. And this progeny of the sun and moon, of heaven and earth, of spirit and matter, is born by art, but never dies. Because that is man's earned immortality, or earned eternal existence. He exists eternally as spirit and matter forever. Nothing can ever stop that. But he exists eternally as a conscious being only when he creates the soul, or creates or provides the great alchemical experience. Now, in your Eastern philosophy, they would go even further than that. They would say that once having created the adept soul, that even that must ultimately renounce its own immortality. And therefore, again, the hero of the world dies always, usually in the service of great love, searching again for the unknown queen.
The symbolism is very adroitly used. It is exceedingly subtle. You can draw some tremendous tapestries with it, always because of the wonderful interworking of rules and principles and laws. But the soul now, which is St. Paul's wedding garment, the soul is the eternal or immortal self, the transcendent being, born of the marriage of heaven and earth. It is, however, not merely man as a form or structure. Primitive man is building the soul. The soul began to build when man was created. And step by step it has taken over the inner control of him. Until today he is controlled by his emotions and his thoughts, which are the present developed state of his soul. What says Alchemy? In this method, by nature or law alone, the path is very long, and along the way the soul has been very sick. It has become utterly confused, and the path of its final restoration by nature means that man must slowly work out, through trial and error, through joy and sorrow, through life and death, every inconsistency of his own psychic life. This project suggests millions of years. It suggests thousands of lives, perhaps, to day by day, step by step, exhaust the errors of the soul and experience every good thing, in spite of our effort to evade it, in spite of our own resistance to growth, a resistance which itself must gradually be overcome through a great series of time and sorrow. So Alchemy says art will perfect nature. Man becoming a priest in the great chemical laboratory of the universe will cooperate voluntarily and will assist nature in the perfection of the soul. So it says to the individual, very much as Mercury, the Christos, the anointing oil, the symbol of the transmutation, says that if you would be the disciple of truth, be as a little child. Here is Mercury destroying the metals. Here is the sword breaking up the patterns. Here is the death of an old self, the death of an opinionation, which we have long called ourselves. The acceptance of the fact that we are ignorant when we think we are wise, which is the death of ego. And that's one of the most magnificent extinctions of all. One of the most difficult to attain. So here also stands a figure, the villain of the play, with the mortgage in one hand, the symbol of the ego, which in the alchemical art is always present as a kind of adversary, as a kind of power that seeks to destroy the work. So the destruction of the great work, of the great adept experiment by the ego comes into consideration. And the villain plays his role to try to prevent the consummation of the magnum opus. But the work of the creation of the seventh soul, or the soul of life, goes on in the alchemical mystery. In Ashmole's Theoptum Chemicum Praetorium, which is one of the great English collections of alchemical works, we have the horoscope of the great work, showing the moment in time of the birth of the adept king, his nativity properly calculated. Another book, equally interesting, has the original, true, and undoubtable horoscope of Adam. It is quite conceivable, not because we have the slightest idea of when Adam was born, and ever will, but Adamus is another name for the base metals and the base substances from which the metals are taken. So we find Adam appeared in the alchemical retort. We have Eve appeared in the alchemical retort. Adam is again the king, and Eve is the mystery, the eternal quest of the unknown. So in the alchemical rites also, we find the restoration of the Virgin Sophia from the Gnosis, and from the great systems of wisdom, And we have in the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz, the Virgin Lucifera, the mysterious soul counterpart of Lucifer. These are all alchemically used symbols. But they all tell us of the creation of the soul power, which is the victory of man. In one very interesting symbolism which I have seen in alchemy, there is a series of 64 bottles, which is an interesting number because it corresponds exactly with the development of the Chinese trigrams. In each of these 64 bottles is an episode from the life of Christ, forming a perfect circle. And here in these episodes from the life of Christ, each incident is marked with the alchemical symbols, so that you will know exactly what is referred to. And the theory behind the whole concept is that Christ is this imperishable seventh soul, the power of immortality. And that individual who follows in the way indicated, who takes up the cross and follows the Master through the 64 augmentations of the material, as it is called, will also achieve the resurrection. And in the last bottle, as a symbol of the consummation of the great work, the creation of the diamond soul, we see the figure of Christ carrying the banner on the staff, rising in the midst of life from the grave, the resurrection. And this resurrection is the rebirth of the phoenix. The entire cycle reminds us of Paul's words, the Christ in you, which is the hope of glory. For to the alchemist, Christ is the symbol of the soul, the mystery of the soul that is born in a manger, surrounded by beasts, the soul that must pass through certain vicissitudes, be crucified and die, and be raised from the dead before it can live again. And exactly what occurs in that allegory is told in the story of the death and resurrection of the seed in the ground. For this is the parable. The seed is the word of God. And alchemy says, the seeds of the metals are the seeds of immortality. In this way, the soul mystery in alchemy is unfolded at its true purpose. The integration of the soul as a living vehicle within which a new being, the Son of heaven and earth, can have a real and conscious life. This is the adept self, the reborn, the twice or thrice born Hermes. In this same symbolism, we come across a number of other very intriguing things for thought. We have the tree of the metals. We have the Saturn, Cronus, the old one-legged gardener walking on a crutch. And we have him carefully watering the tree upon which grow the seven metals in the form of flowers and fruit. This is the tree of alchemy. This is also represented in another form as a tree with 12 bears bearing a fruit upon it, in this case watered by the same old man, with the opposite leg crippled, and this time the tree bearing on it the 12 signs of the zodiac as fruit. The 12 signs of the zodiac, incidentally, represent the 12 steps or mutations which are repeated in cycles to produce the augmentation of the stone. For the stone at the beginning is very weak, and it must be repeatedly augmented, cycle after cycle, until it increases in strength. This is because man in the practice of truth is at first very weak and infirm. But by continuous repetition, or the continuous recollection of reality, it constantly increases within himself through the contemplative disciplines. It's the same thing exactly. Well, we have two trees, one with 7 metals and one with 12 signs of the zodiac. And one is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is the tree of the Son. And the other is the tree of life, which bears the 12 manner of fruit, which are for the healings of the nations. And if you will look down at the bottom of the tree of life, you will find lying in the ground beneath it the king and queen buried together, and from their body the tree rising. Because from the union of heaven and earth rises the tree of life. But the tree of the metals, or the soul, the 7 blossoms on that tree are watered and taken care of by Saturn, the old god of contemplation, the punisher, the destroyer, the principle of karma, the retribution, and discipline. The old one-legged gardener is self-discipline, by which the tree of the soul is supposed to bear its fruit. So each little story is a little gem in itself, telling things about all these moral mysteries. But with it all, let us not forget that Roger Bacon is said to have gone to the King of England and offered to finance by man-made gold the Crusade. Gold was made. Now, how and why was gold made? The gold makers actually did cause the precipitation of metals. And there are examples in European museums, some of which I have seen, of man-made gold. Not made at the expense of $50,000 an ounce. That's when we try to do something of that kind by our present scientific means. We can make gold, but not on a profitable basis. Of course, if it goes up much higher, it may get to be profitable. The reason why the alchemist was able to make gold was because he had learned something. He had learned that the same power which makes soul operates on an archetype. That the soul represents an artificial gold, a synthetic gold, and that it can be manufactured as man manufactures his own destiny. And in the same way, by the same laws, the metals, the physical metals, can be handled. But in order to handle them, as Nicholas Flamel points out, you must kill the metals. You must actually perform in the physical state the death and resurrection of the metals. You kill the metals. You take copper, iron, tin, mercury. You take these and you learn how to absolutely destroy them. And when you have completely destroyed them, you have released by that means from them a universal essence which permeates them all. Then, if you know how, you can restore that pattern according to the element that you desire. But you cannot do it while iron is iron, or zinc is zinc, or copper is copper. It must first be reduced to a common denominator. And the discovery of the common denominator applies to many things. Today we have a problem in connection with common denominator. When we have Japanese and Chinese and Hindus and Greeks and Persians and Jews, we are never going to have brotherhood of man. We can't. But we can only have that brotherhood of man when we destroy the differences and discover the reality. We have got to go back and down through and remove all these layers of separateness and find the unity, and then build upon it. We will have one people. That's the same principle exactly as the alchemical experiment. We cannot take things in their various degrees of development and synthesize them. You've got to reduce them to their basic principle. That's why we practically have to reduce the human being to extremity before you teach him anything. It is only when he says to himself, I am a complete failure, that he begins to have a little hope of succeeding. When he says to himself, I don't know what to do next, then he will begin to think. Because he has reduced himself to his basic element by rejecting and renouncing his own confusion and error. So in alchemy and in all departments, including chemistry itself, the reduction of these elements to their basic element makes possible their restoration in a new and important integration, or into a new chemical substance, which can be augmented then by cycles until its particular purpose is attained. Gold can be made. And it is no more ridiculous than saying soul can be made. And yet most people do not believe or realize that a soul can be made. They believe they have it. and it's something that is conferred upon it. And yet, the culture, development, perfection of the soul is one of the greatest of all the arts. And in alchemy, the soul is tremendously important because it becomes the living body of the being. It becomes the basis of the being born from itself, the old man who dies in darkness and is born in light. So we have an interesting situation arise. The king is said to die. The king being spirit, the divine power. The king dies. And why does the king die? Because he is slain by an evil power, the ogre, which of course is chaos, confusion. The absolute absorption of the king into the universe, or life completely absorbed in phenomena, and thereby no longer recognizable in its own nature. But the king comes to life again through his own son, or in his own son. And you go right back to your legend of Osiris, the Egyptian mythos. And you will find in Plutarch's description of the death and resurrection of Osiris, that after the death of Osiris, he overshadowed as a holy spirit his sister wife Isis, and she bare Horus, the symbol of the messianic soul. And when the child was born, her own brother husband entered into the body of the child. Therefore, he was his own father, certainly, in that particular case. This child was a widow's son, because he was born after his father had been murdered. And this child, Horus, was not the son of his father only, but was his father by a mystery of transubstantiation. Therefore, Horus declares, or Christ says, "Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. For the Father is in me, and I am in the Father, and the Father and I are one." And that was held to be an implication that Jesus, as a human being, considered himself God, which was not the implication at all. But the soul, virtue, becomes the embodiment of his own Father. The divine power of heaven, which is spirit, reborn through soul, becomes the new being, the new king of heaven and earth. And this new king is the perfected, or enlightened, or redeemed, resurrected man, in whom all the mysteries of the universe have been perfected in the marriage of the metals, which are the parts or the symbols of all the structures that go together to form the vehicle of the soul. This is again the famous garment of glory of the high priests of Israel. For each of the garments, the breastplate, the urim and thummim, and all the vestments represent the adornments and jewels of the soul. Here also is the ecclesia of the early Christian dispensation, the church. For if you remember that it is the church adorned as a bride who is united in eternal marriage to the Lamb. This church adorned as a bride is, of course, a symbol of man's assembly of parts, or the psychic nature with its reunion with God. So the symbolism goes on and on. And in alchemy we have a book which is called the Book Sealed with Seven Seals, which is based upon the book of Revelation and unfolds all the mysteries of Revelation under the seals of the seven metals. We have all these emblems used constantly and inevitably to reveal one story, namely that man must create his own immortal soul by art. That this soul is the diamond of the wise, and that who builds a soul builds an imperishable self that has a new being, and the old man passes away and the new man comes. And in this new being, the adept self, man claims his immortality, because he can be separated into parts until he fuses these parts himself into the great psychic entity which is called the soul, which then becomes his real self, is born from him as a transcendent being, and gradually gains an existence apart from him. And there's the mysterious Magus, or the mysterious Rishi, the great wonder worker, the Mahatma. For the great soul is the reborn soul, made of the seven souls, described in Egypt. And if you want to know the meaning of the elements and the metals, you will find that the seven elements of the soul used in alchemy are found in Egypt, where they form part of one section of the Book of the Dead. But it is the combining of the seven souls that perish to form the one imperishable soul, which is the atomic soul, or the soul of the magician, the wonder worker, who becomes his own father, who is reborn through his own son, who becomes the symbol of the true Hermes, the Advocate. And in him, all that was and is and ever shall be is resurrected. And he is then the beloved son, and he is the prodigal son who has returned to his father's house. All these symbols tie together in one terrific pattern. Next week we'll do some more with them, but I'm afraid if we do much more tonight, you'll never get all these patterns on.
We have spoken of the adept in alchemy as being the child of the sun and moon. So that we have a basic triad established here of the sun, the moon, and the master. A triad which occurs in many esoteric systems. We know that the sun represents in alchemy the spiritual source or father of all things. The moon, the mysterious mother, or the mother of mysteries, great Diana, goddess of the Ephesians. We know therefore that heaven and earth, or God and nature, father and mother, sun and moon, generate the progeny or the child, in conformity with the concept of the 47th proposition of Euclid. If therefore the adept is the child of the sun and moon, we know rather well his symbolism and the place would be occupied in the triune nature of man as he was studied and considered by ancient philosophy. We know that spirit and matter, through their minglings and blendings, produce the mysterious power which the Greeks term the soul. That the adept is therefore the diamond soul, as in the symbolism of Northern Buddhism. That he represents the power of the soul as the great transmuting agent in the universe. What then is the alchemical concept of soul? How are we to understand it? And how does this understanding differ from the more popular systems that we know today? It is obvious to the students of hermetic arts that the soul represents a compound. That it represents the combining or uniting of two qualities in themselves not to be combined or united except through some catalyzing agent. Spirit and matter in themselves are not easily brought into a compound. So the alchemist is told that the secret of his art is to make fire burn in water.
and that water must feed the flame. Now we realize now in this that fire and water now play the parts of the king and queen for the heaven and earth. And that fire must be sustained by water, yet in our common experience, water extinguishes fire. So we are dealing not with the crude and rude elements that we know, but with certain mystical symbols, allegories based in chemistry, but extending far beyond our normal chemical speculations. The soul, being a compound, is combining two forces or two principles or two qualities. It represents a union of archetype and matter to produce what we call form. Therefore, within the pattern of soul lies the concept of the world form. For form must always be a compound. Form contains a compound of life and matter. It is life brought into organization through matter. It is life implanting itself or impressing itself as what Vermi calls the signatura rerum upon the face of matter. Wherever life builds its forms and bodies, we have this formal principle. Bodies composed of matter bound together by life, and form is an ensouled matter. It is the compound of life and substance. Thus the soul has a dual nature. Part of its nature representing an extension downward from the sphere of life or consciousness, and part of its nature being an extension upward from the world of bodies, from the world of matter. Thus in the great apocryphal book of Enoch, we hear the story of the sons of heaven descending to the daughters of men and taking them for wives, and the progeny were giants, and there were giants upon the earth in those days. Now the sons of God and the daughters of men are again spirits and bodies. The union of the principle of life brought into identity with the principle of matter. And these two combining to create organizations, organisms, compound creatures. And of this compounding, the most basic, according to the Greeks, was this compound which is called the soul. Either the world soul, which is the compound of heaven and earth, or the human soul, which is the compound of consciousness and matter. In alchemy, therefore, the soul becomes the great laboratory within which the experimentation takes place. And the problem in regeneration in alchemy is to solve the mystery of the soul, to transform its present state into that of the diamond or agate soul. The soul we recognize as containing within it two essential elements. One, the emotional or psychic nature, the other, the mental or rational nature. We know that reason and emotion represent the sun and moon on the level of the soul, and that these two again must unite to produce a new instrument or a new being, which we have mentioned already and said was the alchemical homunculus, or the artificially created being. We have also learned that in the development of the nature of soul in alchemy, the soul becomes the instrument of function upon a level of being which is infinitely more subtle and refined than that of our objective life. To the alchemist, therefore, the mystery of the soul, its creation, its unfoldment, its development, this mystery was carefully concealed under a series of chemical formulas. And each disciple was expected and presumed to be able ultimately to solve these formulas. Each was a rebus to which he must give his own internal meditation. It was a symbol upon which he must contemplate, and through which he must release his own instinctive apperception of these mysteries of life. Then let us try to analyze the processes creating the soul, and why man, peculiarly endowed with this instrument, has a destiny unique among the created things of the earth and of nature. To understand this, we must borrow something from the later Egyptian religion, that phase of it which developed under the Greek pharaohs of Egypt, the Ptolemies, where the mysteries and rituals of the earlier religion were brought under certain philosophical disciplines from Greece, and thereby made more intelligible to us. In the Egyptian mysteries, the soul was a septenary structure consisting of 7 essential internal ingredients. These in themselves the Egyptians called the 7 souls. And to each of these souls was given one of the great psychic behavior problems of human experience and consciousness. Man's soul was formed within, but he had what might be termed his milk soul or his infant soul that had one duty to perform. Later, this soul gave way to a second. More correctly, the soul itself unfolded and became a second kind of soul, which had to do with the extension and expansion of his body and the principle of growth, the unfoldment from within himself, the extension of his psycho nervous system throughout the fabric of his body, the gradual control of body by the power within it. Later, this gave way to the third soul, which was the generative soul, which, taking hold at puberty or adolescence, began the process of setting into motion the great reproductive power of soul energy. And so it proceeded, step by step, through these and other forms until it finally came to the adept soul, or the highest part of man's psychical life. And this soul also, having absorbed the other 6, became the sovereign and complete ruler over the individual. And if this soul was perfected during life, this individual then had a consciousness after death and received a conscious place in immortality. This then was not the soul that finished and must die, but the soul that could go on to the abode of the gods in the blessed land of Amentet. So the soul of man was something he had to earn, something he had to create or build by his own activities. And this soul manifested to him through the unfoldment of his own inner life. The maturing of his soul was his great work. And having reached the maturity of the body, growth must go on, and the person in the body must grow, must unfold its own potential and achieve its own complete identity. When it did so, the soul then became, more or less, the vehicle of the self, and the individual, stepping across from body, took up his natural and proper abode within the structure of his own soul. He was then what the Egyptians called a blessed soul, one established in everlastingness, and having achieved then to the adept state. In a way, this is the same concept that underlies the concept of the Hindu Mahatma. For Mahatma simply means great soul, a being in whom this internal power has accomplished its transmutation or its wonderful work. In Christianity, the messianic soul is represented by the avatar or the Christos. And this is the Christ in you, which is the hope of glory, and which, if it be lifted up, will raise all things unto it. Thus, the death and resurrection of the Messiah represents the soul cycle, or the death and resurrection of the life, or the life. Or as it would be termed in alchemy, the death and restoration of the metal. The soul then becomes the scene or theater of the great regenerative power of man. And it is composed by the release of these two polarized extremes of consciousness. One of the releases is achieved from below by the building of what we call the personality. And the personality, when properly and naturally mature, makes its positive contribution to the psychic and soul life of the individual. Through the building and integration of the personality, we achieve, therefore, one of the essential elements of the soul. We become masters of the working of salt. For salt represents, in alchemy, the power of experience, or the growth of man from below upward. The growth of his lower nature, we will say, the unfoldment of it toward the light of truth. Now, the lower nature of man ascends gradually through the physical, through the emotional and mental life, until finally it reaches the apex of its own achievement on the level of reason. Therefore, from below upward, man builds gradually the rational power, the rational faculties of his own nature. At the same time, the universality at the source of man builds downward, creating step by step man's overtones or spiritual values, which gradually descending through the great powers of creative triads have their final manifestation in the mingling of the upper and lower triangles, the triangle of man's growth from below and the inverted triangle of man's descent. These two, meeting in their apex, form this mysterious figure that resembles an hourglass, in which Father Time carries on his head in the alchemical rebus. Thus, from above, or from the internal spiritual life of man, one force flows. From below, from the external material life of man, another force flows. These two forces meet, meeting in the form of salt and sulfur. And the union, the meeting of these two makes possible the birth of the homunculus. Yet this in itself cannot occur except with the presence of the aid of the third or androgen element, which is mercury. And mercury is a very powerful catalytic agent in alchemy, which makes possible the building or binding of the two principles. Now, let us try to understand this a little bit on the level of philosophy, so that we can follow the alchemical symbolism more easily. Man consists, in the esoteric systems of antiquity, of three essential natures. One is termed spirit, one is termed soul, the other is termed body. These three constitute a triad of conditions. They are represented in the universe by the great theological triad of heaven, earth, and hell. They are represented wherever symbolism arises as a threefold division of existence. A division which consists of the superior part, and an inferior part, and a middle region between. In the Nordic religions of the Gothic rites of Germany and the Ordinic rites of Scandinavia, the Yggdrasil tree, or the tree of the universe, is very much key to this symbolism. At the roots of the tree is down in the darkness of Helheim, where the serpents of oblivion are forever gnawing its roots. The upper part of the tree extends to the highest abode of the gods in Asgard, and here the spirits dwell, and Odin, seated upon his great throne, looks down upon the world. In the middle distance between the world of darkness below and the world of light above is Midgard, the abode of mortals. And here upon a flat plate-like surface in the old Gothic concept was the world surface as we see it, with mountains and rivers and continents. And here all the races of human beings dwelt, suspended or supported upon the branches of this great tree, twixt heaven and earth, or twixt the above and the below, between spirit and matter, ruling over all things. Thus humanity collectively is emblematic of the world soul. The human being is upon the level of the world soul development. And mankind is therefore the personification of the principle of soul. He is composed therefore of an animal nature which is less than soul, and of a divine nature that is more than soul. And between these he has his existence, partaking of both, and possessing within himself the power of extending his own consciousness above or below the medium line upon which he exists. Thus the individual, as the Greeks pointed out, may verge by inclination downward. And when the focal point of consciousness descends in the direction of body, the result is a materialist. Or an individual becomes more and more completely immersed in matter or in material things. He was like Narcissus, who, seeing his own reflection in the pool, hastens to embrace his likeness, and falling into the pool is drowned. Thus the soul of man, seeking its own likeness in matter, rushes toward it, and in that way descends into the mystery of generation and becomes possessed and obsessed by bodies. Plato gives us a very good description of this experience. On the other hand, man is capable by a positive extension of himself, of ascending above the Vivian level of soul and approaching a spiritual state. He thereby, through his aspiration, through the unfoldment of his own spiritual nature, becomes an idealist rather than a materialist. And by his ideals, he verges toward reality. Yet man, if he descends, may not remain constantly upon this lower level, because he is superior to it, and must inevitably drift back to his true place. Likewise, if he ascends above the level of his own integration, he may not be able to maintain this elevation, but falls back again into his own place. But man has a certain aura, a certain field of extension, either upward or downward, by which he can actually experience something of the divine and something of the base, something that is better than he is, something that is worse than he is. So he occupies this middle distance and is the actual embodiment of the power of soul itself. The alchemist conceives the soul to be composed of the 7 metals, and therefore, in symbolism, working with the soul involves the transmutation of these metals, the power of releasing from the metals their soul energy or power. For as alchemy points out, when you are working with material medicine, you must work with material elements. But when you are seeking to remedy the sickness of the soul, you must work not with the bodies of the minerals and metals, but with their souls, or the energies which are locked within them. Thus it is not with growth of food metals that we shall correct the deficiencies of the soul. We must therefore have a special and refined metal, which we have passed through certain regeneration. Now there is an old figure of the 7 arts and sciences, or the 7 metals, in which we find the metals identified with the arts and sciences, one with logic, another with rhetoric, one with mathematics, and so on. We then come to the realization that the 7 liberal arts and sciences contain within themselves the keys to the transformation of the soul. Man has a body of learning, whether it be astronomy, mathematics, music, architecture, all of these subjects. And these 7 arts and sciences arise because of soul. They originate in soul. They are vitalized into their own existence by the energy of soul. They belong to the level of soul. If they are debased, they become material arts and sciences. If they are spiritualized, they become divine arts and sciences. But both of these are extensions. One builds downward and the other upward. The natural state of the arts and sciences being on the level of the soul itself. Therefore, in alchemy, the problem is to discover through art the means of releasing through the arts and sciences the mysterious soul powers which they possess. These releases correspond very, very closely with your yogic discipline. They correspond with all of your ancient mystical rites, because these are the arts and sciences as the outer vestment of a mystery. The individual who is willing and who is able to accept only the material forms of these things becomes learned upon the level of the mind and body only. But those who seek the mystery of the metals, who seek the mystery of the soul locked in them, will find that each art and science contains within it a secret remedy for the deficiency of the soul power. Thus alchemy begins the process of transmuting knowledge, transmuting learning from a material to a soul level. How are we then to understand the soul power locked within an art or science? Well, let us take one of these arts and sciences for the moment. We know that the Dionysians took architecture and revealed the mystery that was concealed within its symbolism. Let us pause and take, for instance, music. To see what music means, because it belongs to the mystery of the soul. Music is a soul art. It is an art which is capable of revealing to man more of the constitution of his own psychic nature. It was obvious to recognize that the lute or the lyre could be used to represent the entire mystery of soul power. He therefore created the instrument upon which he could play certain enchanted melodies. He learned the power of music, and in India and in China, the esoteric arts of music have been long considered and studied. By degrees, through the knowledge of music, through the application of its principles, man can come to a clear and concise understanding of the nature of his own inner psychic life. Music becomes not only a key to interpret the soul, but it becomes a powerful instrument for the expression of the soul and its powers and energies. Thus, each of the arts and sciences becomes one of the dimensions of the soul's release project, and in turn gives man one of the facets or keys to his own understanding of soul life. Man being naturally a soul, living upon the level of soul, it means that he is suspended in his own existence between the spiritual and material extremes. And therefore he must advance upon this narrow path which divides him from the universe of causes above and the universe of effects below. He straddles these like the Colossus of Rhodes, or like the ancient man of the Kabbalah, with one foot upon the earth and the other upon the sea. And wherever the alchemical symbolism arises, we see the repetition of these figures. Now, as we go into mysticism, alchemical mysticism, we come upon the symbol of the diamond soul, or the perfect soul, which in the Christian mysticism was regarded as the proper figure of Christ. Christ, therefore, is the adept soul. It is the perfected, redeeming soul within man. It is the soul that dies in man for man and is reborn through man by the resurrection of the soul in man. Then he says the soul in man is planted like a seed, and that all things in nature possess within them the seeds of soul, and that these seeds of the soul power can be caused to grow, and by the fertilizing of these seeds and their growth and the constant tending of them by the wise gardener, old Cronus, that these souls will grow and will bear their fruit, and this fruit will be for the healing of the nations and for all that suffers. Now Cronus, the one-legged gardener, of course, is the keeper of the tree of life, and he represents time. And he is time which makes all things come to their natural growth and harvest. Therefore, all things that are ordained are perfected by time and are under the guardianship of time, and are fulfilled in time. And man's soul, which has an origin in time, is peculiarly under the domination of this dimension of symbolism. We know psychologically what we mean by the soul. We know from the standpoint of Freudian analysis or Jungian analysis that we regard the soul as a kind of internal person. The ancients saw it as more than that, very much more than that. Although they would not refute much of what has been done since. They would demand that the whole thought be extended very much further. Let us then try to understand, without going into too many side issues, something of the situation with which we are primarily concerned at the moment. Let us say that we will first analyze the principles of sulfur, salt, and mercury. Sulfur, we now know to be the sun, which is the Father light. The sun is universal being, universal reality, universal light. The sun also is the seat or ground of cosmic consciousness. It is the cause and source of reality. It is reality. It is being. It is actuality. It is universal existence, forever existing, and forever full of life, forever germinal or seminal, filled with seed, forever bestowing itself. On the level of man's experience, this he turns his spiritual nature, and he conceives of a spiritual entity nourished and sustained by this spiritual life of the universe. And he therefore accepts the king both as spirit and as God, and makes the king the administrator of all the laws, principles of nature, and the source of all concepts of divinity, the one, the beautiful, and the good. This being is total and complete light. Light not of the physical world, but of the inner world. The light of the fullness of spiritual grace in all matters. This is then sulfur, which is the fire which sustains itself forever. and is the principle of fire in all things. This is the source of the fire of aspiration. This is the source of the ever-burning lamp and the altar fire that never fails. It is the symbol of the spiritual identity, the spiritual interior of everything that exists. Salt, we must remember, is associated with the tragedy of Lot's wife, who turned back and was turned into a pillar of salt. Salt is the symbol of crystallization. Salt then tells us the story of body. It tells us the story of matter. It tells us that the extreme polar opposite of absolute life is relative privation of life. Because the alchemists did not believe that there could be a place anywhere which was totally devoid of life. Thus, the greater degree of life is sulfur, and the least conceivable degree of life is salt. We carry this on the moral plane, where the philosopher of old said that evil is the least degree of good. Therefore, salt is the least degree of sulfur. The salt must consume salt, because in this universe there is no part of it in which reality does not have an existence. But in sulfur we have the total expression of reality, and in salt we have the failure, the total failure of expression of reality. As the alchemist says, sulfur sleeps in the salt. It dies in the salt. The universal consciousness dies in matter. It is obliterated by the fact of matter. It lurks within matter. For what is matter finally but infinite life expressing through certain qualities, through certain attributes? Yet this life we do not comprehend as life, but regard as the antithesis of life. Therefore, spirit and its antithesis are sulfur and salt. Now, in the beginning, according to the opening chapters of Genesis, God created the heavens and the earth. He caused to emerge from his own nature the two great principles, the king and queen, sulfur and salt. And the salt, or the abyss, was without shape and void. And this power which was creating divided the firmament and placed part of the firmament above and part below. And he divided the deep from the deep. And in this process of causing this division to occur, we can use another very interesting alchemical device. In one of the early books of the great alchemist Lamprey, we have a scene which shows the king, or the supreme power, moving in a whirlwind over the face of the deep. And we find the great abyss lying spread out below, and we have the scene of the power of God moving above and the great depths below. And the waters which were above the firmament were divided from the waters which were beneath the firmament. And the waters beneath the firmament were ocean. And the waters above the firmament were Shemayim, the water of life. And in the midst of these powers, in the midst of this great division that took place, there suddenly emerged the grand form of Elohim, the Creator. And the Elohim, or the builders, the seven powers, shooting out from the mystery of the Word, are suspended between heaven and earth. And here the seven powers gather together the form of the world, causing it to arise between the abyss and abyss, causing it to exist between time and eternity, and fashioning it magnificently from the abstract principle of sulfur and salt. And the seven powers which bring forth the creation, the Elohim, the vowels of the sacred word, are represented in the book of Lamprey by Mercury. the ancient, the great power of the catalander, the winged being, the messenger from heaven to earth and from earth to heaven, who carrying his mysterious rod wound with the serpent, brings forth from the below the shadow of the world form and unites it above with the descending hierarchy of the world spirit. So between these two extremes of ether and chaos, time and eternity, being and not being, and out of the great darkness that they may call the umbra, comes forth the mystery of the primary and primordial generation. And this power, this mystery which came forth, is the world soul, described by the Greek authors as things with many heads, bearing all manner of likenesses and breaking through the egg of time, born from the egg which is made by the whirlings of ether and chaos. All these symbols go right back to the same basic principle, namely that the ancients recognized that existence was the result of the striving of polarities, or of opposite beings, and Einstein had come to practically the same concept. That life and life as we know it are the friction of the motions, the qualitative motions of basic energy. Not the quantitative, but the qualitative motions. And that these bring forth the revealed form of things out of the great abyss, out of the great darkness. This is the meaning of the Hindu concept that these creations came as a result of will and yoga. The duality produces between itself a being in which its own attributes are present, and this being is called the soul, the universal soul, fashioned in the womb of chaos. And this soul becomes the basis of the creation of the human soul, which in turn is the child of striving, the progeny of the mingling of heaven and earth, of time and eternity, of being and not being. And the soul's man is engendered by being and not being, by realization and ignorance, by experience and intuition, by reason and love, and by the minglings of all the opposites, which go to pour into this vast psychic container from which will be born the radiant form of the deity baby, bursting from the egg and taking power and supremacy over the dark field of mystery in which it was created or conceived. Soul, therefore, represents the objectification of spirit and matter, brought together as a being. And all things that emerge in the middle distances of man's experience are therefore distinctly related to soul itself. Now, in the further development of this same allegory, we have Adam introduced as a being into which the breath of life was breathed. Now, as we go back into the ancient Kabbalistic legends about Adam, we find that Adam's body was composed of the 7 planets, that each one of these great powers of space bestowed an attribute upon him. And each of these in turn gave a traitor to Adam, so that when he became a living thing, Adam contained within himself the 7 souls. And at that time it was also conceived that he was androgynous, male, female, in 2 forms united back to back, and that the Lord of the Elohim cut them asunder, and made the male-female being into a male and female being. Here again is a definite allegory about the soul, for the soul itself is essentially an androgynous being. We have a story which we told you about some time ago in connection with that story of Sarapita, in which we have again this allegory of the soul. This particular treatment developed according to the philosophy of Baron Swedenborg. So in the alchemical, to return to it once more, we have the union of the life and chaos, of time and eternity within a bubble. We have the miniature replica of all that has been done, taking place within the soul of the human being himself, the alchemical resource. And in the study of this mystery, we find that man recapitulates by a series of renovations or a series of augmentations, as they are termed in chemistry, the history and generation of his world, the formation of his own nature and being, and the final release of his own soul. So as the soul is composed of the strivings of spirit and matter, and is bound into this artificial compound by the magic wand of Hermes, it becomes essential to our subject to try to understand more about the reasons for its existence and the ultimate end for which it is intended. The reason why the soul has to have an existence is because man himself is actually a soul being. He is therefore a soul being without a body on the level of his own nature. This is due to the emblematic or symbolic fall. For by the fall, a soul fell into a body. And because of this situation, it lost identity or orientation in its own nature. As man now lives in a physical body, it was the opinion of the alchemist that he lives in exile. He is in a kind of underworld. And this physical body can never be his home and can never be his natural abode. He lives in this as a state of penance, as a condition of insufficiency and insecurity, because the being within the body is not content. The individual is not able to be completely a body, because he possesses attributes and qualities which do not belong to the body. They belong to a higher level of existence than that which man at present experiences. Yet man is not by nature capable of becoming a spirit and of ascending into the abode of eternal blessedness. He is yet imperfect in many ways and in need of great experience and wisdom. But he has a home that is proper to him, and that home is a different kind of body, a body real but invisible, a body which contains within it the archetypal forms of all physical things, but is much more subtle, much more sufficient to him than the form which he now occupies. In the alchemical symbolism of the early Jewish alchemists, the fall of man, his exile from paradise, and all these things are brought into the chemical symbolism. Because it is assumed that man is a wanderer, a stranger in body, that as long as he remains completely in body, he remains in a state inferior to his natural destiny. Therefore, as his growth proceeds, as he advances in the unfoldment of his own nature, he begins to build a new body within himself, a body which originates within his own heart, for the heart is the womb of the second body. And in this heart is born within him the concept of a superior state, a concept of a life apart from body, a life not an immortality after death, but a functioning existence. A man has lived a long time, and his race has existed a long time. And just as sure as man, through his achievements, has built a complex material culture that is passed on from generation to generation, so through his inner experience, he has propagated a soul This soul goes on and grows from generation to generation, just as the outer civilization increases. Therefore, the individual born into the world today is not born soulless. He is born as a compound of mind, soul, body, spirit. And within him is this unfinished soul, which is like the unfinished temple of Solomon the King, which is the temple of his own inner life. He therefore has a certain sharing or participating in the soul, a sharing which is greater than that of the aboriginal world. He has greater soul power than the savage. He has greater soul maturity than the barbarian. Yet he has not yet accomplished the magnum opus. He has not perfected the soul body. So as he grows up in his material life today, he grows up as a partial soul within a body. This partial soul has its dreams and its hopes and its aspirations, but it also has its limitations. It has its imaginative and creative faculties, but it is also bound by appetites and illusions to the material life around it. So each individual inherits an unfinished soul. And the completion of this soul must be left to one of two things, either to the keeping of old Father Cronus, which is time, which means that in the fullness of time, nature will perfect the soul of man, even as it perfects the diamond in the coal. But alchemy says nature has its own path and its own way, but man may perfect art, and with art perfect nature. And it is possible for man, by the studious and contrite application of that which he knows to be true, it is possible for him to anticipate and then augment, increase the processes of growth within himself, so that he may advance the state of his own soul, that he may gradually approach the adept state of soul power. To do this is not to depart from nature, but to aid nature, and to assist the man himself in the perfection of his own inner life, which is rooted within the nature of his soul. To do this again requires a great art, a great discipline, a great science of human regeneration. And under the name of alchemy was concealed this mystical art, this mystical science, by which man might approach the actual completion of his own soul life. Now, the beginning of this transformation or transmutation was then the study of chemistry. And the alchemist was told, it's very simple. The first thing you have to find are pure elements. So the alchemist was told that he must have some way of securing his basic material upon which the experiments in the laboratory depended. He had to find a very definite and particular kind of salt. And this is the salt of the earth. This is the same kind of salt that was referred to in the biblical story, that ye are the salt of the earth. Now, how to find this salt? And the one school of alchemy, there were several, one school of alchemy says that the only way to secure this basic material was from dew. Therefore, what you had to do was to go out at night in certain regions where the dew was heavy. And you were to place glass plates raised from the ground and insulated by wood or some non-conducting substance, so that they would not ground or would not discharge their magnetic field. And you were to collect upon the surface of these plates dew, and you were to catch it or place it in vessels carefully prepared for this purpose, absolutely clean and capable of being completely and hermetically sealed. Now, this might sound like a difficult experiment, and yet I've known a number of practicing alchemists today who have succeeded right here in the mountains back of San Bernardino. Some of these alchemists have been able to collect as much as 10 or 20 gallons of dew off a glass plate. It is not an impossible thing to do. Because they believed in the alchemical tradition that this dew of heaven held within itself certain powers captured from the rays of the stars. Also that this dew, having never touched the earth, was like the druid mistletoe that had to be cut from the tree without being permitted to touch the earth or it lost its power. That this dew could then be passed through certain experimentation by which the powers within it, the occult virtue of the planet, could be augmented and increased. Now I know one or two unfair experiments involved in that particular rather disagreeable procedure also. I know at least one case in which a 5-gallon bottle exploded. And there was actually, within the dew, a sufficient fermentation taking place to cause a tremendous combustion and pressure. Now all of this belongs to the physical story of alchemy. But always the alchemist was told that the great problem he must first solve was to secure pure elements for the preparation of his work. He was told, for instance, that he had to have pure copper. Not the copper you could buy even in the laboratory or in the chemist's shop, but pure copper, which could only be found under certain conditions and in certain places. Pure silver, pure gold, pure mercury. That these various elements had to be pure beyond any knowledge that he had of them. Well, the implication as you go through the story is rather obvious. The beginning of the great transmutation was to find the pure forms of the basic emotions, instincts, appetites, and attitudes of the human being. We had to find, for example, not just copper, but pure love. We had to find not just silver, but pure imagination. We had to find not zinc, but pure reason. Because each one of these elements was tied to a substance and to a planet and to a power in nature. Each one of these basic principles had to be pure. So we begin with an elaborate series of purifications, which are nothing more or less than a restatement of what were called the cathartic disciplines of classical philosophy. The individual looking for these pure elements could only hope to find them within himself. So the beginning of his art was the discovery of the purity of his own basic soul power. He had to purify the energies of the soul, which he must use in the accomplishment of the great experiment. Thus was the problem presented to him, that in all probabilities he would not be able to find these elements in an absolutely pure state. Consequently, his first duty after he had discovered elements suitable to his purpose was the continuance of the process of purification by fire. And that the living principle would be carried across through the resource and collected again through a process of distillation. Therefore, that the purification consisted of cycles of distillation. That these elements had to be completely distilled again and again until finally all growth matter, all impurity would be left behind. Therefore, the bodies of these minerals and metals would die, because the bodies of them could never be united anyway. There is no union to be achieved on the level of matter. Therefore, it is only when all of these are again reduced to their soul equivalent, becoming invisible like the soul itself, but captured within the disciplines of consciousness, the recoil, that they can be reunited to form the basic ingredients of the soul. Let's put that then onto another level of language and try to see what we are working with. Man experiencing his own emotions and experiencing his own thoughts is not wrong in realizing that they are not of a sufficient quality to sustain his natural spiritual aspirations. He must therefore go through the process of regenerating the various instincts, attitudes, appetites which he possesses, refining them towards the release of their soul's content. Let's take one, for example, which will more or less convey the problem that we have in a simple way. Here's an individual, a person who wishes to grow. But this individual is by nature jealous. Now we might say that jealousy is an emotion which is, under some conditions, almost apparently justifiable. There are moments when it is exceedingly difficult for an individual not to express this very natural instinct. And yet jealousy is an emotional pressure. Jealousy can only exist because man has a soul. The bees and the birds are not jealous. The universe beyond man is not jealous. Jealousy belongs to the soul complex in man. Therefore, it is a negative expression of soul energy. Now, we may say that jealousy is almost necessary to the human being, and that he is justified in preserving this faculty and in attempting to grow and develop and be good in spite of it. But here is the difficulty you're confronted with. The stone, which is the perfect soul, can never be cast if any of its elements are absent. And the elements of the soul must be created out of the purification of its own attributes. If jealousy remains, the soul can never be cast as the soul, because this would then become the flaw in the diamond. It would be a quality unregenerated, unredeemed, and therefore a stone not suitable to be built into the everlasting house. That particular stone had not been true. Therefore it would not fit into the wall. And if it was placed in the wall, it would weaken the wall. In the alchemical symbolism, therefore, every one of the extensions of soul represented by the minerals and metals must be redeemed in itself before it can be mixed into the great compound of the molten sea. And the individual working with his alchemy, therefore, experiences within himself many emotions and instincts: fear, doubt, grief, pride, anxiety, worry, hate, criticism, condemnation, bigotry, prejudice. All of these are soul faculties to its basic elements. Knowledge and its effect upon man must be broken down. It must all be brought to a condition of calcination. Every idea the human being has must be tried by fire, and its dross must be burned away. To accomplish this is a great task, exciting the most earnest endeavors of the most thoughtful, conscientious, and courageous person. But by alchemy, gradually, all of these elements are reduced. And we have a very dissimilar state in other schools of mystical thinking. We have, for example, the Eastern system, where under the Guru concept of instruction, the disciple is taught to unlearn what he has previously known, is taught to discipline himself against any extremes or intensities of his own disposition, and is finally shown how, through this complete regeneration of himself, to approach to the universal which lies beyond it. This is precisely the same implication as in the story of Alchemy. Now, having assumed for the moment that we have a grasp of the problem of basic elements, now we must pass on to the next degree of the art of the soul. Actually, what the alchemist is attempting to produce here is not immediately the transformation of his own totality, but the production of the agent of this transformation. And this agent is the red lion. Now, the red lion, of course, is another solar or sun symbol, but it is most particularly an alchemical device. It is the name given to the final formula and its production. Now, in alchemy, when all the elements and all the ingredients are brought together in an exactly perfect manner, and the experiment with all its rotation is carried through to the end, the adept achieves what is called the powder of projection. This is a small amount of an incredibly powerful agent. Paracelsus is said to have carried a small amount of this agent in the hilt of his sword after it was made for him and presented to him by the adepts of alchemy in Constantinople. The purpose of this agent is that it becomes universal in its application. It can perform any and all mysteries. One grain of this powder cast upon base metals will transmute 200,000 times its own weight into pure gold. One grain of this powder dissolved in wine will become the universal medicine and will keep the individual in the same condition of life forever. One grain of this mysterious powder, if incorporated with certain ingredients and accepted into the system under a certain type of method, can produce all-knowing and the power to read every secret locked in nature. Here is the diamond soul, the diamond stone. Here is the elixir of life. Here is the universal medicine. Here is the absolute transmuting agent. This mysterious powder called the red lion. And the red lion is fashioned out of the complete agreement of the metals, in which all, having been reduced to their essential principle, they are fused together by one tremendous experiment. And out of that complete fusing, under terrific heat and combustion, yet in a completely sealed vessel, which must not leak or in any way weaken, under a strange and wonderful procedure, which appears as a miniature of the complete forming of the universe. The alchemist, watching his retort, sees cosmos emerge from chaos, sees the ordering of all life, beholds the thunders of heaven and the rumbles of the underworld, sees lightning flashes and creatures appear and disappear within the vessel, and finally comes the great quietude that follows all this tremendous combustion, and that which is in the bottom of the vessel when it is finished is this wonderful radiant mass, shimmering, shining like the treasure of the Rhine gold. a mysterious and priceless tincture which can become the complete mystery of universal power. What are we dealing with? What is the story? What is it that can transmute this tremendous mass of anything into true gold? Under the complete story of the casting of the stone, there's only one possible allegory that we can conceive of. The story taking place in the laboratory bottle is identical with the wonderful description given in the Eastern Scriptures of the illumination of Buddha. The magnificent experience, which is the complete recapitulation of the spiritual life of man, is illumination itself. It is the achievement of universal consciousness. Therefore, consciousness in its universal state is the mysterious outer projection. This is the red light. For one grain of it can transform 100,000 times its own weight of error into pure truth. Wherever it is turned, whatever it is done, when it's done with it, it achieves the perfection of the great work. Universal consciousness sustains all things, preserves all things, and fulfills all things. Therefore, the true adept possessing the stone is the individual who has achieved universal consciousness within himself. This is his stone. Because from that time on, everything is transmuted by his own understanding. Everything is transmuted by his own spiritual internal. The sin and death vanish from the world because man understands through them. Ignorance is gone forever. So all the problems and burdens of worldliness are transformed into the blessed recognition of truth. So by means of consciousness, truth is revealed in all things. Now, says the alchemist, when this powder of projection is placed in the 100,000 times its own weight of gross metals, does it actually transform them? Does it take lead and change it into gold? The alchemist says not in that way. He says the reason why lead can be transformed into gold is because the spirit of gold is already present in the lead. You can form no transmutation unless the spirit of the metal you seek is already present under the surface or under the appearance of something else. Therefore, the discovery of truth is not the manufacture of truth, but the recognition of ever-existing truth. Universal consciousness cannot create truth, but it can discover truth and augment it in all things by an alchemical process, revealing truth and making it available as a positive expression of consciousness. In the same way, the alchemist says that he can perpetuate life forever once he possesses the stone. The stone here, as universal consciousness, assures him of the absolute survival of life. It does not necessarily mean he will live in the same body forever. But having attained the internal enlightenment, there is no darkness possible, and the mystery of death is solved forever. Therefore, everlasting life is bestowed by consciousness itself. Now, all these things remind us to come back again for a moment to this problem of the soul and its part in this particular drama. Universal consciousness in man exists, but is locked away from his visible and knowable consciousness by something. The universal is not apparent or present, because in man the personal is immediate and always in the foreground. Thus it follows that the soul, which is the seat of the personality in its present unredeemed state, divides man from the experience of reality. In order that consciousness, as the alchemical mystery, can exist within man, the soul must become the vehicle of that consciousness. And the soul, which is now the channel of the fire, must become
the vehicle of holy aspiration. Thus it is the fusing and mingling of the elements of the soul, producing their own magical and mysterious work, makes possible the revelation of consciousness through soul. And soul becomes the next body above man's present vehicle for the release and expression of soul of spiritual power. Soul, therefore, is the natural body of consciousness in alchemy. And to attain the integration of that soul body is to release consciousness into manifestation, and thereby make it available as the basis of the universal medicine and the wise man's stone. In this thinking, we have then another dimension of soul to consider. The messianic soul of the individual is one that has been accepted and believed for great periods of time by the devout of all nations. They have believed that within man is a saving self. This is rather an Oriental viewpoint, because in the West man is seeking salvation from some source outside of himself. To the Western man, salvation is bestowed. To the Eastern scholar and mystic, salvation is obtained by the direct and conscious and purposeful effort of the self. Thus, in the alchemical tradition, which follows the Eastern way, because it probably originated in the East, the alchemist is the truth seeker who must perform his own experiment of regeneration, must find the stone himself. He will be assisted and guided according to his needs and integrity, but he must perform the work. And the work of regeneration for each individual must be performed by himself, and represent the dedication of his own life and effort to the achievement of the end for which he was originally created and devised, the perfection of his own spiritual vehicles. If man is able to build the soul power within himself, the soul integration, he then releases from above a tremendous inflowing of the spiritual life behind him. The illumined soul becomes the natural instrument of consciousness, and we are capable then of achieving to a Buddhic state, or to participate in the principles which rest in the Buddhic level of consciousness. The individual must build his soul power himself. He must build his body and release the spiritual mystery through it. Otherwise, this mystery cannot be consummated in him. It cannot be done for him. But he can and does become the adept by the perfection of a soul vehicle suitable for this purpose. Now, this brings us to a symbol in alchemy, which I think we should spend a little thought on, because it occurs so frequently and has had so many crisscross interpretations in its rather interesting descent. And that is the symbol of the rose. Now, in many of the alchemical manuscripts which we have in the vault, the rose symbol occurs. We almost always think of it as an emblem of the Rosicrucians. But then again, this is only another name for part of the mystical revival that marked that period in European history. The rose occurs frequently in the alchemical bottles, and it also occurs in the symbolism of the troubadours. We find it arising in the stories of Dante and of Petrarch and of Boccaccio, all of whom were involved in this great revival of the troubadours. The rose, of course, is an acrostic for Eros, symbolizing pure love. The rose was also the symbol of secrecy. You will remember that Apuleius, transformed into a donkey by magic, was restored to his human shape when one of the priests of the Eleusinian mysteries fed him a rose. The rose was also the crest of Martin Luther, and occurs in many, many different symbolisms, from the time when it is supposed to have grown
from the blood of the slain god Adam. In the rose garden of Sadi, we find the mystic rose growing within the secret garden of the soul. Here we borrow from the Sufis and the dervishes, who were also masters of alchemy in their own quiet way. They had many alchemical symbols and made much of these mystical experiments. The alchemical rose growing in a sealed bottle is the same as the rose of Sadi growing in a secret garden. The rose, of course, is again the symbol of the soul plant, the mysterious form of growth which is taking place within the life of the human being. In one alchemical symbol, the rose is shown growing out of the dead body of the disciple. The disciple lies dead upon the ground, and the rose is growing out of his heart. In another early symbol associated with the Rosicrucians, the rose is shown growing out of the top of a skull as a symbol of resurrection, or the restoration of life. Man living in a material state still has locked within him the flower of his own soul, which is, of course, the rose of Sharon and the lily of the field. Now, in the course of growth, the inner or spiritual life of man is seen growing from the death, or from the death head of the skull, as a sign of the spiritual promise of soul power locked within body. Man's resurrection from the dead is life growing from death, and from his dead materiality, in the dismal failure of his material ambitions and purposes, must grow the flower of his own immortality. Each human being has this flower, which is also a symbolical alchemical plant, and occurring in the bottle of the alchemist is again the story of the growth of the mystical love under the warmth of the furnace, the warmth of holy aspiration and piety. The rose has many other interesting meanings. It represents, of course, in a way, the heart itself, and in the Rosicrucian emblems of the 18th century, a human heart was placed within the rose, and it also so occurs on some of the diagrams attributed to Giotto. All of these symbols tell us definitely that the rose is the soul plant. It is a symbol of the regenerated soul of man. This soul, growing out of the body, becomes the vehicle of everlastingness or of universal consciousness in man. To bring this thinking down to the level of our own daily living, and trying to isolate some part of it that can be made immediately practical for us, let us imagine that we'll all become, for a while at least, philosophic alchemists. We're not going to go into those kinds of experimentations which might result in a sudden explosion in the backyard. We will refrain from that, but we will become philosophical alchemists. And with that thought in mind, what shall we do in order to understand alchemy? I think one of the first things we ought to do, perhaps, is to gain a little knowledge of the literature of this sect, to find out, in their own words and thinking, what they were trying to do. The second thing that I think we should bear in mind is that these European alchemists lived in a time in which the world was corrupt, selfish, chaotic, and that human life was in constant danger. Of course, we live in much more fortunate times than we are just living in a time when we're not sure of anything. They lived under the fear of the Inquisition. We live under the fear of communism or something of that nature. But men live under fear. And let us point out that they will continue to live under fear, by whatever name we call it, until the human consciousness becomes greater than fear. Because there will never be a time when little people will not be faced with a problem bigger than themselves. The moment we get through with communism, we get something else. because we have to live in the presence of challenge until we meet the challenge, and that we have consistently failed to do through the ages. So the adversary is nothing more or less than a great boogeyman composed of our own ignorance, and we are frightened out of our wits, not because of the strength of the enemy, but because of the weakness of ourselves. So the alchemist lived in a time when worldly conditions were unfavorable, and in times when his own nature was insufficient to his needs. We live in identically the same kind of times. A few centuries has made no marked difference. Therefore, his position was a very simple one. How can the individual gain ascendancy over the limitations which bind him? How can he grow? How can he become sufficient to his own internal and eternal need? Until he achieves this, there is no security for him here, and he faces the future with very little hope. Alchemy answered the question very simply. Nature must have the answers to all the secrets of the creatures which she has fashioned. Nature has pointed ways which we have not been wise enough to observe. Nature has sealed her book with 7 seals, and on each of the seals she has placed the symbol of an element, a metal, a mineral, a power. And she has locked this book with these seals, and the 7 seals of revelation are the seals of the human soul. And man himself must unseal and unlock the mystery of his own inner life. Now when man goes inside looking for an inner life, he finds a very confused and inadequate one. He finds not peace and security, but further chaos represented by a dragon. He realizes that his inner security has been in some way undermined. That he cannot go directly in and find God. The most that he can hope to find is a cherub with a flaming sword guarding the gate of paradise. He cannot simply go in. Therefore, his only reply to such a challenge as is confronting him is the unnatural and inevitable one. That as he examines his own inner life, he finds that his outer confusion is rooted there. He finds that his outer insecurity stems from his inner insecurity. That his inner life is also toxic, is also burdened with prejudices and weaknesses and failings, and that therefore his great work of regeneration and reorganization must begin where it is needed most, within himself. He also knows that it is most unlikely that he will be able to accomplish this regeneration simply by wishing it could happen, or even by hoping, or perhaps by faith or even prayer. He cannot learn to play the piano by prayer, so there is some doubt as to whether he can save his own soul that way. The only solution lies in the recognition that somewhere in nature there must be the secret keys to the art of perfecting nature, because nature itself is an orderly, systematic, wonderful, beautiful, unfolding form of life and activity. Therefore, the laws governing this must be available to the individual who will search for them. And there must also be arts and sciences by means of which the regeneration of man is possible. Alchemy then said, any one of the 7 arts and sciences must also possess the key to all others. The universe is one great pattern, and the laws governing one part are applicable to all other parts. Therefore, if we can master one art or science to its ultimate degree, we shall be in possession of universal knowledge. For we shall then know how to take that key and apply it to all other knowledge. thus performing a great transmutation. Or we can put this power of projection that we have discovered in alchemy and apply it to all other sciences and transform them also, and discover the secret gold which is contained within them. So the Hermetic school took chemistry, involving most of the then-known astronomy, astrology, geology, and to a degree anthropology, as its field, declaring that there is no place in the universe where the immediate operations of nature can be more easily regulated than in the laboratory of experimentation. Even in science today, the same attitude is generally held. That which is demonstrated in the laboratory we regard as highly factual. We are also learning from alchemy today that practically every conceivable discovery that man needs for the advancement of his own condition can be developed from a study of chemical reactions. We are mastering little by little mysteries of chemistry that even the alchemists did not know. But he, with one single broad sweep of analogical reasoning, conceived of the fact that there was a key to human regeneration identical with the chemistry of metals and minerals. If therefore he could solve one, he would solve the other. Now, it is the same thing as someone taking up a study today. Let us say that someone decides to study Vedanta, or someone else decides to study Platonism, or another Buddhism. None of these things studied for themselves and by themselves, and for the sake of learning, will ever unfold their mysteries. You can study Platonism or Buddhism for 100 years and still end a materialist. You can study all of these things and at best achieve only to a state of philosophical idealism. You can recognize the value and the beauty and the dignity and the wonder of it all and still be exactly the same person you were before. Or very nearly so. Probably you cannot work with any subject indefinitely without a little of it rubbing off. But you can remain comparatively underprivileged in a world of opportunity. Alchemy, the chemists decided the same thing. You would study chemistry from now on. And still, you would only be a gold maker, living in constant danger of blowing yourself into the other world by one of his own experiments. The solution did not lie simply on this development upon a level. But the alchemists discovered what the devout Platonists and the true Buddhists discovered, that the amount of learning that he can attain is geared very closely to the amount of acceptance which develops within his own nature. If, in his studies, he is receptive, if he is relaxed, if he makes quiet but natural use of the full endowment of his consciousness and mind, he gradually develops the ability to apperceive certain overtones. It gradually dawns upon him that the outer forms of things are but shells and shadows, and that each one of these processes locks within it a universal truth to be discovered by meditation upon the process, not by acceptance of the process alone. This is what Solomon Trismosan told us long ago in the study of alchemy, that by the contemplation of the laws governing chemical experimentation, man suddenly feels within himself the stirring of a creating power. He begins to feel chemistry. He begins to experience the moods of chemistry. And little by little, the bottles and the laboratories and the retorts sort of fade away, and the individual finds himself a magician in a living universe of elements and powers. By degrees he gains an internal, intuitive insight into the truths behind the facts. And it is only when the truth is released from the fact that it becomes dynamic. The fact is chemistry. The truth is alchemy. Because the truth must be alive. It is a living spiritual law. A living experienced discovery of something that actually happens. That something that which happens to the individual himself. I have coached and guided a number of operating alchemists in the course of years, trying to show them and help them in their own search for the various elements and metals of the stone. And usually, I'm happy to report that after a certain degree of careful guidance without interference, each one comes and says, at last I think I begin to see what this is all about. I begin to realize that behind the experiment there is something else. And that in focusing upon this experiment to the performing of it, I am releasing an archetype. I am releasing out of myself a patterned conviction. And as one said to me, if I ever succeed in the experiment of the transmutation of base metals, it is because I have released the true formula from within myself. That these formulas on paper are only catalysts, agents to direct attention, just like a written book on philosophy does not make a philosophic life, but may cause the individual to become concerned with this matter, and to begin the release of his own soul symbolism through his own nature. Now this soul symbolism will carry the alchemist part ways, because as he becomes more and more sensitive and more proficient, he is releasing from himself, in chemical terms, the complete story of his own growth. He is telling us in the terms of metals and elements and bottles where he came from and how he got as far as he has. He is telling the story of his own growth, or rather the growth of his own soul from the germ within himself, from its own seed to its own final point of attainment. But in every instance, there comes a time when the alchemist catches up with his own soul symbolism. Remember, he has not made the soul. That is, he has not perfected the soul within himself. Therefore, he cannot complete his own formula. In some cases, the alchemist catches up to the degree of his own psychic revelation through alchemy in a year or 2 years of research. In some, it will take him 10 or 20 years to catch up, depending upon the amount of internal chemical symbolism he can release from his own psyche. Because his psyche is then only telling the story of itself under the symbolism of the art of chemistry. It chooses that vehicle because the alchemist has studied chemistry, because it has become the natural channel for the expression of his own internal. If that same artist had studied painting, then the psychic nature would come through in color, line, and composition. But it comes through chemistry to the chemist, and to the individual who has accepted the psychological challenge of chemistry as the key to universals. So the time comes when the alchemist catches up to himself and he's stuck. He cannot carry the experiment any further, because he has gone no further. Then he comes to the point where recapitulation, or the old cycles of augmentation cease, and he stands in the presence of the new work. Now we find this not only in the case of alchemy, but we find it in the case of living. You'll find it in public schools. You will find that with each school child, there will come to the point where that child has reached
as far as its own soul recapitulation will permit it. From that time on, the education of that child becomes increasingly difficult. And under certain racial limitations and so forth, that growth or educational advancement usually ceases. The individual can't go any further because he has gone as far as he could. More correctly, he has gone as far as he has ever gone. And that means that from there on, life becomes new growth rather than recapitulation. And this is a much slower and more difficult problem. In alchemy, at this stage in the problem, the chemist becomes the hopelessly confused one who prays for assistance and guidance. And it is in these emergencies, if they are the genuine emergencies, due to the individual having actually exhausted his own potential, and therefore justly caught up to himself. Then it is that, as in the alchemical legend, alas, the artist appears, the adept self. The individual, having exhausted the content of his own psychic nature, must then begin original growth. And he does this not by continuing dependence upon the psychic nature, but by drawing upon the archetype. He has to go on into his own creativity. Therefore, alas, the artist appears, which is the adept self, a symbol of consciousness coming to the assistance of the mind. And this cannot happen until the psychic load has been exhausted, because until it is exhausted, it stands between the individual and any further growth. But when the negative part of the soul has been disproved and cast aside by art, and the positive achievements of the psyche have been released to their fullest extent, the individual is then caught up with himself totally, as far as a psychic being is concerned. Then on the outside symbolism, the old master comes and tells him what to do. On the inner psychic symbolism, he begins to draw upon archetype or upon new work. Then he receives the new design or the new symbol which must carry him to the next degree. From that time on, instead of being built by soul, he begins to build soul. Because each individual is built by his soul to the degree that that soul has gone. And this has to be revitalized in each life. But having gone as far as his internal life has already proceeded, then it is necessary for him to begin new growth. And new growth calls upon a higher level than the psyche for its expression. New growth calls upon the archetypal source of life in the conscious basis of life. Therefore, the old teacher or the master becomes the archetypal impulse from the unconscious, which then must continue to build the soul, and can do so because the soul itself is no longer a conscious or integrated interference. The prejudice, conceits, opinions, theories, notions, beliefs, attitudes, all these things which have disfigured the soul have now been done away with by alchemy, by transmutation. The good parts of the soul have been fortified until the soul becomes, as far as possible, the wise teacher, as far as that lesson can be learned. Then the intercession comes from a superior archetypal self, for the soul must then turn in its turn for guidance to that which is superior to its own nature. So the old teacher comes as the impression of the purpose and the plan itself from the most internal parts of consciousness. And this becomes then the guiding principle to the alchemist from that point on. He then continues his positive growth. This is, again, participation in the universal consciousness, which then becomes his instructor. Man teaches himself from within himself as far as he can go. Then the universal consciousness takes over. And the universal consciousness then assists the individual to continue his growth as far as possible, and continues to do so life after life until the universal life itself is released. So we have two distinct types of teaching, or three in fact.
We have man learning from the book, which is learning from the tradition and from the environmental world around him, the book and the laboratory. We have him learning from the inspirations of his own soul, and having achieved this level and consummated it, we then have his direct participation in the creative power of consciousness itself. And by means of this, consciousness then is gradually transformed into further soul power, and continues to build the soul itself until the soul becomes a vehicle or instrument sufficiently perfect, sufficiently complete, like a body, that it can be unsold or can receive into itself the consciousness, the personal consciousness of the individual. And by so doing, then the person becomes a living soul and has the adept experience or the adept life, having achieved the great work, and having transformed itself from a creature of the material world to a creature of the psychic world, or the world of soul. Now, this does not mean that the adept necessarily disappears from humanity, but it means that his level of life within himself is on the level of enlightened soul, rather than on the level of externals. That he is the master of his destiny and the captain of his soul. And that at any time he so wills, he may experience his own adept existence. Because an adept, according to alchemy, is not one all the time. He is only an adept when he wills to be one. He is only an adept when the consciousness is required. Otherwise, he lives a very simple and normal life, a quiet life, like Elias Bautista, who was unknown. But the adept has available the immediate contact with internals, and is therefore in a position to call upon faculties superior to those of the average person when the need arises. This is the alchemical approach to it. But I think it is very interesting and important to realize that the chemist reaches the point where he cannot go on without calling upon archetype. And in this begins his new work of proceeding as a creating chemist. And finally, through the acceptance of chemistry as a spiritual mystery of religion, and the practice of chemistry as a completely devotional art and science, the alchemist experiences the mystery of the metals. He experiences the universe as the great chemical mystery. And having so experienced it, becomes master of the elements and patterns of this chemistry. Well, our time is up, so we'll have to continue next week. Several minor tasks to perform, one of which is to survey a little more of the historical side of alchemy, this time by paralleling the rise of alchemical traditions from North Africa and its development among the Chinese. Chinese alchemy is quite different in spirit, methodology, from the European approach to this subject. And because of its comparative antiquity and the way in which it developed, we may have a clue to the obscure origin of European alchemy. We've already noted the great rise of the alchemistical symbolism with its extravagant use of emblematic devices and elaborate formulas, coincided with the rise of the other mystical schools in Europe, and should not be regarded as ancient as is popularly supposed. Now in China we find what may well be
the building up of the pattern that finally led to the rise of European symbolical alchemy. In China, this mystical art is associated with the cult of Taoism. So we'll have to examine for a moment Chinese philosophy, where in China, alchemy stems directly from philosophy, a link which we do not have in the West. We're not sure of the relation of these groups. But from the study of the Chinese, we may well begin to re-evaluate our Western historical approach. Taoism, arising as the result of the teachings of the obscure Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, passed through three distinct stages in its development. The first, the philosophical, the second, the transcendental, and the third, the theological. These periods are roughly divided into about 600 to 700 year periods. Each of these sections would thereby correspond to something resembling 600 years of development and systematic readaptation. In the first 600 years of Taoism, the sect was essentially philosophical and essentially a very high form of Eastern absolutism. Lao Tzu was not only a mystic, but a very profound theist in his interpretation of the essential principle of Tao, or universal being. Hardly had Lao Tzu passed on before his followers, disciples, and several other Chinese scholars who became distinguished in the descent system began to expand and elaborate the essential principles which he had taught. This period of expansion resulted in several recensions of the basic text of the group and terminated about the beginning of the Christian era, or shortly thereafter. During this first period, we have a parallel with the first period in Buddhist philosophy, which was essentially a powerful ethical agnosticism. But gradually it became evident in popular usage that the abstract principles of pure philosophy did not have sufficient vitality for masses to result in any strong development of sects or groups. The pure philosophy was simply too deep for the average person and did not come close enough to his own living experience. Therefore, the gradual transition took place, in which a series of compromises by interpretation increased the romanticism of otherwise abstract mystical learning. So beginning around the 1st century AD and continuing till the 5th, 7th century, Taoism passed through what we would call a transcendental or purely metaphysical period. And it was in this period that alchemy arose among the Chinese. And it arose among these Taoist monks and scholars and sages who began to think as much in this manner concerning the essential teachings of the original master, the ancient master. If universal consciousness, which was the goal, was to be achieved by man, then there must be certain methods or means whereby this consciousness can be more closely associated with the human being. And the Taoists, taking the attitude based upon a very brief statement in the Tao Te Ching, came to the conclusion that Tao, or the universal life agent, the universal principle, existed in everything, but was more abundant in some things than in others. Therefore, in order to increase Tao, or consciousness, or life being within the individual, he should gradually associate himself with those things in which this principle was most abundant. We come very close to the Paracelsian theory of movement.
that certain living things had a larger share of this essential energy than other things. We believe that in a little different way on a scientific level today. We believe, for example, that certain foods contain more nutrition than others. And to the Chinese, nutrition, the essential element of nutrition, or basis of it, was Tao, or life. Therefore, we are a little bit unhappy today over overly refined sugar and overly refined flour and various homogenized dairy products because we doubt their vitamin or vitality content. So the Chinese in this early period were speculating as to the essential abundance or deprivation of nutriment or nutrition within the various elements of food and the various means of concentrating Tao within the body of the human being. So they began to speculate like this. What are the principal ways in which energy can come to the person and be distributed throughout his body and nature so that he may unfold or grow or come nearer to the full expression of his Tao content? And the Chinese came to several conclusions. They divided this field into three essential parts. The first they called breath. Now, the moment they began to talk about Tao and breath, they began to come very close to the yogic systems of India. They held in China that Tao was in the air, and therefore that to inhale was to accept Tao into yourself. This is the breath of life, or the living breath. Air in its eternal circulation was symbolical of the endless motion of the Tao principle in the universe. So the problem was to increase the intake of air, which they did by various disciplines. Also, through the development of esoteric arts, to use the will or the consciousness to distribute this air within the body so that it could be more rapidly brought into direct contact with vital organs, nerve centers, and brain centers. They started in, for example, with a formula like this, that the disciple should start in by inhaling and then counting his heartbeat before exhaling again. He could start by inhaling, holding his breath, and counting his heartbeat up to 100. At which time he should exhale. By doing so, he would increase the duration of the energy principle from the air, which remained longer within him. Also, at the same time, it would gather more negative or useless material to be disposed of. In other words, the Chinese referred to this process as body cleansing through breath. They held that the sage, through practice over a period of years, could finally reach the point where he could hold the breath and count to 1,000, which would be quite a long time, probably 2 or 3 minutes. And also, during this period of time, would accomplish what they call body cleansing. Now, the second part of breath was that Tao is absolute rhythm. And you can estimate the parallel between, for instance, this Chinese policy and Western calisthenics. You can see a good Westerner get up in front of the window, open it up, beat on his chest, take a deep breath, and actually explode. This is our way of doing everything. It's not subtle by any means. But then the West is not subtle. But the Taoist was subtle. So he told them what to do. He said, before you do this breathing process, you should take a feather and suspend it on a very fine thread or hair about 6 inches in front of your face. And in the process of both inhaling and exhaling, you must not disturb the feather's motion. You mustn't cause it to swing or sway or move. In other words, you must both inhale and exhale very quietly, without any sense of pressure. You must not hold the breath until you burst and it all comes out with one fell swoop that will blow the feather across the street. You have to do this all very rhythmically, very subtly. There must be no obvious breath. There must be no obvious exertion. It must be gradually to bring this process completely within the control of the will, and the breath moves so quietly, so silently, so subtly, that only those who were well acquainted with the system could even detect that you were breathing. Thus breath becomes absolutely smooth, as the Chinese call it. And by so doing, you have less and less human interference with this motion or rhythm. So the breath was one way in which they sought to cleanse and transform the internal part of the body. Now, the second thing they recommended was, of course, diet. And in the case of diet, they had some very strange ideas. For example, the Chinese rejected all grains. Instead of wheat being the staff of life or all that type of thing, they rejected grains of all kinds, the 5 grains which they knew. They said that the grains were detrimental to Tao. They insisted mostly upon fruit and green vegetables and foods that were exceedingly light. They felt that any weight of food within the body, even though this weight might be of a very solid and substantial nutritive quality, was too coarse, too mundane to serve the purposes of Tao. That the universal energy principle found in plants was most easily assimilable directly from a living plant that was uncooked, and that it was also assimilable from the plant itself rather than from its fruit or seed. That was the stalk, the stem, the leaf, the flower even, was more abundant in Tao than the final consummation of this plant in its fruit or seed. Because in the process of transforming into its final fruit or seed, a transition occurred in the nature of Tao, and it was not so readily available to the body. Thus the Chinese held that universal life could be quickly taken in to certain types of plants and plant life. And in their mystical speculations, they listed a number of food products which were exceptionally powerful in this element of Tao. Now, the third phase of their research dealt with what they call discipline. Having used breath as one means, having used food intake as a third, as a second, the third was the actual use of the mind and the consciousness itself to draw or collect Tao. We then come in again to a very mystical expression of their concept or doctrine. Not only did they use the attention of consciousness to draw this energy, but they then moved this consciousness throughout their own bodies, directing Tao and distributing it by a voluntary action of the will. But whether it was the food or the breathing or the consciousness, it all had to be very rhythmic, very subtle, with a minimum of action of any kind, a floating of life upon the surface of action. Never for a moment this tremendous intensity with which we associate activity in the West. Now, the purpose of these 3 disciplines was the achievement of the mystery of immortality. And this corresponds very largely with the Western alchemical concept of the elixir of life. This mysterious substance that if properly prepared and properly used will prolong life indefinitely. The Chinese have an old character who lived, according to their records, probably around 1,000 years BC, who is their equivalent to Methuselah. He's supposed to have lived 800 years. And he's supposed to have lived almost entirely on Tao. In other words, he was maintained by an invisible energy in the air. And these Chinese scholars were quite confident that by means of a complete adjustment of their own bodies, their minds, their emotions, their diet, their breath, their thoughts, a complete adjustment with Tao or universal life, that if they could become like immortality, they would be immortal. And there are many legends in their mystical writings concerning these wonderful sages and saints, like the old teachers of the Jade Mountains, who gained incredible longevity, simply nourished by Tao, or as they would have called it, by the elixir, or the magical agent, the mysterious power of the universal life principle. Even the Chinese use the term medicine or substance or elixir to represent this Tao or free energy in space. Now this approaches on a level of principle very close to European alchemy, except that yet we are not catching very many of the alchemical terms as we know them. The Chinese term for universal medicine is very similar to the alchemical. But we do not have the paraphernalia, we do not have the retorts and the bottles, we do not have the laboratory and the bellows, and we do not have the elaborate alchemical or chemical formula symbolism which we have in Europe. But the end to be attained is almost completely the same. Now this was the first of their concepts in relation to alchemy, the possibility of the attainment of an eternal life, the medicine that heals all mortality, and when attained by the mystic, makes him immune to the evils of the world. Not only is he protected against sickness and age, but he is protected against the evils of any creature that might attempt to attack him or endanger him. He is indestructible because he is identical with Tao, because the interval between himself and universal life has been reduced to a minimum. Now, years ago, when I was traveling in Korea, I went into the Diamond Mountain area, and there had the opportunity to contact a few elderly Taoist scholars. You can't say, probably, that they belong to the same pattern as we find on beautiful old Chinese paintings of wonderful rugged mountains and waterfalls and old scholars seated under a tree. They do not have quite that amount of glamour, but from these men themselves and from legends and lore in the community, we could get a pretty good picture of how things were 1,000 or 1,500 years ago, because change is slow in those countries. It was a well-tested records in that region, but many of these old scholars were about 100 years old, and in probability they were. And one look at them would well testify to extreme longevity. There were rumors that some had reached 150. And while there was no particular point of the fact that they would ever be immortal, they certainly had exceeded the average person's span of life. They had extended usefulness. Most of them did not require any of the aids that we need in order to keep functioning even at 70 or 80 in our way of life. One of their principal concepts there was that the secret of longevity is the reduction of friction. And friction must always be the resistance of a personality to the law. In other words, Tao is reality. Those that move with reality flow as little ships upon the surface of a straight and placid river. Those who go against the law immediately come into conflict. And the moment there is conflict, there is death. There is friction, the wearing out of things, the exhaustion of resources, the wasting of energy. It is not what we do that wastes energy, but the way that we do it. And also the hazards, mental and emotional, with which we burden the things we do. An individual in the West has an unpleasant task to perform. He worries about it for days before he does it. He wishes he didn't have to do it. He tries to find some way of pushing it on someone else. And as the time becomes nearer and nearer, he becomes more and more sorry for himself because he is faced with this burden. By the time the actual task arrives, he is no longer really in good condition to face it. He has dissipated more energy in vain regrets over the circumstance than would require to solve it. Then after it is finally completed, he continues to be sorry for himself and then develops gradually a heroic attitude in which he goes from then on recounting to others the extraordinary serenity and this extraordinary courage with which he faced a disagreeable situation. This is a tremendous waste of energy. And the Taoist would simply advise that the person relax and pull through the circumstance, whatever it is. Face it. Face it without qualms, face it without regret, face it without fear. Whatever it is, it is. You do it as well as you can, working in a complete state of relaxation so that every faculty and power that you have is available.
You are less likely to make mistakes. You are less likely to make a wrong decision or a hasty one or an over-influenced one. And in all probability, the incident itself will almost evaporate as it approaches, because you have failed to make it important. By so doing, you will conserve energy and kept the laws. So these old Chinese scholars say that the answer to all this is simply relax. That if you meet all incidents simply as factual, simply as things to be done next, regardless of whether you like them or do not like them, you take all of the pressure out of them. You take all of the tension away from yourself. And as a result, you accomplish more, you enjoy better health, and no matter how busy your life may be, you have time to sit in your bamboo grove and write poetry. The Taoist monks who have watched Europeans in China and in other countries in their way of life point out that even the busiest man in the West could sit in his bamboo grove if he wanted to. If he only did the things that he is doing now, but did them with absolute lack of tension, he would find that instead of taking all day, it would take 2 or 3 hours, and he could write at least one extra poem every day. It depends on how we do things. And in Taoism, this smooth way, the quiet way, the peaceful way of doing everything is the way of immortality. It is also the best preventive we know for ulcers, one of the serious difficulties of our modern life. So all of this lies into one pattern, and that is the Taoist concept of the possibility of man, by special knowledge, by arts, by sciences, by the investigation of natural law, to finally achieve eternal life, which they regarded as not impossible, although they did not claim that they had attained it. They did claim that they had found ways of extending life, which would indicate that the ultimate goal could be accomplished if man's consciousness was brought into absolute harmony with the universal plan, so that full and complete union with reality would mean not only the end of sorrow, the end of pain, but the end of death. This was their belief. We may assume it or not assume it as we please. Now, the second thing that was of great concern to China, and has always been a great concern to China, was poverty. In China, there is no middle class as we know it, and there never has been. There is the rich, and there is the poor. And the poor are many, and the rich are few. And between these two, what we call our great white-collar class here in the West has no existence. So in the second degree of the concept of art, magic, sorcery, metaphysics, the Chinese developed the idea that comes the closest to the Western alchemical tradition, and that is the transmutation of base metals. He believed firmly that it would be perfectly possible to make gold. Why? Because gold was a symbol of Tao. Gold, as the most precious of all substances, was an appropriate emblem of reality, the most precious of all things in space. As the gold represented the light of the sun, the light of reason, the light of wisdom, the light of truth, so gold represented the great treasure. Now, gold on the mystical and philosophical level could be wisdom, because wisdom is a kind of wealth that exceeds all the wealth of the earth. Truth is a treasure greater than the most precious diamond. Reality is more valuable than the scepter of the purest jade. So all these great and wonderful realities, these truths, this wisdom, all these became associated with the concept of gold. Now the gold, in turn, was associated with the concept of being the king or ruler of all the matters. So Shang-Chi, imperial heaven, was the yellow emperor. And yellow was a color which, rising in the Taoist period of Chinese metaphysics, became the emblem of the yellow road of heaven. It became also the emblem of the imperial house. It was the sign of supreme power. And yellow and gold were related. So to make gold, the Chinese began to develop a concept. If a man should live forever, or would live forever, the practical Chinese would say there's no use in living forever if he's going to be poor forever. You just can't do anything. You can't get anywhere on that philosophy. And if you think about the Chinese for a moment, you will realize that with all their philosophy and all their art, they're very practical people. There isn't a person in the world shrewder than a Chinese merchant. Now, in China, of course, a well-fed person who shows a reasonable amount of rotundity is regarded as almost approaching a divine estate because there are so few of them. Therefore, one of their basic symbols for happiness in this world is to be fat. The fat person is happy because you cannot be fat without having something to eat. And in China, an individual who has something to eat is a superior man. He not only is most fortunate, but he must be most clever, or he wouldn't have found a way to get something to eat. The worldly wisdom, worldly power, worldly affluence, all has to do with food. And food, in turn, all has to do with money. So on the physical plane, the Chinese, being always a practical man, instead of doing what some of the Western religions have done, and that is develop methods of meditating for prosperity, he started to go into the transmutation of metals. And believe it or not, way back in that period, the Chinese hit upon mercury as being the most important metal or element in connection with their transmuting process. And they associated mercury with a substance called cinnabar, from which mercury could be abstracted. And so cinnabar became the basic material with which they worked in the effort to gain the secret of the transmutation of metals. They had no laboratory such as we know, as we've mentioned, and your painting of an old Chinese alchemist, as he looks back in that period, usually represented a little man seated under a tree somewhere, with a very tiny little stone in front of him, probably about the size of a soup dish, and looking more like a moderate-sized incense burner than anything else. And in this stone, and in this little furnace he had, a little cup in which he was working all these materials, and he certainly was not in mass production. He was working in a very small space with a very small amount of something. But he was very busy and just as conscientious and solved in his activity as any Western chemist. But he didn't have a great number of materials. He didn't have a wonderful pharmacopoeia to call upon, or shelves with bottles and all those things. He was more or less working with one little container, one little group of substances which he probably carried in a little box in his sash or something of that nature. It was all done on a very personal and intimate scale. But he was looking for a means of transmuting base metal into gold. And he held that the reason he knew it could be done was because, on the level of philosophy, his own base metals, his person, could be transformed. If he, as a person, could be transmuted from a state of ignorance to a state of wisdom, then on the level of the metals, base metals must be susceptible of changing. Man can change. Man can perform the alchemical mystery in his soul. And that which is possible to the soul, by analogy, is also possible to the body. So the Chinese alchemist was convinced that the rules and regulations by which he could achieve his own identity with Tao could be used to bring all base substance into an identity with gold, which was Tao. It never occurred to him for a moment to question that this group of analogies was essentially correct. Now, as we have in the West a great many accounts of transmutation, so we also have in the East. And there are many old Taoist hermits who are supposed to have been able to go on indefinitely, performing great and wonderful charities, and by means of the gold which they were able to manufacture. Now, there was another element that came in connection with this, and perhaps this had a bearing on it, although we're not too sure of all the elements involved. Unfortunately, we have as much knowledge of Chinese literature as we have of Roman. It would probably have changed the course of Western civilization, but we don't have it. In the Taoist work, the problem of the production of medicines under magical formulas for the curing of various diseases developed very rapidly. The Chinese had a strange and rather eccentric group of medications, but they still were quite true, quite wise, and quite gifted in their ability to treat many ailments for which we have no immediate solution. But in their medicines, one of the most important and priceless ingredients, particularly in their mystical remedies, was gold. Now, you know, as we all know, that it would probably have been very hard for Socrates to have gotten the gold if he had wanted to do any chemical experimentation. He probably never had the price of one small Greek gold coin, or at least very seldom had it. These old chemists working with various medications in China were monks. They were poor persons who had renounced worldliness, so-called, to go into scholarship and study and meditation. Gold was for the emperor, not for the monks. Gold was not for an old hermit somewhere among the mountains, unless he happened to be fortunate enough to live in an area where he could maybe mine a little gold or pan a little gold himself. For the most part, he had no contact with these elements. Therefore, to him it was necessary to manufacture them. And there is a legend or tradition that the Taoists made gold for the purpose of their medicine, not for its own sake, but because they needed it as an ingredient in something else. Not being able to buy it, not being able to afford to get it, and not being likely to receive it as a gift under the economic conditions of China, they had to learn some way of making and manufacturing either gold or a synthetic material which had the same attributes. But in the course of their experimentations, they also manufactured synthetic stones. They manufactured synthetic jade and amber. They perfected a great many chemical formulas, as did the European alchemists, who gradually enriched the entire code of chemistry through their various researchers in related fields. So we have the second of the two desirable things. One is the elixir of life. The other is the transmutation of metals and the formation of synthetic stones, which is the equivalent of the philosopher's stone. So they were working on the same basic story, but they came about it a little differently. Taoism continued to exercise a comparatively powerful influence in China, especially in this metaphysical field, until about the 7th or 8th century, when it began to tangle with the newly rising strength of Buddhism. Buddhism has been introduced into southern China about the beginning of the Christian era. Some say slightly earlier, some say slightly later. But there probably was an impermanent foundation in the 1st or 2nd century BC and a permanent foundation about the 2nd century AD. So that Buddhism was coming in. And Buddhism was already also passing through a transition period. Buddhism moved into China about the time when it began to expand its own transcendental doctrines, moving from the philosophic foundations to its own metaphysical foundations. At this period, Buddhism came in with quite a different viewpoint from that which was in China at that time. Buddhism also brought a certain amount of alchemical and chemical speculation with it from India, where for a long time scientific researches have been more or less intensively carried on. A little later, however, after the rise of Nalanda and some of the great institutions in India, that Buddhist scholarship in art and in science, especially in chemistry, began to drift towards China and began to mingle its stream with the indigenous culture. Actually, there is not a great deal relating to what we call alchemy in the original Buddhistic philosophy. There is, however, a great deal about the philosophy itself, which is reminiscent of the original concepts of Tao and the Chinese belief in the possibility of man's final identity with an eternal state. But it was not in Buddhism so much an eternal life as it was an eternal consciousness in Nirvana.
But in its transition from one part of the world to another, in the gradual rise of what is called the Northern School, or the Kala Chakra, Buddhism began to take on a great deal of transcendental culture. Until by the time it was centered in the northern group, the rise of Lamaism in Tibet, and the rise of the Great Vehicle and the Pure Land sect in China, there was a lot of speculation going on, a lot of metaphysics drifting into the Buddhist philosophy. Buddhism, much like Gnosticism and Neoplatonism, had an absorbing quality about it. And when Buddhism struck the alchemical tradition in China and in adjacent countries where this tradition was developing, it immediately accepted it and imposed it upon its own doctrine. So that there came to be an alchemical or alchemistical interpretation of Buddhism also. And this particular phase of the subject is still very largely taught in the colleges of the Yellow Hat sect in Tibet. And these colleges, among their other magical rituals and magical studies, include the transmutation of metals, the development of a universal medicine, and the indefinite prolongation of life. Now, all of these ends, as they were developed in the Chinese, would be rather inconsistent with Buddhist philosophy. But when Buddhism moved into a strange area where other philosophies were already present, they became mingled with them in a kind of alchemy of its own. And as a result, there are many doctrines now to be found within the Northern Buddhist schools especially that have very little in common with the original teachings of Gautama. They represent the minglings of traditions from one school to another. Working with this, and going even into Japan, where Buddhism and other groups, and even Shinto, have some alchemical tradition, we gradually observed the Eastern group to be concerned with alchemy or chemistry almost entirely on the level of a means or a method for accomplishing one of the three great purposes of European alchemy. And the two we have mentioned, namely eternal life and wealth, has a third added in the course of time. And that third is the gift of vision. It was very important in these systems that the neophyte or the disciple should eat of the peach of eternal foresight. In other words, the power of immortality implied with it also a complete and eternal knowledge of all things happening everywhere, an ability to mentally announce the future, to examine into the deepest secrets of the world and of life. And therefore there had to be some mysterious elixir of vision by which the entire mystery of life could be unfolded to the fortunate possessor of this wonderful substance. There's another interesting phase of this in the Taoistic concept that also mingled later with Buddhism, and that is that somewhere in the mysterious hinterland of things, there is a place where the genii, or the spirits, or the immortals dwell. There is a mysterious, fabulous land far beyond the reach of the average person. And here, the wonderful beings whom we see in little figures of porcelain and bronze and wood today were supposed to have an actual existence. They were the sages who had eaten of the peach of immortality and had gone off to join the city of the immortals, where the scholars and the mystics and the alchemists and the magicians all live together forever in eternal bliss, somewhere beyond those mysterious mountains that encircle the great Middle Empire. So your would-be alchemist, your mystic to come, believe definitely in the intercession of those who had already achieved the mystery. Because when you have immortal life and eternal wisdom and all wealth, you were a kind of super being. You might come floating down out of the sky riding on the back of a plane, for example.
Or you might step off of your familiar dragon in front of his house someday and explain to him all the secrets of life. These people definitely had the belief that there were spirits, and that these spirits possessed these secrets. In Europe you had the same thing, because you had elementaries. And Paracelsus even believed that you could capture and hold these elementaries or beings, that they could give you the secret of the stone and all these wonderful and mysterious powers that have to do with the control of the elements of nature. So we now have the sage, the perfect one, the mysterious elder, who has the stone, and who becomes the equivalent of the European adept. And the Taoist adepts are these wonderful, pleasant-faced old gentlemen with long beards and high foreheads. They're associated with wonderful creatures, dragons and griffins, and wonderful birds and beasts, with knotted staffs and crooked sticks in their hands, and carrying bottles and carrying baskets and carrying bags, in which all the paraphernalia and wonders of their knowledge, these was all concealed. Sometimes Gene and I would sit down on the bag, and the bag would float up in space with him. It was anything you wanted. It was magic. And in this second period of Taoism, everything was magic. And magic also could cause you to communicate with these beings. And these beings could take you to the city of the gods, and there they could teach you this mystery of the stone. They could give you the secrets and formulas that you had sought for so desperately and so patiently through the years. So this phase of the alchemical tradition in China paralleled very closely after Europe. The beings in Europe were not quite so fantastic, but the essential principles were the same. But it was possible for you to receive instruction from a master of the art who had already achieved this. Because in alchemy, it's perfectly possible for you to share knowledge. You lose nothing by it, the other person gains. But his gain is not your loss. Therefore, there is no particular reason why you shouldn't help him. In China, then, we have all of this tradition building up and growing and developing, and it finally comes out to us after maybe 2,000 years in what we call today flower arrangement. Whether in the Morbana school or the Ikinobo schools of Japan, the arrangement of flowers, the tea ceremony, all of these things, the incense ceremony, all have to do with the same principles, the same rules, the same ideas that underlie the Taoist concept of alchemy. So we'll take a little time to go into that, and we'll try to show you exactly what is intended. Now we mentioned in the Western tradition the presence of three essential elements, which must be united or brought together in the mystery of the stone. In the West they're called the king and the queen and Mercury, or sulfur, salt, and mercury. Now in the Chinese concept, the sulfur is called heaven, the salt is called earth, and the mercury is called man. And the great triad in Chinese philosophy, and it finally came into European thought also, is the triad of heaven, earth, and man. This triad goes through all of their art, all of their sculpturing, all of their painting, every phase of their cultivation. And the reason, for example, in Chinese art, in Oriental art, that instead of having the wide margin of the picture at the bottom, as we have it, they have it at the top and the narrow margin at the bottom. When we frame a print, we always frame it with a longer margin below and a shorter margin above. We think it's more artistic that way. When we print book pages, we always leave more margin at the bottom of the page and less at the top. Whereas in the Orient, they do exactly the opposite, because the upper margin is always heaven, which must be superior. The lower margin is always earth. And then between these is the work of art. And this is man, because man is the work of art. And art is skill perfecting nature. So heaven, earth, and man must always be represented. Heaven is above, earth is below, and the artist painted the picture in the middle. Therefore, he is man. And in this particular very interesting old mandala here, which is about 11th century, from the Nara period in Japan, You will find down here among the demons in the bottom of the picture is painting of the artist. A little portrait of the artist who did the picture. You can't see it. I am covering up the artist at the moment. But sometimes you can see it. But the heaven, earth, and man is a blossom, a leaf, and a bud, and is the basis of all flower arrangement, because it must all be triadic. Heaven, earth, and man is sulfur, salt, and mercury. So in producing all of their artworks, therefore, everything that they do is a formula. These formulas are so exact in Chinese art that it takes 500 years sometimes for one of these schools to permit a master to go to the extension of adding one more blossom to a stream of cherry flowers. There must be just so many. And it's a major division, a major rise within a school if one more petal is added to a flower. Everything is so completely systematized and integrated under rules, complete canons of law. In Taoism, therefore, we have this over-concept of Tao containing within itself, within its own eternity, heaven, earth, and man, which also returns to us in the Confucian doctrine. And of course, returns again very definitely in the Buddhistic triad, where you have the three great principles. You have Amitabha, the Supreme Buddha, then you have Avalokitesvara, and you have the Sri Bodhisattva. These are heaven, earth, and man again. They are spirit, body, and form. Now in this painting, spirit is above, is probably represented by a Chinese phoenix. Below is matter. In the middle is form. And here you have form, a magnificent composition. Now form is your chemical combination. Form is your alchemy coming in. Because in this central part is a formula. And a formula is a pattern in form. You can almost sense the meaning of it from the word formula itself. A man is a formula. The stone is a formula. The human soul is a formula. And in the Oriental system of art, it is always taught that the picture, the representation, must always be an absolute synthesis of the formula. And the formula is always balance. The formula is always equilibrium. It is always synthesis. China, therefore, picked very quickly upon the three great systems that arose within its own country and created a triad out of Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Buddha. And these were the three famous vinegar tasters of the old Chinese paintings. These three represented the schools, heaven, earth, and man again. And in this emphasis, you have the problem of equilibrium. And in alchemy, the great problem of equilibrium is the balance of the formula, or the balance of the compound. Because if you bring heaven and earth and man together in exactly the right compound, you have immortality. You have the stone. You have the universal medicine. You have the mystery of all knowledge. And you have complete equilibrium, which is the secret of Tao. If, therefore, the Chinese began to experiment with this concept, they believed that the great hermetic miracle was played or was taking place within the great glass bottle of the universe. And upon this bottle they planted in Egypt the seal of Hermes, so that we refer to it now as the hermetically sealed bottle, meaning in this case that nothing can get in or out. But originally it merely meant that the bottles used in medicine and science were stamped with the mark of Hermes as a sign of the purpose of the experiment and also as a proper sign of medicine or the healing art. Within the great bottle space, the universal or eternal experiment was taking place. This experiment was the generation between heaven and earth of man. Now this generation did not mean man just as a human being. Rather, in the Hindu sense of the word manas, meaning the mind or the soul. Actually, the great transmutation was the union of spirit and matter to produce the mystery of soul. And man, because in him, of all creatures visible and knowable to us, we have the only obvious example of soul. And because man is able only to examine himself firsthand, and all other things secondhand, and because man cannot find soul in anything else because he can experience only himself, therefore he became the symbol of the mystery. He became the symbol of the mysterious agent in which the compound of the opposites was achieved in the complete sublimation of universals. Man therefore receives from above, by the hermetic symbol fire, and by the hermetic symbol of fire, he receives an influx or an internalization of spirit. From the earth beneath him, he receives the ascending influx of matter. Therefore, he has a body derived from the elements and a spirit derived from the stars, as Paracelsus said. And between the elements and the stars, between the earth and heaven, move the orbits of the sacred planets. And these are the seven metals from which the mystery of the soul is compounded. So man becomes the living soul. And as soul, there is achieved within him the equilibrium of spirit and matter. Now, to bring this equilibrium to bear upon the alchemical formula, the absolutely true center of the interval between spirit and matter must be found. And this is again revealed on another level of symbolism which is just as perfect and just as extraordinary, and about which someday I hope we'll be able to talk at greater length, and that is your music symbolism. Pythagoras sketched a monochord between the orbit of the fixed stars or heaven and the surface of the earth or the elements. And he caused this chord to be marked along its way with frets to break the chord, or to break the string of the one stringed instrument into the harmonic intervals. And he placed one fret in the exact center of the string, by means of which he secured the mystery of the octaves. And in so doing, he placed this fret in the position of the sun in relation to the solar system, the way the ancients studied it, so that he caused the absolute point of equilibrium of tone to correspond with the body of the sun. And he caused this in man to correspond with the spiritual nature of the heart. And this sun, therefore, we come to again in alchemy. And from the salt and sulfur, the opposites, mingling together, we have in spirit united to matter the middle distance or meridian of form, the octave point on the thread or cord. And here we have the sun, which is the focal point of the world form being the perfect compound of spirit and matter. Now, as the sun occupies this mysterious central point, the sun is therefore gold, because the sun is produced alchemically in space by the mingling of the opposing elements. And all the great work of heaven and earth is achieved in the production of the sun, or gold, the core of the great world of metals. In this way, the philosophy of alchemy says that wherever there is absolute equilibrium, there is a sun. And that all planets and all other bodies are off balance. Wherever there is the sun, there is equilibrium. And the moment this equilibrium occurs, the sun becomes creative and causes to move from itself a series of unbalanced polarities and forms a solar system. And when the units forming this solar system are achieve balance within themselves, they each become a sun and generate again. Now in man, the Chinese say, he receives his spirit from imperial heaven, the yellow emperor. He receives his body from the great mother. He brings these two, spirit and matter, into equilibrium and produces a sun, S-U-N. And this sun is the soul. And the soul is therefore composed of gold. Not physical gold, but the same kind of gold that is always created by equilibrium. The moment equilibrium is created in the alchemical mysticism, the gold within a thing is caused to be released. Because wherever there is gold, there is a potential equilibrium. And as I think I told you on another occasion, research at Dornach in Switzerland has shown that gold, colloidal gold, is a sovereign remedy for ailments of the heart. Heart, sun, gold, soul. They are all part of one sequence of values. Now, according to the Chinese, there is gold in everything, just as the Europeans have. Now, what is the gold in everything? What is the seed of gold that must always be present in every single thing that exists? The answer is that everything has within it the potential of equilibrium. All things have the possibility of being synthesized into balance. Now, if you remember in the Sefer HaZohar, the Kabbalistic book of the Splendors, it says, unbalanced forces perish in the void. Thus passed the kings of Edom and the giants of ancient days. Your titans, your chaotic giants, fighting for control of the universe, represented your two great powers, the Mother, Father, Dragon in China, that struggled together and produced between them the golden ball, which is the symbol of imperial China and also the symbol of the age of the world. When ether and chaos among the Greek philosophers who all struggled and strove between themselves, they finally formed a whirling mass, which became the golden egg of Phanes, which burst forth to release the Logos in the creation of the world. So from the strivings, from the struggles of the unbalanced elements, came again the golden age. Now the golden age on earth is the age when there was no conflict, when everything lived in peace together. This was the first and most glorious of the yugas, the great age of the gods. It is always the same essential symbolism. And gold, silver, gold, heart, sun, man. All these relate to this mystery of equilibrium. So the Chinese, naturally, following all nations that have metaphysical speculation, came to the conclusion that in some way man's own nature, the etheric field, the magnetic body, his aura, the totality of it, was a body, a crystal room in which his soul was generated. And we hear in the age of chivalry how Merlin went to sleep in an age of glass. We hear how the hermetic homunculus is created in a womb of glass. We have this glass, which again is the psychic field of the human being, in which the mystery of his own equilibrium takes place. This mystery of equilibrium is represented in the Chinese by the yang-yin combination. The circle with the twisted form in it, which forms half black and half white content of the circle, but the two parts do not divide the circle evenly, but have that effect which we now recognize in connection with one of our large railroad companies, which uses this yin-yang symbol. And also, I believe it was used for a number of years as a symbol by the technocrats. It is a symbol of the two half spheres, but they're in motion, so that the hemispheres appear like two sperms or two living creatures, sometimes each one with a dot or eye in it. Occasionally, this field is divided into three twisting sperms, and is often surrounded by the Huangpo and the various emblems, the trigrams and the hexagrams of the Chinese I Ching or classical changes. But this motion of God in all things is released by equilibrium. So we have the problem of bringing the human being to equilibrium. And to achieve this end, we must bring about that which is supposedly the impossible. Because alchemy begins by assuming that the first experiment means the accomplishment of the impossible. And that impossible, as we mentioned in one of the other talks, is to make fire burn in water and water support the flame. It means that we have to achieve the absolute unification of two utterly divided factors. In alchemy, they say, well, it is done because heaven and earth are man and woman. And man and woman unite and produce the sun. They produce Friday. By their union, they release Tao, and Tao becomes a new being and lives. Therefore, the absolute polarities can come together and do. A generation, both physical and spiritual, is under the same rule. But in the problem of man's achievement of the soul, he has a spiritual seed, a spiritual profundity, a mystery that is completely free in space. The unicorn that can only be captured when the virgin ties her scarf to his horn. This absolute motion must therefore come into absolute reconciliation with that which is absolute stasis. That which is immovable must meld with that which is ultimate and eternal good. Spirit and matter, good and bad, life and death, dimensions, up and down, in and out, must all come to an absolute neutrality. So how is this to be accomplished? There's only one possible way in which it can be accomplished, and that is by an art which is capable of dominating and perfecting the work of nature. To achieve this art, then, in the case of man, the hermetic adept must appear. The mystery must be solved through the recognition of the formula of the complete transmutation. Now, in the Chinese philosophy, this formula is stated somewhat differently from the way that it is stated in Europe. And this formula in Chinese philosophy is something like this. The human being has an inside and outside. These are his opposites. Halfway between the inside and the outside is a focal point, which he calls self. Therefore, self, or ego, is a movable point somewhere within the chemical field of the mingling of the internal and external. Self is sustained from the outside by the sensory perceptions, which are constantly contributing to its existence. Self is sustained from the inside by the descent of consciousness into specialized fields of action. So this self moves with the individual. It is a wandering point. When I look at something, I move myself into that thing. I stand in front of a picture and I enjoy it very much. Myself has gone out enjoying the picture. After looking at it for a few minutes, I get tired of that, and I think of myself again, and it goes into my pocketbook, perhaps, and stays there for a little while to make sure that everything is safe and sound. Then after a few minutes more, it has another little bit of vagary bestowed upon it. It travels elsewhere. It travels off into something I want to do. I want a vacation next summer, so it goes off and joins the pine trees up in the mountains somewhere while I look at it. Then the self comes back and thinks a little bit about the job it's supposed to be doing to make a living here. Then the self drifts off and identifies itself with family and friends and children and begins to worry about them. Then the self picks up the new daily paper and at this moment identifies itself with the stock exchange. This self is forever moving upon the focus of its own point of awareness. If I have a pain, myself is there. And that is why it hurts. If I have two pains at the same time in different places, myself is hopelessly confused and forgets to hurt in either one. because it cannot divide. If I stub my toe, myself immediately anticipates and visualizes the process of falling. When I'm hungry, myself goes out and wraps itself around the concept of food and begins to draw it towards me like a little amoeba, something of that point, or a gastropodia of some nature. But myself is forever in motion. Today myself has a new idea, and I think Emerson is the greatest philosopher who ever lived. Next day I find out that Emerson had a bad disposition, so I move over, and my philosophy centers on Immanuel Kant for a little while until I find out that he took 10 years to propose to a young lady, and that doesn't sound like very good philosophy. So I move on. As a result. Little by little, myself moves around. Myself takes on illusions. Then he gets disillusioned. Then I hate everybody. I hate everybody but myself. Because I will never accept responsibility for what I do if I can possibly avoid it or shift it anywhere else. So this self, in Chinese philosophy, can best be diagrammed by something that would look like the track of an earthworm wandering through several feet of terrain. It goes in all directions. Now in the West, we think of the self as a center, from which everything radiates and which forever remains the same. But the Chinese and the Hindus do not. They recognize this self as something that is like a will-o'-the-wisp, and its abode is anywhere and everywhere. And that it is an untamed thing, which has to be bridled, and it has to be captured and held and trained, like the wild horses of the gods, or no one can ride it. And that in this wandering around from here and there and everywhere, there is no balance. And that the work of alchemy is to draw the self inevitably and irresistibly to dead center and leave it there, so that it occupies the position of the dot in the circle. The moment it reaches dead center, it ceases to move, and everything else moves around it. This dead center is the true formula, the true point of the precipitation of the stone. Now, how to get this to dead center involves practically every system of philosophy that we know. We recognize at least 7 great systems of philosophy and religion, religious philosophies for the most part, descending from ancient times. These, each of them, corresponds with a talisman or figure of one of the 7 planets. For the 7 religions and philosophies radiate the truth just as the 7 planets reflect the light of the sun. Therefore, the religions of the world are a series of formulas, of metals, which are involved in this transmutation. And whether we like to believe it or not, the essential principles of all these 7 must be used to project the stone, because all these elements must release the diamond core which is in them. And the world, in its search for the transmutation of the world body or world form into the world soul, must and has achieved all that is achieved through the alchemy of the transmutation of the 7 planets or the 7 great religions and philosophies. They're all part of the same formula, approached on a different level. So here we have man surrounded by his 7 sensory perceptions, 5 active and 2 latent, and we have him trying to transmute the wanderers, which is the meaning of the word planet, and bring them into a focal point. And in this focal point to generate the diamond self. Now the self, instead of being actually the source of these various energies, such as will, thought, emotion, is really the focal point of their own activity. Man's self does not generate his emotions or his thoughts. His emotions and thoughts generate his self. Therefore, the self is often the victim of heredity, bad heredity, in this particular case. The imbalance of emotions and thoughts represent themselves to us as the crippled offspring, like the Egyptian god who was lame in his feet because of the sins of his parents. And in this case, the sins of the parents are the sins of the heart and mind, resulting in the deformity of the soul. So we have the problem of getting this projection of the soul, the absolute equilibrium. And in the Chinese thinking, how do we do it? We do it by following very closely upon the basic instructions of Lao Tzu. Inasmuch as the Chinese insist that this wander, the centralizing self which is never centered, is forced out of center. That it wanders because it has to, and not because it wants to. It wanders because it is the victim of the intensities of the emotions and the thoughts. Whatever we feel, whatever we think, the self must serve. Therefore, we bind the self like Samson was bound to the millstone of the Philistines. We blind the self as we blinded Samson. And we make this focal point the slave of what we may term emphasis. It is the thing by which we attach ourselves to any given object of attention. It is supported by our own will to do these things, by our own desires, by our own strategies, by our own thoughts. And these things are constantly forcing the self out of center, forbidding it to return to center, and identifying it with some unbalanced part of its own field. Lao Tzu, therefore, taught his disciples that the thing that is necessary always is to restore the self to the center. And as the self approaches the center, it approaches the state of Tao. And as it approaches the center, it gains control of the circumference. Because it can never control the circumference equally until it is in center. How does this occur? Lao Tzu says that it occurs by the gradual reduction of the active principle which he would term the energy field in man, or the libido. It is achieved by the individual ceasing to direct the motion of life. The moment the individual ceases to force life into some way, or some direction, or some activity, life immediately returns to equilibrium. Therefore, illumination is not something that the individual must desperately attempt to attain. It is something that he is desperately attempting to prevent, even while he is constantly talking about its desirability. It is not that this path of Tao, the road which is Tao, is as difficult as the symbolism suggests. It is that the individual himself refuses to walk in a straight line. He refuses to permit the principle of Tao to operate. Now we can use an old example taken from one of the Chinese classics to point this situation. It seems that there was an old master who had 5 disciples. Of course, the 5 disciples are the 5 colors, the 5 elements, the 5 provinces of China, the 5 everythings that we have in this mystical situation that we are dealing with. 5 elements. Chinese have 5 elements. We have 4, but the alchemists have a 5th, Azov. And we have a hypothetical 5th, which we call ether, and about which we are not very certain for the most part. But this old gentleman had 5 disciples, and he told them, he said, I want you to travel all around the world and return and tell me what you have seen. Well, in his day, that was quite a task. So it was many, many years before they all got back. But they did, because they were all good Taoist disciples, and a great protecting power went with them. So after many years they returned, and each one of them told the master where he had been and what he had seen. What said the master? I told you to go everywhere. You have all been somewhere, but not one of you has been everywhere. Because there is not one of you who has visited every place. And they said to him, Master, we couldn't do it and get back. The old man says, no, my son, you couldn't do it if you started out. The only way you could do it is to stay here. And while you have all been somewhere, I have sat here and been everywhere. In other words, you cannot go there by that method. But if you attain a certain condition within yourself, you are there. Which may also explain why so many of these old mystics felt that their great service to mankind consisted of sitting quietly under a tree. Taoism would teach that they could do more for humanity under a tree if they knew what they were doing. And they could, by running up and down the world, preaching, teaching, hoping, and fearing for 150 years. Because their contribution would be on a level of qualitative penetration, while everyone else would be running around on a quantitative level. So in the problem of Taoism, the return of the consciousness to the point of equilibrium is attained not by the victory over self through great stress and strain, through wrestling with nature or something of that nature. It is simply by the gradual release of the individual from pressure, from the pressure of action. Now we come to the conclusion from this that the Taoist advocates a philosophy of non-action. He does. Not because non-action is negative, but because non-action is all action. There is no possible way of achieving absolute motion without passing through the state of absolute transition or transcension of motion. Alchemy says you can never unite the elements in their outward form. You have got to reduce them to essence before they can be caused to mingle. Therefore, you can never, by any process that we know, take the various elements of the personality and force them into the union to produce the stone. Before they can be created into the stone, they must all die. Paul says, unless the seed dies, it shall not live again. And Taoism says that unless action dies, the individual can never achieve absolute action. Can never achieve absolute motion, or the complete motion of Tao. To achieve this, therefore, he must transcend motion. And in so doing, he attains absolute motion. And there is an analogy which he gives of the axis of the wheel and the rim. And that actually, the axis is the only point in the entire wheel that has achieved absolute motion, although the rim is moving there more rapidly. The axis is the only part that is in absolute equilibrium. So Taoism is absolute equilibrium. And in the attainment of it, by the reduction of spirit and matter to their basic elements, to their basic principles, by the complete separation of them from action and inaction as we know it, they precipitate the motion of Tao, which is absolute action. And this is the absolute stone. This is absolute life and absolute immortality and the universal medicine and the absolute source of life. Because all these things depend entirely upon the individual achieving absolute balance within his own consciousness. When he achieves that balance, he then generates, he then achieves the creation of the crystal homunculus. Because out of that balance, the union of spirit and matter within himself is born his own psychic system, his own psychic nature. And he becomes a living soul with a spiritual core and a new transcendent nature or transcendent being, as the Chinese call it, within himself. This being is like the Taoist genii. It goes everywhere. It rides on the unicorn. It rides on the dragon. It is absolutely free from fetter and bond. It achieves everything by becoming completely free of everything. It is the only free spirit in space. And it is the only thing that cannot die. Because death is always unbalanced and conflict. And if these two cease, there can be no death. So the diamond soul of Northern Buddhism, which supports the world, Vajrasattva, is the same thing, the same principle again. Buddhism has the same essential symbolism in the tremendous dynamic inaction of its religious art. The majority of your Buddhist figures sit serenely upon the blossoms of a lotus, their eyes half closed, in complete posture of repose. Symbol of transcendent action. Symbol of the experience of Buddhahood, and representing to the Chinese consciousness the experience of Tao. Now, once Tao has been established within the individual, and his inaction becomes dynamic from within, every motion, every action, every manifestation of himself has to be with absolute rhythm. From that time on, anything that he touches becomes priceless because of the perfect energy of his own consciousness. Anything he does perfectly. A good example of that is your technique in your Zen issue in Japan of painting an art. When the Buddhists or other religious artist decides to paint a religious painting, he doesn't get a model, he doesn't start in making sketches, he doesn't go through any of the procedure of the Western artist who may do almost anything from chewing his pencils up and down. The first thing that he does before he paints a religious subject is to realize that this subject must be released. It must express itself from within himself. Therefore, he begins by meditation. He stretches his silk where he is going to use it. He sits down quietly in front of it and enters into an inner experience of life. As he gradually releases from his own consciousness, his own understanding of the thing he wants to paint, moving it from within his own internal completely, he gradually visualizes onto this piece of silk the complete picture that he intends to paint. He does so without any effort, without any strenuosity, without any question as to whether it is going to be right or wrong. He simply permits it to visually unfold, projecting his own internal contemplation and his own visual power as though it was a magic lantern casting a reflection of a picture right onto this piece of silk. In some instances, it's been known that the artist would sit and look at the piece of silk and meditate upon it for 2 or 3 years without taking so much as a piece of crayon or an ink slab in his hand at all. Then, having completed from within himself the full projection of his artistry, he suddenly takes his little brush, takes his little ink slabs, and in 10 minutes the painting is finished. As one artist said, it took him 10 years and 10 minutes to make a painting. Everyone thought he worked on it for a long time. He worked for the 10 minutes, and he grew for the 10 years. And the combination was a great work of art. This is the motion from within. This is the idea that the Chinese try to express in Tao. That it is the Tao, or universal rhythm, coming out and finally possessing the individual that makes it possible for him with an infallible stroke of his brush, which never needs to be corrected. In Chinese art, you never change a line and you never correct one. It has to all exist within your consciousness, and even your hand has to be so accurate and so completely possessed by the picture that many Chinese artists, when the time comes to paint it with their eyes closed and never have to change a line. They have visualized this thing, their hands have actually visualized. The great Shingon monk in Japan, Kobodaishi, had such tremendous concentration of power in this particular situation that he placed a brush between each finger of both hands, remained in meditation until he had completed the concept of his picture, dipped the brushes this way into 10 different slabs, each one with a different shade, and with his eyes closed, painted the picture with 10 brushes at one time, because there was absolute concentration within his own consciousness. Now this is the stone, as far as China is concerned, this terrific power. This man can never need anything in this world, because his own incredible internal can sustain him through anything. In India, a holy man going through the forest is seldom molested by an animal, simply because his consciousness will not permit it. In the Eastern Chinese concept, the entire projection of this from within self is so tremendous that it corresponds with what the Western alchemist calls projection. He uses the term in European alchemy. That he is able to release the stone, release the dynamic, release the universal medicine through himself. There is also a story in China of a great artist priest who was called to tend to a man who was sick. And after he had sat and watched the sick man for some time, this monk asked for a piece of silk. It was set before the sick man on a little frame such as they use for painting. And after watching the sick man for a certain time, the monk reached over, dropped his brush into the ink slab, raised the brush, and made a peculiar line on the silk, just one line. The sick man got well, because the monk had captured the peculiar rhythm that was broken. And as the eyes of the sick man followed the rhythm of the line, it restored him internally. Pythagoras claimed to have done the same thing by striking one chord upon a lute. He was able to cure all kinds of sickness in that way. It was the symbol of the line. So in Japan, also among the Zen Jews, you will find the fable or legend of the monk entering into meditation of the most profound nature. And in his meditation, he drew a door on a piece of silk. He sat and watched it, and according to the story, visualized that door. Finally, he got up, opened it, and went through the silk into Nirvana. Never returned. Now, these things are no more remarkable than the idea that Roger Bacon was able to pay for the Crusades by artificial gold that he manufactured in the Tower of London. They're all parts of this story. A story which has been ridiculed because of its outward appearance being sheer fantasy. But a story which has to do with the entire internal life of the human being. A life which is controlled by the centralizing of consciousness. Daruma, the patriarch of Zen, had an episode in his life that is a little reminiscent of the story we find in the New Testament. Daruma, in meditation one day, was walking along by the side of the sea. And after he was long in his meditations, he suddenly sort of came out of this trance-like condition of ecstasy in which his mind was one with the infinite, and suddenly, to his amazement, observed that he had walked out several miles under the surface of the water. The moment he realized he was out there, he sank. But as long as his consciousness had been held in complete suspension, he didn't know it. He didn't sink. They also tell many similar stories about the power of this internal. Now, once he says this power is real, that it is possible to achieve this tremendous victory over phenomena by the complete integration of the luminal part of the internal nature. This constitutes not only a victory over the world, but a victory over the great cyclic laws which control the activities of the unenlightened. Buddha is said to have risen victorious over the power of the seven planets. In the same way, the alchemist, transmuting the seven souls which make up his psychic nature, and attaining complete transcendence over them, and causing them to form the diamond soul, or the great adept self, achieves complete release from any limitation conceivable to the human mind or emotions. Therefore, he is completely without stress or strain. He is without tension. He is without negation. He is without any imbalance within his own nature. Therefore, like space itself, he is immortal. This was the Chinese concept of the transmutation, and I believe that the European concept, under the symbolism, was practically identical. There is no question in the world that this symbolism moving into the Near East influenced Arabic thinking, and much of our so-called chemical speculation came to Europe from Arabia and from Iran and from other areas in that general region. These chemical and physical chemical experiments are interesting for another reason. Which came first? Was alchemy the mad mother of chemistry, as some would have us believe? Or did physical chemistry arise from man's gradual recognition of great symbolical patterns within his own psychic nature? Is chemistry one of the expressions of the soul itself, interpreting itself through the symbolism of medicine and chemistry, and to a certain degree in philosophy and mathematics, all of which are involved in this subject? I am inclined to think that the alchemical symbolism arose out of man's own psychic recognition of these laws, and that man, attaining to a degree in sleep, the relaxing from tension which he does not experience in daily living, that in sleep and dream phenomena he comes a little nearer to the threshold of this equilibrium. Sleep is probably a kind of equilibrium on a negative level. It is a kind of transcending of action. Therefore, sleep, death, initiation in the mysteries, all these were always carried under one group of symbols. Sleep was always a symbol of death. Death was always a symbol of initiation, because it represented a transformation, a complete change of polarities. And in alchemy, the death of the metals, the death of man's seven souls, must precede the resurrection. And in the Christian alchemy, from the death of the seven souls arises the messianic soul, which is seen as Christ rising from the tomb within the bottle of the alchemical experiment. If then we have this group of symbols all over the world, they seem to be trying to tell us that there is a strange and secret art, an art by which man may break this vicious circle of his own inadequacy. And whether we call this alchemy, or whether we call it Raja Yoga, or whether we call it mysticism or Sufism, or whether we believe it to be the religion of the dervishes, or Platonism, Gnosticism, Orphic philosophy, whatever we call it, it is all dealing with one thing, and that is the projection of the diamond soul. And that this diamond soul of alchemy is the soul in equilibrium, by means of which the individual becomes completely attuned to what Lao Tzu calls Tao, or absolute equal receptivity to universal energy. The universe around man, within man, is Tao. According to Lao Tzu, this universe is not only infinite life,
but it is infinite wisdom, truth, love, law. It is not only all these moral things, but it is infinite nourishment, infinite supply, infinite availability. Everything that exists consists of Tao and nothing else, because there is nothing else. Everything that changes is Tao changing some appearance of itself. In its numerous and multiform appearances, Tao seems to be many things, but in its essence, it is one thing. Man, using the faculties which he has on the level of mind and emotion, looking at the universe, sees many things, but does not see Tao. Yet each of the many things that he sees is Tao. Therefore, he can say Tao is white, and he can also say Tao is red. He can say that it is sky and earth, that it is water and air. He can see it in the eyes of his child. He can feel it beating within his own breast. All of these things are Tao. But because of his nature, this Tao is infinitely broken up. And he can also see the phenomena of two things outside of himself in war with each other. He can also experience two feelings or two impulses within himself at war with each other. Therefore, he experiences through the division of his own faculties Tao as infinite diversity. He comes to it from an Aristotelian point of view. He cannot see the tree full of leaves. He cannot see the city full of houses. He may go so far philosophically as to admit that all these houses are part of the city, and that all these leaves are part of the tree. But in consciousness, he is experiencing the many leaves and not the tree, because that is what the faculties reveal to him. He looks out and he sees 10,000 stars, but he does not see the one star. For that star must be born within himself, shining out of the east of his own soul. He sees all these things and he is profoundly moved by them. And he says, God is wonderful. God is glorious. God is beyond estimation, because God can maintain all these things. And that there is an infinite power somewhere that can keep these thousands of millions of worlds radiant and rotating and revolving in their mysterious orbits in space. Therefore, we come to the concept of deity as infinite immensity, absolute power, tremendous authority. But always there is the star and the earth. There is the water and the moon. There is man, there is hunger, there is death. So man lives in this tremendous experience as within a great vessel. And he knows that he is living in a world of absolute energy. Yet he must work with his energy to transform it so that it will work in a combustion motor. He must work with it another way in order that it shall work within his own body to maintain him. He is living in a world in which energy is available, but must be constantly conditioned and changed. He finds it also possible to die of starvation in this world of absolute food. He finds it possible to die of ignorance in a universe of absolute wisdom. He finds it possible to die of loneliness when he is constantly in the midst of everything that lives. These are because he has not experienced God. Because he has experienced only the manyness. He has never experienced the tremendous dynamic of the diamond self, or the soul. So gradually, through the experience of manyness, he begins to recognize the necessity of reuniting broken parts. And he creates formula. And formula is nothing but a method of achieving an end, a scientific method for accomplishing a given purpose. So he has in his great esoteric systems like Buddhism, and in the teachings of Yoga, Vedanta, and Taoism, and many others, he has the disciplines, the formulas, for the shifting of his sense from manyness to oneness. From the experience of God as all to the experience of God as one. A one which contains the all.
or the experience from the experience of God as infinite action to God as inaction, which is supreme action. Now, our concept of action and inaction is that when action happens, we're doing things. When inaction sets in, we're not doing anything. The Chinese say that isn't it. That's because we are looking at it from our level. The truth of the matter is what we call action is the supreme inaction in space, and what we call inaction is complete action. Therefore, that the motion is not from action to inaction as positive to negative, but from action to inaction as from negative to positive. The Tao and Tao alone is positive action. Why is it positive action? Because it is the only action upon which all things depend and which in itself depends upon nothing. Everything that lives because of Tao. And yet try and find Tao. Try to find this complete suspension of action. Try to find Tao as the teacher. It will never speak. Try to find it as the friend. You can never embrace it. Try to find it as nutrition. You can never put it on a plate and eat it. Tao is infinite. Therefore, the experience of Tao is the experience of infinite. And the individual moving towards supreme action finds that absolute action is absolute experience of infinite. And all else, comparatively, is inaction. Thus, internal action is supreme and external action is comparatively unimportant. The only reason we have to run up and down is because we do not know where we are going, and would not know if we got there. Thus, when the Taoist seeks this internalization, he is bringing together all of the disunity of his own psychic chemistry. He is reintegrating the seven souls to form the great soul. And he is then transmuting all activity, first into suspension of action, and finally to release through it Tao action. He calcines or burns up or exhausts all of his own personal actions. And out of the ashes of this, by palingenesis, he causes the flower of gold to grow. Or as in China, the little peach tree of gold, upon which are the blossoms and fruit of immortality. Out of the complete calcination of all of the negative aspects of action, he releases Tao through action. Tao is the tree. In the Chinese formula, when man ceases to make mistakes, the great virtue operates. And it cannot operate until he stops making mistakes. So wisdom lies in ceasing to make mistakes. It doesn't lie in knowing all. It lies in no longer breaking laws. And as this state is reached, this state of equilibrium, then the gold grows. The seed of the soul is quickened by the suspension of action or by the reconciliation of broken parts. And immediately it grows. Bentley gives us the same story in the Mysterium Magnum. The tree of the soul rising from the root of gold is nothing but Tao growing up from the seed of equilibrium in human consciousness. And when this has been achieved, this tree also carries the 12 fruits which are for the healing of the nations. It is the tree of life. It is the sacred soma plant. It is everything which is for the nourishment of all that lives. For when this tree blossoms within the human soul, then we have the wonderful tree of the metals. We have the wonderful tree that is guarded forever and guided within the secret garden of Alchemy, in which there are many drawings and figures of the ancient books. And also, in a strange way, this is the very peach tree under which Lao Tzu was born. Because it said he was born under a peach tree. Well, now everyone assumes that this is merely a little historical episode gathered from somewhere. But the tree under which he was born is the tree of immortality of the Taoist paradise. And no one seems to pay any attention to that at all. So that when he was born, they didn't name him Mopsu at that time. They named him Little Peach Tree ears, because he had very large ears and was born under a peach tree. Now, why did he have very large ears? Because Taoism is a religion of very large ears and a very small mouth. Lao Tzu lived and taught for many, many years and left only 5,000 characters behind him to summarize his entire philosophy. Taoism is not a philosophy in which you do a great deal of talking. It is a philosophy in which you are forever accepting into yourself, not giving up. But in accepting into yourself, you prepare for the release of the splendor of the sun. For once this tremendous jewel of immortality is cast within yourself, you burst into a sun. And from that time on, your rays warm and preserve all life. And you become the parent of another order of life. And a new series of peach trees rise in the garden of immortality. And having achieved this, and having perfected oneself in it, according to the Taoist theories of the transcendental period, not the original period, Lao Tzu did not have this particular concept, but it followed in his teaching. After the achievement of this adepthood, after the wonderful mystery of the soul has been perfected, then the old Taoist adept goes off to seek the land of his brothers and lives forever with those, like himself, who have made the transmutations. Now, in the Greek legends, I think we can see pretty well what happens, what it meant. For what happens when the Greeks achieved great heroism and then died? Why, the gods always picked them up and made constellations of them. They were always set in the sky, and therefore you have stars named for all the heroes and nymphs and all the wonderful beings. The crown of Semele was taken up after their death, and the chair of Andromeda was taken up, and the winged horse Pegasus went up there. Everybody became a constellation after they had made good, so to say, in whatever their problem might be. So the old Taoists adepts, when they got through, they went up to heaven and became stars. What is the star? Just another symbol of the diamond soul. It is just another symbol of the radiant sun around which a new order of life is going to grow. Because when men cease moving around the center, they cease to be planets and become suns. When human beings cease to move around their own centers, they cease to be wanderers and they become sages. And as they become sages, they become alchemists. And sitting quietly within the mysterious nature of themselves, they take that little furnace, which is the heart, which has the warmth within it, the point of fire and light, and in this heart they accomplish the creation of the universal medicine and the wise man's stone. But in the West, we would have a lot of equipment to do that with, and they did even in the Middle Ages. Because we have never yet realized, as fully as the Asiatic has realized, how subtle these things are, and how always the symbolism is internal, regardless of the fact that we insist on building a laboratory and setting aside $50 million for the research. Then we think we're really getting things. And the Taoists would ridicule us out of face, although on the outside, being a good Taoist, you'd probably agree with us and chip in $4 to help build the laboratory. Because he feels that it would be quite necessary to answer the fool according to his folly. But in the alchemy itself, it is all this internal mystery of man ceasing to be a planet and becoming a sun, ceasing to be a base metal and becoming a star, ceasing to be a series of separate parts, each struggling for supremacy, and uniting these parts through their death and resurrection, that they may all become the vehicles or manifesting centers for the dissemination of Tao. For when this complete equilibrium is reached, in the silence and the mystery where all parts mingle, where the seven colors unite to restore the white light, in that center Tao moves through. And moving into manifestation transforms man. For the planet is one who is moved by the sun, but the sun is one who moves the planets. And the spiritual source moves other things and is itself unmoved. But those who have not achieved this source are forever moved and have great difficulty in moving anything themselves. So with alchemy and the Chinese viewpoint, it is this creation of equilibrium and the release of the eternal, going into the tree, bears upon it the three great mysteries: life, immortality, longevity, and eternal wealth. And this is the great treasure. This is the treasure of the Arabian Nights Entertainment. This is the treasure that all men come to seek, and to which they turn after all other treasures have failed. Now, there's much that can be discussed about these subjects, but I think this is perhaps a little oriental slant on the Western subject, and may help to make this a more rounded out series of discussions. Well, I think time.